Yo. Okay. Welcome, gamers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here we are. Oof, I am tired. I had a bit of a disrupted day. I had to get up a little bit early today, guys. Grinding out some delves, you know? It's gonna be good. Welcome, everyone. No, guys, there is a patch. Well, there's not a patch today, but there's a preview. There's no stream. I thought there was a stream, guys. There actually isn't. Roy just told me. It's just a post, guys. But it is a full balance preview post. No bullshit. How far do we get in Heroic? We're still in the same plot. We're at 4 out of 8. We're going to be slamming hardcore, big gear, big strats on the weekend. Yo, Nudge Meme, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I snitched on Roy, guys. I snitched. I admit doing that. I'm not ashamed to admit it, guys. I snitched on Roy. Rough, boys. Yeah, I'm not going to go crazy on the stream today, guys. My voice is rough as hell. Like, I was doing delves with Aches and Vivi in the morning, and dude, it was rough, okay? Man, it was... it was not good at all. Also, yo, shout out to YouTube. Yeah. So yeah, we're not gonna go crazy today. It's a chill stream today, and go hard on the weekend. Right, we're gonna be going big over the weekend. And actually, here's something really hype. I'm gonna drop this on Roy right now. Actually, maybe we can get this going. But we're actually getting a show match together, Roy. 55 versus French Worms for push. I don't know if you'd be around to cast that. It's not going to be on Sunday, actually, if you're available. We can maybe get that going. Obviously, no pressure. But that will be a little bit of fun, I think. I can maybe scrabble together a prize pool as well tomorrow and before the show match on Sunday as well. See if we can get that going. Delves are good now. You know, honestly, delves are kind of grown on me, actually. I really think that I would love to see fractals be a bit like delves, actually. They really remind me of tier 4 fractals, actually. And just, they're obviously scalable, right? Like, they're scalable, so you can do them with one player or with up to 5 people with your friends. But they really remind me of that kind of dungeon, you know, dungeoneering experience. They're actually rather nice. I initially didn't like them that much because you could only do, like, the low tier ones, like the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and they're really, really boring, to be honest. But yeah, actually, the tier 8 ones, they're actually rather fun. And yeah, I know. They, like, mega buffed them. They're way harder now. They're kind of brutal, to be honest, now. Like, delves right now are a bit fucked up on tier 8, at least. But, I mean, I don't know. They might nerf them. Yeah. Dude, look, we fucking farmed them. Like, me, Vivi, and X were gods. We're god gamers. We fucking farmed our bountiful delves. It was fucking easy. It was piss. Balance preview lie? Wait, guys... This is not new. It's always at 8 PM my time. It's always in from half an hour from now. What are you guys talking about? Huh? It's always at the same time. It doesn't ever change. I'm starting to think that you guys don't actually pay attention. You just, like, listen to me explain it to you. It is! It's all... Guys, the balance posts are always Friday in half an hour from now. This isn't new. Nice. How do you know when? Because it's always the same time. It's literally... What? This doesn't change. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I know. Yeah. Oh, shit. That's a lot. I think I'm deceased. This thief is gonna hunt us down. Ugh. There's a guardian on me. Oh, he doesn't want to go too far away from the pack. I'm saved. I'm caught. Also, Arathorian, thanks for the prime, by the way. Also, shout out to YouTube. What does Trig main in Guild Wars 2? He mains Ranger, so I Ranger's OP. Yeah. Very nice. Dog bender. I always think that, you know, replacing a word in elite specs names with dog is very funny. You end up with, like, dog sworn. Dog breaker. Nice. Dog bit. Harbinger is dog binger. Dog beast. Oh, it's funny. Nice. Dogalist. Exactly. Dogmancer. Nudge meme. Gives 20 subs. Many peepos succeeded in dodging. But wait, hang on a minute. You didn't dodge, Blobs. You have a 2.5-year sub. You haven't dodged. Jada Troll has dodged, though. So has Zintrix and Kawazuchi. They have dodged. Easy dodge. I'm still dodging, but you failed the dodge. I guess you attempted it, but you didn't succeed. I have a tier 3 sub to support the Partner Plus. That is a good call, actually. Let's hit the Partner Plus here, guys. I still need to add a progress bar. I've got 117 sub points so far this month, guys. We've got to step the fuck up. We need more tier 1s. We need more tier 2s, more tier 3s. Partner Plus is coming, guys. Yes. I refuse to support a hunter hater. Listen, I love hunters, guys. Just not in my M+ groups. Get them out. Yeah, we need tier 4 subs. When are we adding that? Tier 5 subs. Yeah. Look, if everyone just subscribes for tier 3 for 3 months, we're good. We're in business. Yeah. $1,000 a month. That's like a tier 10 sub. Huge. Alright, here we go. But yeah, the patch, well, not the patch itself, but the, yeah, the notes, guys, or the preview, coming out in about 25 minutes. I'm interested to see. It's the first balance patch, the first balance pass of the expansion. It's going to be good. Looking fresh? I'm definitely not fresh, but, you know, I'm working on that. Do we have some kills here? Actually might. We do. I wonder if we can actually defend this. Oh, they're going for that res. I kind of like that. They're losing a couple of players, though. Yeah, they're actually taking a lot of damage. They got baited by that res. Spear to be gutted in PvE. I mean, I guess they might turn down the burst a little bit. I can see them doing that. Remove Warrior from the game. Yeah, I mean, Warrior is probably going to get a couple of nerfs in PvP, I think. I think that's fairly likely. Warrior, pretty good right now. Calamity, tier 1. Take the furnace of these patch notes. RIP Warrior. Well, I mean, look, they're not, guys, they're not just going to, like, delete Warrior. They did hard nerf Warrior already, though. I guess they did. I mean, that Spear Marshal nerf is pretty harsh, right? That's going to make the damage a lot less connecty there. I think Warrior is still good now, though, but let's see after this patch, guys. Maybe Warrior will be unplayable garbage after this patch. Maybe I want that. Maybe I want Warrior to be unplayable garbage after this patch. That's possible. It's time. This guy is very nearly dead. Surely. Surely. We kill this mech here. I've killed the mech. Oh, they rallied. Unlucky. Oh. Scourge is dead. I don't have any good abilities though right now. Oh. I tried to escape. I couldn't escape. This patch is a change that I've been more excited about than almost any other change of a year. Oh, all right. Dude, Roy's hyping it up. And by the way, guys, the change he's talking about is actually twofold. One, the Guardian NPC is actually being nerfed. And second, onion rings are being added as a new gizmo. So it's like the laurel. There's like an onion ring that floats over your head. So it's actually a double. It's like a double change. Holy moly. What I mean, you should know about this, Pobo Loco. Like, Roy loves onion rings. And he does not love the Guardian NPC. Fractals can deplete now. This is actually the incredibly based thing. Okay, check this out in Delves. Imagine if fractals work this way. It would be based. Okay, so Delves, guys, they're a bit like fractals. They have, like, difficulty levels and stuff. But check this out. If you die more than 5 times, the Delve depletes and you get 0 loot. That is the reality. That is how Delves work. And honestly, it feels extremely good. I view it as an incredibly based system. If you feed, you get 0 loot. Yeah. You will be punished. People seem to be pissed. Well, to be fair, I get it. They're probably a little bit overtuned right now. Like, they're supposed to be kind of chill content. Right now, they're kind of not. So, to be fair... you know, I don't blame people for being a little bit frustrated. They are definitely not trivial right now, for sure. There's a couple of situations where, if you don't interrupt a mob, it one-shots you. And, you know, that happens quite a lot. So, you know, well, you watch out for that, guys. It's, you know, it's something. You will be destroyed. You will be farmed. I ordered a burger for lunch today that has an onion ring on. I'm going to remove the onion ring. I mean, that's fair enough. Look, you know, it's all good. I mean, like, you've probably had enough already. Oh, they already has a Delve doesn't cover. Yeah, I mean, well, whatever. Again, like, I'm not expecting it to stay hard. Like, they're supposed to be kind of chill. I mean, you know, I'm not going to lie. I had fun. Because you know, we basically entered into a Delve. The first time I was just doing, like, reset Delves with Vivian X. We just entered, basically. Because it was like, what the fuck? This mob just one-shot all of us? Okay. And we, you know, we got on voice and, like, properly did it, right? We actually were fully focused up. We were, like, locked in, you know? For our daily reset Delves. It was actually really fun. But, yeah, I'm not... I enjoyed it personally, but I can definitely understand why, not everyone is looking for that experience. At least not on, like, daily farm content. That's, you know, that is fair enough. I get it. Very nice. Treeing. So, gamers, quick question. What profession do you guys want to be nerfed into oblivion? Let's see what it's going to be. What do we want? Okay. Guardian. Soul Beast, Dragon Hunter, Ellie. No, in any game mode, guys. In any game mode. Yeah. In any game mode. All of them. Mirage. Okay. Alright. Okay, okay. I'm getting it. Mesmer. Oh, shit. This is a big group, guys. The blue team is here. They're here to game as well. They're not here to mess around. We've got to pump the blue team. It's the only way. The Rev is dead. Blob. The Brotherhood of Blob. We're kind of winning. At least a little bit. Oh. Well, we're actually not. It started out strong. Alcar, 400 bits. 4 bits that... Wait, whoa! Wait, Twitch is here. Twitch. We added 4 bits to Alcar's power-up bits. That's crazy. Shout out to Twitch. Wait, Twitch. We added 40 bits and 20 bonus bits to Alcar's cheer. Wow. Dude, Twitch is currently rank 3 on my bits leaderboard this week. Roy gifts a sub to Twitch. Very nice. Twitch is now officially a sub in this channel. I love to see that. Very nice. Yeah, I guess if you guys give bits, Twitch will just funnel this channel. Wait, is this like a new thing? Like what? What is this? That's crazy. And 10% for bits higher than 300. Oh, really? So wait, if you do bits, then Twitch gives an extra 10%? Oh, it's like part of a September thing. Interesting. It's only your channel. Hell yeah. Twitch, it only applies here, guys. This is the most efficient place to donate bits. It's until the 17th. Interesting. Well, there you have it. It's Prince Arsenal. Hey, how you doing? Yo, Mice with the Prime. We've added 6 bits to Crystal's power-ups redemption. Well, there you go. Dude, we're farming. Remember me? I mean, yeah, I know you. You play PvP, right? Of course. Well, I'm pretty sure, anyway. Let's go. Where's the balance update? It should be getting posted in about 15 minutes. So, stay tuned, gamers. It's on its way. Oh, I guess I need a ruin, actually. What do you think of the preview? I actually have no idea. I think... I don't know. I think some of it will be focused on spears. But some of it will probably be on, like, other issues as well. I'm hoping, anyway. Hoping a little bit of a mixture. Would be nice. Where am I getting my information from? Roy leaked it to me. Yeah. There we go. Roy leaked to me. He's caught. He's caught. 8K. Please let there be a Mirage rework. They just rework the entire spec. That's what you want. Putting Rifts anymore. LFG is always empty for Rifts. I think people are converging, Roy, instead. Because, like, convergence is a really gold efficient and time efficient. So I think that's where people rift. I think rifting was really good for XP. People weren't rifting for essences, though. Now that a lot of people are kind of maxed out on mastery, or, you know, a lot of the grinders are maxed out on mastery, I think people who want essence are doing convergences. Because it's just like a very efficient activity to do. Yeah. Yeah. I need to converge as well. I'm gonna try and do like daily convergence on this guy, so I can get the legendary spear when it comes out. Try and finish obsidian armor. Yeah. Doing daily convergence CM is the way for that one, 100%. Daily convergence CM is huge. And if you don't do Umbriel, you are a coward, by the way. Am I wrong on that, guys? I don't think I am. If you do the Demon Knight, you're admitting that you can't beat Umbriel. I think there's actually the tacit admission that Umbriel is too hard for you, and you would break. Like, you would maybe attempt it, but you would break. You would not survive Umbriel. Yeah. That's how it is. Sometimes the LFG can't do the Demon Knight. How can the LFG not do the Demon Knight? The Demon Knight is free. Do you like... Wait, what do you... How do you even die to the Demon Knight? Doesn't make any sense. I need the other three. I already have Umbriel. Okay. Well, I guess we could... Maybe I'll do like a... Maybe I'll do like a full clear at some point, Mice, on this character. Maybe next week when I've like relaxed down. I fucking need a day off, man. Holy shit. I can't... Oh, I can't take tomorrow off, can I? Because I have to hype the fucking show match up, dude. Oh, no. And I can't take Monday or Tuesday off because we're raiding. No. And I can't take Wednesday off because we're raiding. Or Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday because it's Mythic Week. Ah! Oh, my God. It's actual despair, dude. Like, it's actual despair. Oh, no. Oh, I actually have to do another full week of streams, basically, from now. Yeah, I basically have to make it, until next Sunday. Oh, no. I'm actually in prison, guys. I'm literally in prison. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I think you're not a bad call there, Roy. Maybe a shorter stream tomorrow. Yeah. Honestly, though, feels good to leech all of these bits from Twitch directly. Very nice. Yeah. Bits give a bigger share than subs. Yeah, bits are 70-30, I think, with the creator. So basically, it's like... Look, I'm going to be real. I'll tell you what bits are, guys. Bits are... You give Twitch a 30% cut on a tip in order to put some funny shapes in the chat. That's basically what bits are. So is that worth it? I mean, I don't know. I guess that's up to you. It's... Nice cup. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I've got a lot of compliments on this mug, actually. I have. I like these ones. They're a really nice blue color. They've got a nice kind of appealing shape, I think. It's a nice handle. It's a sturdy mug. So when Twitch gives you extra bits, they're actually just paying themselves. Well, to be fair, I guess they're paying those out of pocket, right? I assume anyway. But, you know, kind of. How much does Patreon take? It's a pretty low cut, actually, on Patreon. I believe it's like 8%. I'd actually have to check, though. It's a low amount. It's more of a fee than direct donations, but you know, obviously it comes with like all, you know, you're basically giving a cut in order to provide the service, right? Like with the Patreon API and stuff. Won't Brann carry me? I'm breaking level 3 delve. Dude, Brann is a hard carry, man. He blasts. He was doing like 2 million DPS for me. No joke. It was literally pumping. 2 mil. Brann is dog shit? What are you guys talking about? Like, I like Brann. Brann is based. Okay? I think we should all be a little bit more like Brann Bronzebeard. Like, after a tough fight, he says, ooh, take a breather. And he lights a little cozy fire, and you can sit down by it by rest. He points out when your mana's low. He tells you to not stand on webs. They'll summon Nerubians, right? Like... He tells you to dodge. He actually uses his kick. Wow. What a guy. And he's always very encouraging. And he gets hyped. He's like, oh, there's treasure. 5 gold, pog. 5 gold, oh my god. Yeah. Brann, to be quite frank, is the only skilled hunter player in the game. There you go. Oh, I have effect LOD off, don't I? Yeah, that's explaining a lot right now. Oh, dear. Boom. Yeah. Incredible. Brann makes $1 million per delve, you get 20 gold. Dude, what if he is ripping us off? That would be fucked up, actually. If he actually gets $1 million and we get like 5 gold, that would be crazy. Jester. I actually can back you up on that, by the way. On the feed list, you are actually the player who consistently died last. You had the least deaths in our split raid, and you always died very, very late as well. You are actually not the feeder. You're not on the feed list. Jester's back on main roster. He used a personal. He used a personal, and he used a healing potion. Jester, my king. Tried an 8+ delve, and it's unironically harder than a heroic. I mean, I soloed one on tank, and it was okay. But yeah, on DPS, that's going to be rough. Maybe as healer, it will be okay. But I'm honestly not sure about that one either. Balance stream. There's no stream today, guys. It's a balance preview post. Oh shit, they're pushing in. We have to pump. We've got to cook. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Evacuate. I mean, I wanted to see CMC, Roy, and Trig as well. And, you know what I wanted to do, actually? I wanted to say this. I wanted to leave a Reddit comment and a YouTube comment saying, I really don't like how unprofessional Roy, Trig, and CMC are. They're always making jokes. They're always forgetting classes, right? And I don't even think they even like each other, right? You know, like I see them and they very clearly hate each other, like flaming each other out, just going crazy. You know, it's really, it's not good. I don't like it, guys. I really don't like it. I will actually make multiple posts about that. Yeah, I'll make a post on the forums. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I was gonna do. Nice. Here we go. We're in. Will there be a balance preview notes from? Yeah, that's correct, Desfire. Yeah, it's not, guys. It's not a stream. It's a post. Dropping about 3 minutes. But yeah, it is not a stream, it is a post. That reminds me, actually. My patch reader, it doesn't work anymore. I'm pretty sad about it. I must get the hardstuck.gg implementation so we can have tooltips on these balance preview notes. I must do that at some point. That is actually I want that feature on the site. So we can, because we actually have, like, well, we've got much better tooltips than my fucking site anyway, or my implementation. We need to get this done. Because I think it's really nice. You know that thing I had where I could just mouse over the abilities and it like automatically replaces the icons and stuff so we can see what all the spells are? That doesn't work anymore. But we should add it to the site. At some point. Boom. There you go. Especially because our implementation here is really nice. Anyway, that's for another time. Resistance. Let's go. Swiper! It's a post. It should be dropping any second now, in fact. So stay tuned, my friends. Escort one yak. Oh, I can do that. Let's do this yak. Then I'll just AFK. Yeah. Snorper. 20-man Sonic Heroic. Looks that way, Sir Axie, yeah. I will probably organize, in the coming weeks, though, some kind of guild pugs and alt runs to gear my alts. So you'll definitely be able to get in on the action with the guild. But yeah, once we have it on farm, I'll do alt runs. Here we go. As far as I'll check Warrior first. Okay, I'll check Warrior first just for you. But I mean, you could do that. Like, do you really... so you're telling me that you won't check Warrior. You want me to show it on stream and then check Warrior for you. Okay, nice. Boom. Lovely. Easy weekly. Hell yeah. Do not check Warrior first. I can't read. Don't look at Warrior at all. Dude, I'm a fish. Roy, when are we making the fish a combat tonic, by the way, dude? What the fuck is this? Yeah. Let's go. Video on the push mode? Yeah, I will. I'll talk about it, I think. I'm just going to sit down and talk about it a bit. Don't kill PV Spellbreak since the competitive wars. Well, they're not going to... I mean, we have cross balance, guys. They're not going to... Oh, split balance, rather. They're not going to ban... They're not, like, nerf it in PvE because of PvP. That's not how it works. Oh, I've got... Oh, yeah, we need to do the Fractal Rush stuff, huh, actually. 4 days around. Better get on that. I'll probably have some time to do that. Easy peasy. Slam a couple of daily tier 4s. What do you have to do? Bonus events. Daily Fractal Rush. 5 different fractals in, like, 51 to 100. Oh, I assume you actually have to do low-level fractals. Yeah, you actually do. I mean, we can just do Rex, I guess. Yeah, it's probably just, like, do tier 4s and Rex, isn't it? And then you just get, oh, get an Ascended accessory, huh? Plus 10 infusion's decent, actually. It's not a bad thing to get. The actual item itself isn't brilliant, but the plus 10 is nice. Where are the notes? It's over. Guys, are we abandoning all hope? Dead game? It's over? GG? Where's the preview, Roy? Where's the preview, Roy? Where is it? Link it. Link the post, Roy. Let's go. Hand it over. Yo, shout out to Twitch, 6 bits. Wait, how much does it cost to do that, by the way, Kirishima? Because I actually don't really know how that system works at all. Because now you've got... You know the best part about this, guys? Is that Garashimo can post that in other channels, I think, as well. 60 bits? Okay. So, I think you could just post that monstrosity like in other channels. Oh dear, oh dear. That is funny. It looks better, actually. I think it serves its purpose better when it's that size. It's a good one. All right. Come on, then. Where is it? Where's the apocalypse? I'm going to the Guild Wars 2 forums. Heaven help me. Okay. Wait, where do they even put these things? News and announcements? Give me the juice. BMC, B-Roy, B-Trig. Professions. Okay, here we go. Yeah. We waiting. We are indeed waiting. Here we go. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. 245 people on YouTube right now. Love you guys. Wait, there was a refund post for the nerf on the spear? Oh my god, that's silly. Oh, and by the way, guys, everyone, if you are looking to join the World vs. World Guild, you cannot join the World vs. World Guild until the next relink. It doesn't make any sense to do recruitment until there is a relink coming. You can only join the Fungus Guild if you're on the same server. Bonus meme, guys. Mold Wars is coming. How do you make the forum black? I'm using a Dark Reader. And Dark Reader can, like, turn any site into, like, a dark mode angle. Okay, here we go. But yeah, Mold Wars is coming. And Peepo Inspection Day, too. Stay tuned. Forums also has dark mode. Oh, well, there you go, then. It even has a dark mode. Love to see that. But yeah, I don't even think about dark mode, guys. Because I just have Dark Reader. It dark modes every site. It's good. Oh? Oh, that's not that. Any news on the balance preview? Where's the balance preview? Where the hell is it? It's at the bottom of the page? I guess I actually might as well just enable that then. Because I think Dark Reader's kind of fucked this page up, hasn't it? Oh, theme. Guild Wars 2 Dark. There we go. And now I'll just turn it off on this website. And there you go. Now the site looks better. Huge. There you go. Where's the preview? Where's the patch, Roy? It's over. Yeah. I'm going to start complaining now, guys. It's over. I cancelled. Get literally owned. Despair. Roy pranked us. It's Friday already. There's not a single post about it. Just CMC's words. On Teapot stream, he just said apparently Roy... Look, guys, we're actually in there. The Illuminati has revealed this information. Nice. Dark Emmy and then came Dark Lara. Now we have Dark Forums. When will it end? Yeah. Nice. Okay. I mean, it should be any second now, guys. I mean, it's, yeah. I'll tell you, it just should be any second. We just gotta wait a little bit, I guess. Dark Snab. Nice. I'd try to consider banning Roy until he posts it. I'm actually down with that. Okay, guys, what about this? Check this out. What if Roy doesn't post the notes within 5 minutes, he's fired? Are we feeling yes on that or no? I think we could work with that. And don't listen to Roy. He is the one who posts the notes. He places gathering nodes, posts to the forums, and actually balances. Look, this is very important, guys. Every change that you hate, Roy did. That's a true story right there. Give me the balanced preview, ArenaNet. Hand it over. Hot. 2 replies. This has received a lot of posts recently. Take a look. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. Including things not related to Guild Wars. Nice. Incredible. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yes. Release Solar from his infernal prison. Joke's on us, guys. Guess who made Augmentation Evoker? Solar. Enjoy that. Yeah. Let's continue. Okay, I'm just refreshing. I'm refreshing. Wait, is there any... Is that true? No, of course it's not true. Wait, guys, have we got it wrong? Is it actually in an hour? Is it? Wait. Is that possible? Or is it just late? Have we got the time wrong? No, it's midday, actually, for ArenaNet. It should be fun. We should be in business. Yo, Snap in the chat. What's going on, dude? We got a balance match. Just waiting for it to get posted. We're waiting with bated breath. It's time. Frog. Oh. 3 replies. Holy shit. Dude, this post is blowing up. I can't wait to whine about it. Please give me the notes. Based. I like that. I like that. More complexity is not equal to better gameplay. Nerf Deadeye and Willbenders from The Killer of Hell. Let's take a look at this post. Thieves and Willbenders are so strong. They're very difficult to defeat. They need to be equal to everyone, as it was with the Warrior. Well, I mean, I guess that's fair enough. Read some threads. Oh, wait, that's content. Let's see if we can find some actually good threads, because that's actually not even an insane thread. Let's take a look. Let's see what we can find. Yeah. What are the what are the classes the devs don't play so I can avoid wasting my time? Or Well, no, they don't even do things right for the classes they do play, even. Here we go again. Oh, Satect is based! Dude, 1.2k posts. The Warrior mains will say Warrior. The Guardian mains will say Guardian. The Rev mains, yes, true! You have to avoid every class? Good luck! Holy shit, he's right. Satect is a gamer. He knows what's going on. Actual correct response. NG. We have like 1,000 tools that have never been looked at. He means turrets. Okay? But because no one at ArenaNet ever knows what to do about them. But you know what? You just look at game builders, made some class really clicks with you, doesn't matter. Better play what you like, what's the matter. Actual good advice. This guy wants to play turret NG, guys. Bear that in mind. Yeah. It's pretty clear right now that it's Guardian and Ranger that's being mained by the devs right now, though. Both of them are getting buffs and quality of life updates almost every patch since the summer last year. Don't touch Ellie unless you want Carpal Tunnel. This guy finds Elementalist too hard. Yeah. But, what? It's a Warrior main. Dude, it's the Warrior mains. Look. Look. God, I love to gun. Sharp stick enthusiast now. Fine you and I'll play Hammer Spellbreaker. A Warrior can't... He's a Warrior main. Notice how the Warrior mains, guys... They're crying. They are crying. Wait. Warrior as a profession has issues. How... Oh! Yes! Yes! Top of the list. Arc Divider needs to be reverted to its functionality and hit 3 times. Boom! 100 Blaze needs to be unrooted and given more damage or a halved cast time. Killshot needs to be removed or it needs to be instant cast. Volley needs its cast time reduced by half. Allow Blade Swarm to move at 50% speed while channeling Dragon Slash. Warrior... Oh, dude. It's the little Warrior main support group. Where do I even start? Warrior is such a mess state. The only weapons without change needed are both axes. Main hand sword is good, too. The Gamer Toad coming in with the facts and logic. I've yet to see someone playing main and mace without using Relic of Akeem. Yeah, because it's really good with that. Yeah. Yes. Very nice. I am a hardcore warrior player, but recently I'm playing other classes. It's so much easier doing anything in other classes, it's not even funny. I'm all in for hard classes, you should pay you in spades for your effort. Dude, what... After all, it becomes decent, so like Ellie play perfectly become unkillable. Has this guy played Spellbreaker? It's literal 1v4. Well, this was in June, but Spellbreaker was still pretty good back then, actually. Even before Spear. Delete the weeb bait that is Blade Sworn from Warrior and replace it with the support spec we could have gotten in the first place. Blade Sworn should have been the 10th profession. It said, whoa, dude. Wait, blows off dust in the ancients. Wait, what? Okay, what is this? Warrior balance request omnibus. Skullcrack and a leap. Yo, that's kind of based, actually. That would be kind of fun. Like, leap with the Skullcrack. Change from a projectile to a cone-based AoE. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Holy shit. This could actually be based. Change... Ooh. Wait, changing... Well, I think they wouldn't want to do this with rifle because NG is kind of like the shotgun blunderbuss rifle. I think Warrior Rifle is supposed to be more of like a sniper style weapon, actually. But I don't hate that, actually. Move the evade before the shot is fired. Evade forwards rather than backwards. I think it will be... I'm not sure if they have the tech. I'm not sure if they're tech for this, but it would actually be really cool if abilities like Brutal Shot actually made you evade in the direction that you're moving. So you could use it as like a directional evade. Rather than like a strict back or forwards one. that you have to do like some wonky ass about face with to get value out of it. These aren't actually even insane. What is it with making 100 blades channel time faster? I feel like it's kind of okay as it is. It's just like a big pumper ability. It's a bit like Axe 5 on Ranger, right? No, this is not the post, Obsolete Pixel. This is someone's balance rant on Warrior. Full post. Roy on the new Necro changes. Let's go back in time, guys.
This, like, why make it baseline? All right, like at least make it there a reason to go into blood. All right, you know. But no, now we'll just have more damage more often because, you know, it's not like we were gonna make shade spikes happen more often. All right, and do more damage and feel worse to play. No.
Yeah.
That wasn't enough.
Yeah.
It's just more wells, more necro spikes all over the place. You know what, guys? Next patch, guess what? Necro is literally just gonna turn into an invulnerable well that's gonna run around the map and one-shot people.
Yeah.
I think that sounds fucking great.
Yeah. There it is, guys. Roy got hired, by the way. Wait. Oh. This was a solar patch, I believe, guys, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Wait, oh my god. Dude, this is such a good clip. Wait, isn't Roy's top clip of all time someone getting DDoSed? I think... Wait, what is this clip, actually? I'm not sure which one this... Oh, no, it's... Oh, it's this shit. Yeah, okay. Ah, yes. Yeah, no. It's, yeah, it's, Torin Chad, guys, I believe. Wait, are we live? Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Okay. Right, are we good, guys? Or are we in business or what? Professions. Where's the balance preview? Did you bait me, bro, or what? Oh, no. Yeah, very funny. What is this? Mate, I want that tooltip to go away. We've got more replies coming in. What the fuck is this? Some of the patch notes. I can't wait for Roy to finally release the patch notes. Wait. What the fuck is this shit? Cricket sounds. There was like no sound. Gonna get in trouble? You are gonna get in trouble. Roy's career is over. Yeah. Very nice, guys. Yeah, I guess that could have been a slightly risky click, but we did it anyway. Yeah. Crickets. Twitch chat is leaking. Yeah, Twitch chat is leaking directly into the forums. The preview is not up yet, guys. We're 20 minutes late. I'm logging back in. Fuck it. I'm logging back in. It's dead. It's over. It's done. The balance patch is cancelled, guys. Oh, yeah. Nice patch. The loading times are really good, this patch, guys. Shout out to ArenaNet for fixing that. Love to see that, guys. That's good stuff. Nice. Log in. Yeah. Why'd you log out in the first place? Well, I logged out because I was, you know, I don't want to get extra hours on my 0 to hero. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we can go do guild hall upgrades actually. Let's go. I don't use fastload.dll, guys.
No free samples.
Okay, well, what should we upgrade? I need to go upgrade the mine. What do we need to upgrade the mine? Here we go. Play the game. I'm actually just going to time you out for that.
Hey now, I'm important.
Fuck it. There we go. Wait, how long do you get timed out? 900 seconds. Yeah, that'll do. That's long enough. Oh yeah, we just need to get mining rate 2 now. So we need to just donate the lay infused tools and then just get the Ethereum. So we need thermocatalytic reagents, silver waste shovels, and then pile of crystalline dust. I guess I can just go to the silver waste and farm a couple of those while I wait then. How do you even get the shovels? Oh, wait. I guess we'll find out when we get over there. The weird loading thing isn't just my PC. No, it is absolutely your PC. It's fastload.dll if you're getting that. Do events. Okay, I'll do events. Yes. Let's go. Wait. Maybe I already have the currency. What currency do you need? Is it geodes? That's dry top. Bandit crests. Oh, I've got these already. No, guys, there is going to be a balance preview. It's just a little, you know, it's coming soon. It's on its way. Can't decide between Rev, Ranger, or Necro. What do you reckon for a fast fluid combat? I'd say Necro or Rev. Well, actually, honestly, all three of those are very fluid. But like Rev and Necro, I think are really fluid. Don't read your mail on this tune. Not really, no. Nearly done with getting the Ethereum. We are needing some items. The silver shovels are probably going to be the hardest. Get a guild right. Oh, yeah, I will do that. Yeah, we'll do that shit. Yeah. Nice. Alright, well, let's see. Where's the vendor? Here we go. Here we go. Crests. I can only get keys. That's just no good. We have to go do events. It's time. You can't buy shovels. Dude, I do not do silver. I do not do this Reba bullshit, man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to say this. When it comes to fun factor, Reba is uninstall tier. I'm sorry. I'm tagged up for silver wastes. Let's go. Molds, get in here now. Guys, if you're currently mold rank, you can escape mold rank. If you donate shovels, if you donate 100 shovels, you'll save from mold rank. 47 shovels if you want them. Oh, that's very nice of you. But actually, I think I will actually farm them. It's a fun guild activity. There's no events up, though. Oh, I guess we have to... Oh, the map. This map is actually over. We have to wait 8 minutes. It's over. Yeah, a little fun guild activity, guys. Another shout out to YouTube. 322 people on YouTube right now. 2K shows that of gold. Yeah, you can sell them to people who want to upgrade their guild hall. Yeah. So many YouTubers. Yeah, we've got a lot of people on YouTube right now, guys. Love to see that. Oh, here's an event. Wait, where is that? Champion Mordrum Thrasher. Oh, I think, is that just bugged? I think it's bugged. Unfortunate. Forever bugged. Eternity of bugs. Oh, yeah. Guys, daily reminder, it's soon Path of Fire Rush, and the doppelganger has been comically bugged for 5 years. Wait, hang on. How long? I'm going on the website. You chat and Twitch as one on the stream was neat to see. Yeah, that's actually technically against Twitch TOS, so I'm not gonna do that. Like, it is trivial to do that, but it is actually explicitly against the TOS. So I'm not going to.
My word.
Okay, here we go. When was the doppelganger bugged? Time since the doppelganger got bugged. 1,221 days ago. Very nice. You love to see that. So 1K days since the doppelganger was broken. Bugged how? Well, you actually might not have ever seen how it works properly, actually, Choking Smurf. The doppelganger, what it's supposed to do, it picks one random person, then everyone has to hunt it down. Right now, it picks a random person, and if you don't get there within 30 seconds, it, like, picks another person. And it just, like, keeps doing that over and over and over again. But yeah, it's not supposed to work that way. Very nice. No, it's not supposed to reset, no. It's supposed to just, like, pick one person and then go. It makes it a little bit more annoying to track it down. Because obviously because the thing is, the person who... the person who's targeted needs to go to the location to summon it. Here we go. Boom. I harvested a cactus. Huh. I mean, what is going on here, guys? Exactly. That's kind of what I want to know. What is the situation? Why, where's the post? I'm getting a little bit confused now. Oh, here's a mob. Let's go. Oh, well. Well, I mean, I guess we wait. We wait. It's leeching. It leached back to full health. The forums don't exist. Well, I guess we just wait. I mean, there's not really much else we can do, to be perfectly honest with you. Warrior, who's host today? It was originally confirmed on the stream about Push. I believe CMC confirmed. It was either CMC or TRIG who said there is going to be a post about it this Friday. Oh, well, I'm not even sure they said a post, but they said there was going to be a preview. I assume that meant a stream. It turns out there isn't a stream. It's simply going to be a preview post. But, yeah. So it is confirmed. There is supposed to be something today. Why does the game look so good on your screen? Is there a 4K texture patch? No, it's because I'm playing in 1440p. Yeah. I'm basically playing the game in a higher resolution. If you're playing in 1080p, the game is actually going to look significantly worse. And, of course, it would look even better if I was playing in 4K. Which I'm not. But you could. You could do that. It's a shame there's no way for them to let us know when it drops. You know, this actually is a, Wait, what? They updated the stream wait, did they actually? Wait, what? Let me go to the Guild Wars 2 page. I mean, well, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is where we do need the community manager, right? We need a community manager moment. The community manager needs to manage us. I demand to be managed, chat. That's what I want. Do you know this song exists? No. What the hell is this? Wait, Terry Noland, there was a fungus among us. What? Wait, what is the song about? I'm not gonna play it because the YouTube VOD will get nuked. Fungus. Oh, there's an event, apparently. Where's mice? Oh, over there. Split your audio. You can't do it on YouTube. You can do it on Twitch, but not on YouTube. Ah! Aha! I believe we have... Is this community management? Ah! Community management is here. Alright, the summoning worked, or it will work shortly. Notes incoming in the next few minutes or so. Ah, there we go, guys. Notes incoming. Few minutes to go. We summoned not only the balance patch, but also the community manager. Love to see that. We have been managed. Very good. Love to see that. Prepare yourselves. The summoning works again. Veteran Ancient Devourer. Script Burglar. PvE balance is probably going to be all game modes, or at least a little bit. Let's get the Burglar. Yeah, Warrior mains are going to cry hard about this patch, by the way, guys. Because Warrior is very likely to get nerfed. And Warrior mains, they're actually very high up in terms of, like, the Crybaby Olympics right now for Guild Wars 2. They're actually competing with Ellie mains, by the way, guys. They are. And that is, I don't say that lightly. They are going to activate. They will. Oh, we're good. All right, I'm giving the tag to Mice. Mice is now tag. You guys are in charge of getting the shovels. Okay, here we go. October 8th balance preview. Very, very nice. Holy shit, they actually did it. Selly is done in what? Oh my god. Dude, the opener. Sally is done in World vs. World, guys. It's done, it's done, it's done. It's over. Wow, new tech, actually. Man, that actually sucks. My Guardian build dies because of that. That means Sally Firebrand is dead as fuck. Unfortunate, actually. Wow, they hit it hard, guys. They hit it very hard. Very hard. Nice. Increase the duration of worlds in the match PvP. Nice. Counterplay to Thieves as well. That's huge. Oh, we're trying to buff Heal Tempest, I think, actually, right? Yeah, on Dagger. And the offhand as well. And, yeah, we're buffing Ellie Spear a bit. Ooh, Wash the Pain Away removes a condition for hours with every pulse. That's actually big. Rebound grants stability instead of Fury. That... Whoa! Okay. Oh, it gives... Okay, so Weaver Self-Barrier is up a lot in PvE. Okay. Spectacular Sphere. Quickness duration. There's buffing Quickness Catalyst. Ooh. Ah, nice. This is actually a nice change. Boon duration from 100 to 150%. That's... Wait. This trait now allows the Catalyst to gain energy while a Jade Sphere is deployed. Holy shit. That is actually... Catalyst is now playable. And it's Giga overcapped. Ho 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 ho! Dude, we are slamming today. Oh my god, these are really good! Might and quickness in PV only can... Oh my god, that's a good change. Look, Trig is just watching my stream. I'm telling him what to do. I am in charge. Yeah. Guys, they cooked. They've actually cooked. We've cooked a lot. Hold the line has ammo count now. That's the prop. Yeah, that actually makes it a lot better. Cleansing Flame now removes 2 conditions from the player when activated. Ooh, yeah, okay. Nice. An update to Honorable Staff. No longer additional concentration. Causes empowered to grant endurance to allies. Yo, that's actually very strong. Signet of Courage is an AoE stun break. Signet of Judgment applies protection. Shield of Wrath. That's like focus, right? Symbol of Faith. This now he heals allies on impact. Reduce the casting time. Okay. Blazing Edge. Axe buffs, yo. Let's go. In PvP. Hunter's Fortification. No longer its damage reduction and now heals when you block an attack in addition to removing a condition. Okay. Mesmer. Here we go. Axes of Symmetry. Cooldown reduction in PvP. Wait, why would we buff Mesmer? This is cancer. It's over. Well, I guess Mesmer is a little bit trash. Well, Mirage is not very good in PvP, to be fair, actually. Necro. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, no. Wait, Extirpate just got its, like, special effect deleted. Okay. Wait. It's over. Wait, what do we do to Transfusion in, what do we do to Transfusion? Oh my god! Okay, Heal Scourge is dead. Heal Scourge is dead. This trait no longer teleports down allies. It's over. Yeah, Heal Scourge is dead. It's now absolutely an awful build. It's unplayable garbage. Oh dear. Holy shit. You know, I actually kind of don't like that. That was a really fun kind of special ability. And now it's gone. Definitely hard to balance, though, so I don't blame them, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah. It's dead. Terrible build. Because they didn't give it any more revive speed back. Oh, that is a nuke. That is an actual nuke, dude. Well, I mean, unless... Yeah, I don't think... Because I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't think they can split that in PvE versus World, right? But yeah, it's a good change in World versus World. Well, I mean, not necessarily. It's just... It had a 60-second cooldown, right? In World versus World, but it was still really strong. So it's, like, very hard to balance in World versus World. Blight is actually less HP in PvP. That... Yeah, that's actually... That's probably a good change. Like, losing all your health there is no good. Okay. Let's see. What do they actually do to Warrior? Oh, yo, rifle buffs, dude. It's time. Oh, Kick is now Giga CC. That's actually kind of cool, I think. Because you could probably play that on, like, some heal builds. Does Heat the Soul give Might? Guys, I am not gonna lie. This is exactly what I would have done, by the way. I'm just saying, Trig literally watched my stream and added this to the game. That's all I'm saying. Hell yeah. Let's go. This patch is kind of fire, guys. Oh, ooh, Heal Spectre. Shadow Step is ground targeted, will fire a projectile at the target location. When the missile lands, it will strike enemies and grant barrier, might, and protection to allies. Oh, that's actually kind of good. That's pretty good. And this hidden killer is like the guaranteed crit when you get revealed. This is actually a massive patch, guys. This is a very big patch. Ooh. Dagger. This is a dagger offhand buff, no? This skill now always inflicts bonus damage against defined enemies. Ooh. Ooh. I wonder if that actually ends up being good now in PvE. Interesting. It recharges Crushing Blow. This is like the classic. The 5 skill recharges the... Is that the... Wait. Crushing Blow? Is that the 4 skill? It is, yeah. So the 5 skill recharges the 4 skill. And it looks like the warrior changes... This is mostly PvE, right? They're not really messing around... They're not really messing around that much with PvP here. To limit, increase the endurance gain from 65 to 100 in PvP. Interesting. I think that was actually... That actually is a maybe scary change. That was actually seeing play, I believe. That was seeing play on what? On like the core warrior the Frenchies were playing. Wait, martial cadence buff as well. Ooh. That's interesting, because I believe that was the build that the boys were playing in the 3v3, right? They played tactics with martial cadence. Interesting, actually. That's actually a lot, by the way, guys. That's a double Condi Cleanse AoE on martial cadence. That's very powerful, and that's whenever you activate your soldier's focus, by the way. That's really good. I guess they kind of want to make support warrior thing. They've got to be a little bit careful, though, if that kind of spills over to the regular duelist warrior builds. So they have to be a little bit careful with that one. Pretty interesting stuff. Rifle buffs as well. Weapons with that trait too. Yeah, so that's a lot of cleanse. It's a lot of AoE cleanse on that one. That's a pretty strong effect. Wait, renegade buffs? No, why are we doing this? Okay, look, have we learned nothing, guys, from when renegade is good in PvP? Like the game is uninstalled here. Have we learned nothing? This is not where we want to go, guys. We don't want to go there. Notoriety. This is a lot more self-might in PvP. And Chilling Isolation, that's the 2 skill, a lot more damage. Wait, why? Ooh, buffing support rev. That's actually interesting. That potentially brings some variety. And I quite like the buffs to support rev here, actually. With Invoking Harmony and Serene Rejuvenation. I quite like that. Yeah, that's not... I don't hate that. Because... it is an alternative. Like, in some of those fights, the Frenchies like it. They like to play it in Conquest and in the team fight stuff. I like that. That's good. Oh, dude. Heel Scourge is dead, though. I can't believe it. It's actually unplayable now. It is now a troll build. Wow. That's a big one. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, quickness kata is juiced now, actually. That is crazy. It's really nice playability as well. It's going to make it way less unfun to play. Heel Scourge was meta since they released it. Yeah, but now it is dog shit. That's the thing, right? Is the transfusion nerf everywhere or just world versus world? I would assume everywhere, actually. I think these are 2 separate sentences, so it doesn't teleport downed allies, and now the cooldown increases like world versus world only, right? Yeah. Wow. The 5% necro buffs. Oh yeah, the axe necro buffs. Unholy Burst, Unholy Feast, and Ghastly Claws. I mean, that's actually that's like a 20% buff to Axe 2, actually. So that's pretty decent. Will it compete with Spear and the other stuff, though? We'll have to see. Man, I can't believe they immediately killed Extirpate, though, and just, like, removed that, like, you can't apply boons. Interesting. Yeah. Yes. I mean, Heal Scourge definitely was a pretty busted build. Like, the mechanic that it had was just so strong. It's, like, inherently so powerful. So it's very difficult to balance that. Really difficult to balance that. The Bone Skinner has won, guys. The Bone Skinner is now impossible. It cannot be completed. Yes. That's actually big, by the way. That's very big. So Selly roaming is over, man. Selly roaming is done. And the Selly meta, guys, in Zergs is over. Completely over. No, my build! My Selly Firebrand, guys. I love this build so much. And now it's trash. Fuck. Oh, I will admit, guys, I'm a little bit sad about that. Because this build is so much fun to play. Oh, no. Dude, my Shattered Aegis. No! It's garbage now. Ah! Ah! Unfortunate, guys. Yeah, now I have to play full Minstrel. Oh, man, that's so lame. I have to find another build that I have to play now. Ah. Let's see. I need to find a new World versus World build to play, guys. Maybe we're back on Power Reaper, boys. Let's go. Let's see. What are these Tempest changes looking like? I think a lot of this is actually aimed at, like, Heal Tempest. Watch the Pain Away doing triple Combi Cleanse is really nice. Rebound giving stability is also pretty nice, too. Getting 1k barrier on every Weaver dual skill, by the way, is also really good. This is actually a change that I would have put in my balance manifesto. Or, well, I would have maybe even made it so it just gives less barrier to allies. It still gives a little bit, but just gives a lot of self-barrier as well. I like that change a lot. By the way, guys, this makes Weaver kind of tanky, by the way. This is kind of cool. You're going to have, like, a good couple of thousand barrier, like, pretty consistently when you're playing this. And you'll also, of course, like, have your Jade Bot HP and stuff at the same time. Invigorating Air. 25 Endurance. Spectacular. Dude, this is actually very, very interesting on the Aura activation. I think it's just on cast, Butter Peanut, is where you get the Fury. And so that will be stability now. Look, these Catalyst ones are big. This is actually very big. Look at that. That's such a giga change. You know, look, I really don't like Catalyst. I really, really dislike Catalyst a lot. This change actually makes it so much more playable. And, like, way less unfun to actually engage with its mechanic. Quick Cata is kind of juiced, dude. 8 stacks of Might in PvE on the Fire Sphere, I guess, right? In addition to the Pulsing Might. And you get 150%. That is actually kind of crazy. Because you're just mega overcap with your quickness application. You mega overcap on basically, like, every boon, pretty much. Pretty easily. Nice. Wow. Oh, wait. Smoke Vent is now a stun break. Wait. Flamethrower NG is a stun break now. Interesting. On a kit ability. Cool. And that's pretty big in World vs. World, actually, because you do play Flamethrower in World vs. World. That's why they've increased the cooldown there. Energy Amplifier. This trait now grants power in addition to its previous effects. This is like the... Yeah, this is the Inventions tree, right? The healing tree. Ah, so they're trying to make Inventions a bit more playable. So you get some more damage from the Inventions trait line. Pretty interesting. Yeah, AoE Stunbreak on Signet of Courage is big. It is pretty big. I'm not sure it can defeat the I'm not sure it can really defeat the Elite Mantra on Firebrand. But it is pretty good, because it's like, I think it's 600 radius, and it pulses stability, right? Empower giving endurance is really spicy, by the way. That's going to be quite interesting to see what that looks like in World versus World. And Symbol of Faith, this is Mace 2. Heals allies and impact. That's, this is actually quite nice in PvE, by the way. This means that you playing like Mace, Shield, Spear is going to have a lot of healing impact. Because you can get an instant heal with Mace 2, and not just your auto attack. So you have like an actual good healing ability on your Mace set, and you'll also have healing on your Spear as well. Interesting. Signet of Judgment with Brawler Relic for perma strike damage bonus. Yeah, because it gives you protection, right? On Signet of Judgment. Because you get prot. That is big. Signet of Judgment isn't a cone stun break. Yeah, it's like an AoE stun break, so it is powerful. What's the cooldown on that ability, actually? What is the cooldown on that Signet? In World versus World. It's 60 seconds. It doesn't give stab in World vs. World either, guys. Go back to Trailblazer. I think that this change, most Sully builds in World vs. World are fully dead, I think. As in, like, fully dead. They're not playable anymore. Like, the concentration and the expertise is, like, why those builds are good. Like, it kills them, I think. Yeah. Heal Scourge? Yeah, Heal Scourge is absolute dog shit tier now, in PvE. You honestly hate to see that. But you kind of also love to see it as well. It's been very dominant for a very long time. Wow. Wow. You love to see it. Scourge is dead. It's dead, guys. I cannot carry my friends. You cannot. You cannot do that. Dude, Signet of the Locust. Man, I feel like these Signets, they're Trig's favorite abilities. No joke. He loves this stuff. He loves Signet of the Locust and Plague Signet. He wants it to be good. Guard cooldown. Reduced from 30 to 24 seconds. That's pretty good, actually. Like, Guard is a powerful ability, guys. Wow. In PvE, yeah, it's not just PvE. It's it's not just World vs. World. Bad players won't be welcome to Icebrood Saga 5 now. We can't res them. Icebrood Saga 5 is now Icebrood Saga 3. Nice. No nerfs to Willbender. Well, I mean, yeah, Willbender, it is pretty good in roaming. But I think they are kind of targeting that with the Selly nerfs, though. Like, obviously, like, there's still the power builds that are going to work really well for World vs. World. And it's still pretty strong in ranked and PvP as well, but maybe that's next time around. Wow. A lot of buffs to builds in PvP. Way too much damage nowadays. Well, I feel like they aren't really... They're not really buffing... Are they really buffing a lot of the damage right now? Don't think they are, right? In PvP. They're buffing... I think they buff, like, Support Tempest in PvP here. Is there, like, damage increases in PvP? I guess they're buffing Mirage, but Mirage kind of sucks. So, I think that's not entirely unreasonable. Yeah. Well, let's see what this is. Ether Barrage. The conditions inflicted by this skill are no longer random. The skill will apply 3 stacks of Torment and 2 stacks of Confusion per use. Increase the Torment and Confusion duration from 2 to 3 seconds. I don't know how good Scepter Mirage is in PvE. I feel like they want... Maybe they want Scepter Mirage to be good in PvE. That would be a weird weapon to use, though, I think. It's kind of a scuffed, like, single target thing. But main hand sword on Rev. Yeah, I mean, like, they're trying to bring Power Herald back. Power Herald is very bad right now, so I think it's fine to buff Power Herald. Yes. Very nice. Power Heralds rejoice. Wow, guys. This is a massive patch. This is an actually fucking brutal patch, man. They are fully enabled. They're fully activated. It's a complete slam. Wow. 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 Thoughts on this patch, guys? Let's see. What do the replies look like? Holy shit. Wait. Weakening charge no longer moves the player? Yo! That's crazy. That's insane. You honestly love to see that. The quality of life, guys. Very nice. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah. Wow. Solar Storm still does infinity damage. And Warrior players get rug pulled again with Blade Sworn Staff and now Spear. In a patch where literally nothing else get nerfed, which is clearly prep before you drop Janthe Worlds. Rip all the artificially juiced numbers to sell Warrior Spear. I love spending money on this game so much. Really makes me want to spend more ArenaNet. Oh my god! Okay. Yeah. That is funny. That is extremely funny. You love to see it. The ability to teleport players who eventually has its own is really useful in PvE and bossing. It passed through, then allied healers wouldn't have much of a chance at... wait. If it passes through, then allied healers wouldn't have much of a chance. Yeah, it was kind of busted, though. That's kind of the thing, right? I feel furious about the changes to transfusion. I demand that they are reconsidered. Someone hold me while I die from laughing at the Warrior rifle changes. 6.6% damage buff. They don't really realize how much of a dire state rifle is in, do they? Wow. Can you confirm that this change only affects world versus world? Rifle Warrior mains. And some people main this stuff, guys. Some people do main Rifle Warrior. They absolutely do. These people exist. They do. I main Rifle Warrior. I mean, who doesn't? We all main Rifle Warrior here. Let's see. It's to gather feedback for the live release. We'll be following the conversation, making further adjustments as needed. October 8th balance update. You know, do you know the funny thing about Heal Scourge, guys? Heal Scourge might end up still seeing some play in certain environments like Ceres, purely because of Scourge Portal. It's like, it's very... it's very efficient to package the portal in. Like, you don't really care about the portal that much. Or rather, about, like, the transfusion that much. You don't really... Because if someone, like, fails the dodge, they're just dead. And barrier is still pretty good. So, there's that going on there. But yeah, you could just play a DPS Scourge, right? You could easily just play a DPS Scourge or play an Alack DPS Scourge instead. And not play healer, then just take a better healer. Just take another Druid or take a Chrono or something. So then you can do, like, Chrono Druid instead of Chrono. You could say the Druid got a failed drop dodge. Not really if it was a stacked one. Like, if it's, like, a single, then yeah, but on the stacked one, I don't think it's super consistent. It just, like, instantly kills you if you do that. The dodge bug. Yeah, I mean, it can happen. Any new any content, more fun. I mean, it probably actually is a good change overall for the game. Like, Heal Scourge is just a fundamentally broken build. Right, it absolutely is. As a main flamethrower NG, the engines are quite good. First Garth. Yes. So Selly is dead now? Oh yeah, Selly is done in World vs. World. It is absolutely done. It is done. Yeah. I think it would actually be interesting if Transfusion just didn't work on Scourge. Oh man, you can't have it that way though, can you? You'd almost want to split it so it pulls people on Reaper and Core Necro. And Harbinger, I guess, but not on Scourge. Because it's only really problematic on Scourge because Garish Pillar has such a short cooldown. But it's such a powerful effect. It's very hard to balance that, actually. It's, like, really hard to balance it. Yeah. Yeah. Compromise... Wait, what is this? Holy shit. Dude, it was predicted. ArenaNet offers a deal. Never bring up alliances ever again. They'll delete Celestial. Holy shit. It was... Wait, it was predicted 2 months ago. Dude, what are all these fucking endings? That's crazy. Yeah. Core Hammer Guard. How is Heal Scourge broken for the transfusion? What if you never go down? I mean, that's why it's still okay if that happens, but the thing is there are kind of other things that are better at making you not go down state than Heal Scourge. Wow. Wow. Heal Scourge is dead. It's over. Apocalypse. It's here. Incredible. I love to see it. Wow. Yes. I think people are going to mentally break to that Heal Scourge change. Not even one day. Yeah, just delete it. It's actually deleted, yeah. It's like fully deleted. I expected Ellie. Why would Ellie get nerfed? Dude, the Bone Skinner is going to feast on people. Like, the Bone Skinner is going to eat people alive. Now I'm going to take the verse wise. Well, to be fair, I could kind of understand that. Because that is demolition. Like, that build went from basically one of the best builds in the game to... I think quite bad, actually. So, I guess, I can understand that a little bit. But, I mean, yeah, there's, it was very busted, so it's been a long time coming, realistically. But, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's, it's a shame, because it is a really fun effect. But it was obviously a very hard effect to actually balance, as well. As well. Get my Scourge what happened. Transfusion doesn't teleport downed allies anymore. So essentially, the heal Scourge build has essentially been deleted. It has been cleansed from the game. Ranger is currently in a good spot in all game modes. Nice. They can now split gear stats. Yeah, they have the new technology, which is kind of cool, actually. Some new tech. That is a fun change. Wow. No, I mean, Necro and Salim, it's actually, like, uninstalled here, dude. Like, if you main heal Scourge, it's over for you. It's actually over for you. Yes. Nerf, like, Trailblazer or Minstrel? Yeah, they can, right? They can potentially, if, like, stuff like Trailblazer takes over, they can actually, like, address that as well. Which is pretty cool. This also true. Yeah, that maybe, yeah. There might. I think that they talked that there may be a couple of bugs, and that might be the case. But that actually is really, really good. We may go forward and tune other attribute combinations in World vs. World specifically. That's actually pretty interesting. Wow. Incredible. Minster needs to be nuked for the health of World vs. World. I mean, well, maybe, right? DPS are lack druid in PvE. Listen, we all know that's not a real build. That's a fake build. The Tempest ones? The Tempest ones are pretty hype, actually. I think quite nice for PvE and PvP. Yeah, Wash the Pain Away is Giga Condi Cleanse now. 3 Condis on 5 people. So it removes 15 Condis in World vs. World with a very short cooldown now. This is very powerful. Nice in PvE as well, honestly. Bit of like free cleanse that's just like baked into your utility skill bar. We still don't have the base Tempest change that fixes heal Tempest though, with like the healing and alacrity traits being combined. Yeah, and the fact that you can use Rebound for stability is actually quite nifty as well. Yes. Very nice. Now you're bad Chronos. The fight design lets you generate Gloves of Barrier. See Ceres LCM. Well, the thing is, I actually think that just purely on having like better green numbers, I think that other healers will outperform Heal Scourge on situations like that in terms of like keeping people alive anyway. Hopefully it's not more than 1 stack. I mean, surely it's at least 2, right? Is there now a nice stat coming for Ellie Spear in World vs. World? Well, you'd probably play it as a DPS. So like a power-oriented build. If they remove the teleport, honestly. Well, I mean, this does give them a lot of room to buff Heal Scourge, actually, and make it a lot stronger, for sure. They changed it aren't hitting until October? Yeah, it's like, I think 2 weeks from now. Wait, 3 weeks from now, actually? I think it's the 8th of October. Oh, so it's actually quite a while away. So, like, just under a month. Yeah. Wow. Wow! Sad now that Zero to Hero is now invalid. Well, no, Celestial is still fine in PvE. It's just that Celestial in World vs. World is now dog shit. Pretty much. All barrier numbers wouldn't be imbalanced now? No, they definitely wouldn't, yeah. It gives them a lot of room to make Scourge better. Like, the thing is that Scourge doesn't have Big Shade anymore, which it makes it, like... It was fine because you had Transfusion still, but now without Transfusion... The build is actually just quite bad. Yeah. Yes. Gearing up for World vs. World. Yeah, we're going to need to get Minstrel gear on that Guardian, guys, for World vs. World. First Garth. Yeah, dude. I've actually been deleted. Like, my favorite builds have been deleted. This does not feel good, guys. I don't like it. Celestial Shattered Aegis Korga Firebrand is dead. Heel Scourge is dead. It's actually over, man. You hate to see it. Meteor Shower nerfs are cool. Don't they nerf Meteor Shower, though? Not yet. Sally Harbin World vs. World is dead. Well, I mean, like, basically every Sally roaming build is dead, I think. Thief Staff changes are depressing. Oh, they removed the CC spam, didn't they? On Helmet Breaker, right? Yeah. But hey, at least you just spin around now with Weakening Charge. So that's like some playability improvements there. What they should probably do with Helmet Breaker is that they should probably make it so that this does like loads of Defiance damage. Right, like bonus Defiance damage or something in PvE. So you get like loads of CC off. There you have it. Well, and bear in mind, guys, they have 4 weeks to play around with these changes. So maybe they can give it a bit more damage as well. That's absolutely possible. The Boon Ball meta in Wolversville comes to an end with this patch. You know, I don't think people actually truly understand what the Boon Ball meta is. Right? I mean, look, people are always going to Zerg. And Clouds, even now, are good at killing Zergs. Like, if you Cloud well, you will kill a Zerg. But, I mean, no. There has always been, like, a Zerg meta since day 1 of Guild Wars 2. Like, anyone telling you otherwise simply is clueless about the game and doesn't play World versus World. Yeah. But that's how it is! They're already coping that they spam harder, the transfusion will be reverted. Well, I mean, maybe they will, but honestly, they probably shouldn't. I think it does make Heal Scourge a little bit less exciting of a build than Special as a build, but it does make it easier to balance, that's for sure. It's this really interesting thing where you have to kind of sacrifice, kind of spiciness for balance sometimes, and you have to kind of like decide which one you want to go with. Best way to go for Alacrity Heal. Probably it's gonna be Druid and Chrono. Druid and Chrono right now. Yeah. Yes. Very nice. Incredible. Yeah, the expert change is interesting to me, actually. Like, was it really broken? Like, where was it really, really broken? Maybe I missed that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And I guess they want the weakness. Maybe they almost want to buff it. Maybe they view the weakness as better. Yeah. Did it work on bosses? Yeah, it worked everywhere. But I don't think that was really an issue in PvE. Maybe they just want it to. Maybe they think the weakness will actually make it better in some way. Because they're actually trying to make. They're trying to buff Spear here. Like Isolate cooldown goes down. Extirpate applies weakness. And weakness is pretty good. Why would you not just like add weakness on top of it? It weakens you and you get no boons. Lots of core necro buffs as well, by the way. Life transfer cooldown, the bleeding duration going up by 50% and the cooldown going down. And tainted shackles going down as well. And Unholy Martyr Life Force going up. That's what it used to be, isn't it? It used to be 7%, then they nerfed it. So they're really trying to make Core Necro, like, really good in PvP, I think. I mean, Trig was playing it in the push games. He didn't win, though. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. It's over. Person doing bone skinner with mechanics? Yeah, true. Yeah. Summer Champ is really strong? Yeah, it's like Giga Condi transfer all the time. I think Reaper in general is really good in that game mode. Just because like, you just spam corrupts and cancer on people. Pretty juicy. Wow. Even the Dolyak signet change? Wait, what's the Dolyak signet change? The passive of the skill now grants reduced incoming damage over toughness. Oh yeah, this is like a normalization thing. They've all been going in that direction, haven't they? Mostly. Tidying up almost. Can we go over Revenant? There's honestly not that much that happened with Rev. We buffed Renegade in PvP, Support Rev in PvP, and also Herald, like Power Herald in PvP. Bit more damage there. Yes. Spear nerfs. Well, a couple of adjustments. Wow. All right. I think it's time to actually do the analysis. We're going to have to read through the entire thing, guys. Transfusion is done. It's over. Aboba. Shout out to YouTube, guys. We're about to do the YouTube video. Twitch chat's going to say hello to you guys very soon. The Abobas will flow. They will greet you with the staggers. A potent patch. Greatest got an 80% win rate buff. It absolutely did. It absolutely did. Wow. Incredible. A pungent patch. Do you think there's any chance the devs will compromise on the transfusion change and nerf it a different way? I mean, there's always a chance, yeah. I think that's definitely the spiciest change in the entire set of notes. And, you know, I think they you know, maybe they would look at it and look for a different way they could do it, or like a different version of that change or something like that. But I think that, if I'm being completely honest, guys, it's a very hard ability to balance around. So I wouldn't get your hopes up too much, to be honest. I have a question. What's your question? What's the Robo metagear now? Well, I mean, if you're going to play Condi, you'll just play like the Trailblazer cancer stuff instead of Selly, probably. And then if you play Power, you'll play Power, right? So that's what it's going to be. Yeah, it's not out of the question, guys. And maybe they would even balance split it. Do you think lowering the res speed of it because balance out? They already did that. They already did that. It's just like the fact that rescuing... So, I mean, like, I mean, they could maybe... Because, I mean, Druid has search and rescue, right? So, there's like a version of it. Maybe they could make it so it only pulls one ally. Maybe it only pulls 2 allies to make it a little bit stronger than Druid, because like it's kind of Heal Scourge's thing. They could make it do different amounts of allies in different game modes, right? Like have that. Like in World vs. World it pulls 1, maybe. Then in PvE it pulls, let's say, 3 or something like that. So there's like a couple of you know, there's a couple of ways that you can go about doing it to maybe modify it. World record. Unprecedented 95-month resub. Dropping bombs and kissing moms. Gucci flip-flops. World record. Nike with the resub. Tier 1. Love to see that. 95 billion years. Yeah, Druid has Glyph, right? Like, all that kind of stuff. So, like, this is actually very interesting because this makes Scourge's revive power pretty fucking bad, actually. It's, like, really, really bad compared to Druid at this point. So, like, Scourge really is lacking in that kind of identity as of right now, essentially. Annihilation. Utter obliteration, guys. The pain train is here. Incredible. Endurance gain makes takedown round so cancer to use. Yeah, I mean, like, endurance gain is definitely a very scary thing. Yeah, rework a utility skill red power back. They could do that, yeah. Or add a trait or something. You make other players your minions you raise from the dead. Yeah, pretty much. That's what you do. You revive people. You bring them back to life. Incredible. We're going back to POF meta. Guardian Signet immersed in the new transfusion. Well, I think they don't really want to have transfusion in the game. You know, that's probably what they want. What they don't want, rather. How you gonna pug Lonely Tower CM now? That's a good point, actually. Although I feel like Bill won't. I feel like Bill won't really die there. Bill die to. I think you failed the ad phase, right? So I think that's where the issue is. Wow. Incredible. Make takedown runs an effect that lasts for a certain amount of time after a dodge. It would solve so many problems. I mean, maybe. It's kind of a legacy trait, right? It's kind of a weird one. Like, anything that's like that is just a little bit odd. Yes. Yes. We honestly love to see this, guys. Let's see what the forums are saying. Are the forums saying it, giving us any content? Let's see if we have content. Conditions. Conditions! The conditions tick. Dude, the warrior mains are happy. I like how one guy says the warrior changes are dog shit, and the other guy says they're good. That's funny. That is quite amusing. The Sally meta is over. Embrace the Trailblazer meta. Exactly, yes. Embrace it. Deplete. You're basically taking Heal Scourge, expect people to have played and loved for over 7 years and deleting it from the game by removing its entire class identity. It's beyond outrageous, profoundly out of touch. You might as well remove Stealth from Thieves or Portal into Social from Mesmers. It's the big cool thing that people click on that class to do. Sure, it's a pain design round. I get it, I do. But that genie is out the bottle. You added it and the equally problematic barrier to the game 7 years ago. You can't just take it away again. I don't even play Heal Scourge. I know there's going to be a riot. Saving people from death is something Heal Scourge players love and live for. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Player profile link. It's Dorky's. You can just... It's behind a paywall, so swipe, my friend. Go and subscribe to Dorky and you can get it. Yeah, I think Necromancer players are fully mentally broken. Yeah. Alright. Guys, we're doing it. Buckle up, Twitch and YouTube. We're doing the full breakdown. Let's make it happen. Here we go. Here we go. Alright then, guys. You know, I often joke about how balance patches are going to be apocalypses. You know, it's going to be CMC Unchained, Trig Unchained, Roy Unchained. Well, today, the chickens have finally come home to roost. We have a full-blown apocalypse. Celestial nerfed in World vs. World. Selly meta obliterated. Heal Scourge Transfusion doesn't pull people anymore. Heal Scourge obliterated. And also, Trig watched my stream and added Might to a whole bunch of quickness classes. Love to see that. Some good changes in here as well. And Catalyst actually might be fun to play. All of these things I certainly didn't see coming. You know, who would have thought that would ever have happened? But we've got a lot to get through here, actually. A lot of changes. There's some really big explosive ones. We'll get to those when we get to those. Don't worry. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this. Now, before we get into this, right, guys, I want to be very clear because there are some people who are going to be upset about this, understandably so. And I think there's actually room for some debate about this. I think we're going to be talking about this. I encourage you to voice your thoughts on the forums, on the subreddit, and of course in the YouTube comment section as well. Bear in mind, guys, this is a preview. Okay, this is a preview. This is not confirmed. The devs will be looking at feedback, evaluating it, seeing what's going on, and then potentially, you know, modifying some of these things. So don't panic just yet, but also don't get too high on the copium because, you know, the stuff might well be making things. Yeah, I like that. Viewer discretion is advised, right? Like, if you main certain things, you might want to pretend this patch doesn't exist. Anyway, let's get into it. Welcome to the preview for the October 8th balance update. We're only a few weeks past the release of Jan 3 Wilds. This update will be a bit smaller as we continue to watch and evaluate the impact of the new spears and relics. As always, the goal of previewing these changes is to gather your feedback before the live release. We'll be following the conversation and making further adjustments as needed. See, important line there. So first up, let's hit a big one. This is very exciting, by the way. The Celestial Attribute combination is exceptionally powerful in World vs. World, ever since we added concentration and expertise, and we've been monitoring it for some time. With this update, we're introducing new technology to adjust equipment's attribute distributions and the amount of attributes it provides on a per-gamer basis. Really exciting, actually, guys. Really exciting. The first use of this will be to remove both concentration and expertise from equipment with celestial attributes in World vs. World only, to bring it back in line with other attributes. Massive change! We'll be keeping an eye on how the tech performs, whether it needs any final touches, but assuming everything goes well, it's something we may use going forward to tune other attribute combinations in World vs. specifically. Yeah, we're looking at you, Minstrel and Trailblazer, potentially. Like, those could be next on the chopping block, we'll see. But here's the big one. And also another change, actually, to kind of make Thieves less oppressive in World vs. World is the reveal duration is going up now, so you won't be able to just immediately re-stealth quite as much as you can to try and make Thieves less dominant. Thief is by far the strongest roaming class, always has been, because of that disengage, that mobility potential. So this is trying to add a little bit more counterplay to Thief as well. This is absolute cataclysm, by the way, in terms of World vs. World meta. The World vs. World meta right now, there's a lot of Celestial builds like Celestial Firebrand, Scourge, right, Reaper, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, the roaming meta, your Selly Willbenders, your Harbingers, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. Infinity. This is demolition. These Selly builds are pretty dead, if I'm being honest. Like, you need that boon duration to kind of get that boon uptime so you have more damage output. You need the expertise so your conditions do damage to complement the condition damage as well. These builds are wrecked. They're obviously not unplayable, right? You know, it's not like the armor set is completely useless, but these builds are yikes. You are nuked. And this obviously affects the Zerg meta as well. I will shed a bit of a tear, guys. I'm going to shed a little bit of a tear because I love the Celestial Shattered Aegis Permeating Wrath Firebrand. One of my favorite builds to ever play actually in the game, especially with the new Guardian Sphere. Really fun to play. That build is dead. Unlucky, I guess. Hey, that's how it goes, unfortunately. And let's be honest, guys. This stat was really oppressive. And this is a really exciting bit of technology. Like, attributes in World vs. World are definitely an issue. Like in PvE, it's, you know, it's all well and good, but in World vs. World and PvP, there's a reason why PvP has its special own amulet system. There's a reason why World vs. World is now getting this change as well. Overall, this is a really exciting thing. And of course, maybe they'll end up with a different permutation, right? They can change the amount and the attributes. So maybe they add back concentration only. Maybe they add concentration and expertise, but reduce all of the stats in compensation. There's anything they could do here is actually really interesting. Same with Trailblazer and, you know, any other stat that ends up potentially being oppressive here. But yeah, this is a big nerf to kind of like the current meta in World versus World, and will certainly be shaking things up a lot, right? And I think probably for the better. The World vs. World meta is not perfect right now, to say the least. A lot of kind of very boon ball, you know, the boon ball guys, okay, like the Zergs are really strong right now. And this is like kind of a step to maybe dismantle that a little bit, but we'll see how that ends up going, because like one of the issues right now is that because of Celestial gear, you can essentially end up running loads of supports in your Zerg and still have damage. Yeah, like it's pretty, you know, it's not uncommon to have like 3 or even 4 kind of semi-hybrid support builds almost, and then you have like just a couple of damage dealers, and that made the Zergs very tanky, very durable, very high sustain, which was leading to some kind of weird stuff. And obviously, like, well, the roaming stuff, it goes without saying, okay? Who's ever had fun? It's like, oh, I'm having so much fun against this Celestial Willbender and this Celestial Harbinger. Oh, this is fun. Yes. So I think people are going to be pretty happy about this one. Okay. And guys, Elementalist mega nerf. I deliberately didn't mention the Ellie nerfs in the intro. I wanted to bait you guys into a false sense of security. Ellie is done. Okay, Ellie was 46k DPS. Ellie is now 3k DPS. No, okay, I'm kidding. No, don't worry, guys. Ellie's, you got away with it this time. All the nerfs landed elsewhere. Actually, mostly buffs, in fact, to Elementalist. Kind of focused around Heal Tempest, actually, in PvP in World vs. World, and also the Elementalist Spear in World vs. World. Those are kind of the key changes that are going on here as well. So basically, a bunch of dagger skills have got their cooldowns reduced in PvP and World vs. Damage increased and cooldowns reduced in PvP and World vs. World. Of course, dagger main hand, very key weapon on support Elementalist. The offhand as well there too. And, you know, the offhand Ellie is, it's always been like, you know, dagger, focus, all that kind of stuff in the offhand. Buffing these abilities up is going to be kind of a nice thing there as well, especially Cleansing Wave. A lot of sustain now here, by the way. 20-second cooldown in PvP and World, so it's a triple Condi Cleanse, AoE too, by the way. And it also heals a little bit more as well. And of course, we have some spear buffs in World vs. World too. It's going to kind of give it something over Staff, basically. Because right now, Staff is kind of like the go-to artillery-style ranged weapon in World vs. World. So they want to push Spear as kind of a more aggressive, higher damage option that maybe doesn't have quite as much utility. So I kind of like the direction they're going there as well. Some key changes for support Tempest here, like in PvP. Again, it's kind of like the Frozen Burst. You're going to get more Frost Aura procs now. Going to be more boon output, more healing, all that kind of good stuff there as well. Like, Heal Ellie is still a little bit squishy, I think, in the current meta. Like, stuff like Chronomancer is very dominant in PvP and PvP right now, because it's very, very tanky, very durable with distortion and blocks and all that kind of good stuff. So Tempest is a little bit vulnerable currently. Like, packaging Dagger offhand, I feel like is maybe unrealistic, because you need that focus, you need that obsidian flesh in order to survive well. But, you know, we'll see, like, if some other changes can potentially help out with that as well. But, you know, there you go. Couple of buffs there. And this is a big one here as well for Tempest. Support Tempest again. This is all game modes, funnily enough, but I think also PvP and World vs. World are also going to be loving this. Wash the Pain Away is now a triple Condi Cleanse. It pulses 3 times. Each pulse is now a Condi Cleanse. Super nice in all game modes, by the way. Really nice in World vs. World. That's 15 conditions. AoE removed, of course, when you're hitting 5 targets, including yourself. Rebound Negative Stability. This better be more than 1 stack, all right? Give me 2 stacks. It's an elite skill, okay? This is not... I would have liked to see this go 10-player in PvE as well. And, of course, we still don't have Alacrity and Heal on Auras on Tempest in PvE. Look, I'm sure they forgot about that change. That's coming next time, right, guys? Maybe they're going to add that into the patch, because this is a while away. We're going to all the way into October for when this patch actually drops. 2. But yeah, some really good changes here as well. Makes Tempest like a fair bit better. Like an extra 2 Condy cleanses on your heal skill, AoE, is really powerful actually, especially in these competitive game modes where having that condition management is very, very important actually. So that's really, really good. And bear in mind, this means you can cleanse Condys no matter what achievement you're in, right? Because it's a utility skill, which is super nice. Actually, and free stability is always good in all game modes. Make it more than 1 stack, though. Weaver. So, a couple of basic changes here. Nothing too crazy. Elemental Refreshment. No longer applies barrier to allies. This is like the minor trait. Whenever you use a dual skill, you get you give barrier to AoE. Now it's 1k to yourself only in PvE. I actually like the direction they're going with this. I would have kept the AoE barrier in there, like a little bit of support there for the Weaver, but I guess they want to make it just a little bit tankier so Weaver can survive a bit better. You're going to get a decent chunk of sustain from this, by the way. Having an extra couple of thousand barrier on top of your health pool and the Jade bot, Weaver's going to have a decent bit of survivability now, which is pretty cool, in addition to all of, like, the basic sustain that it can bring to the table, like healing itself, and, of course, stuff like Signet of Restoration, also a powerful ability there. Helping Weaver be a little bit tankier in PvE. Nothing too crazy there. Bolster elements, they're basically removing the passive procs, right? So now when you get Less Stone Reverence, which is the barrier utility skill when you use your elite skill, as opposed to just like having a random passive proc on it as well. The protection duration is also going up. And Woven Stride, this is the kind of defensive Grandmaster in Weaver, where you, I think this is where you basically get, you cleanse Condys, don't you? You cleanse Condys when you get boons. Yeah. When you gain super speed or swiftness, gain regeneration and cleanser condition, and you get more power on that. So this is kind of like a defensive oriented option that's really going to prevent you from getting like locked down or slowed down as well. So no, I don't think this one really sees a lot of play, to be honest. Like, do we really want to bring, if anything, this is going to be like some kind of like crazy bunker Weaver back into the mix. Not sure if that's really the play there. But yeah, nothing crazy. Look, let's get to the actual good stuff. Okay, Invigorating Air, 2500s, who cares? Quickness Catalyst actually might be hype now. Check this out. Spectacular Sphere. Quickness duration, 2 to 2.5 seconds in PvE only. Might stacks from 5 to 8 in PvE only. Sphere Specialist. Boon duration increase from 100% to 150% in PvE. This trait now also allows the Catalyst to gain energy while a Jade Sphere is deployed. Yo! Okay. So I am a big fan of playability improvements. I think this mechanic is one of the things that makes Catalyst kind of unfun to play. In my opinion, I do not like Catalyst at all. This makes it way more playable. You're going to be cranking out boons incredibly hard. Your sphere uptime, not spear uptime, maybe that too as well, but your sphere uptime is going to be insane. Your boon uptime is going to be crazy because that's a base duration increase of 150%. So if you have any boon duration whatsoever, your output is going to be completely absurd with this one. This actually might kind of bring Quick Catalyst into the realm of play rate. And not even just because this is a pretty strong buff. It's also because it's going to be more fun to play and way less annoying to play. And I think that's really important when you're kind of considering balance there as well. Really big change. So watch out for those quickness catalysts. It means you're not going to need a lot of boon duration. And this has got some really good coverage now. But like spamming through all of those spheres like crazy. Just big playability. So overall, I think Ellie mains are going to be pretty happy with that. Nothing too crazy, though. Nothing like super, super major outside of the Catalyst stuff. I'd like to see more on heal temp as well. Like, give us, come on. Give us the heal tempest change that we deserve, right? Like, we need that to happen, right? Give us the juice. Okay. So, NG. The big one here, actually, is a change that I really approve of. We're going to see this on Warrior as well. Kinetic Accelerators, which is the quickness trait for Scrapper, applies might in addition to quickness. So now you're going to get might and quickness. I really like this. Why? One of the reasons why Herald is so strong is because it can do 25 might very easily and also apply stuff like Fury and the quickness, of course, and protection uptime can do stability. It has that flexibility. Right? And now that Scrapper is going to have, a presumably pretty high might uptime. We don't know how many stacks yet, but I imagine it's going to be a lot, kind of pushing towards, like, very high uptime. It's already got Blast Gyro that applies some might. This will probably push it so it kind of caps off at 25. Also nice for heal scrapper as well, of course, with this. But yeah, I like this philosophy a lot. This is a good balance paradigm, in my opinion. Super cool. Very, very cool indeed. And a couple of other just like random changes over here as well. Blunderbuss, Rifle NG getting buffed in PvP. You know, I think Rifle was seeing some play, funnily enough, actually, and then Shortbow kind of came along and somehow actually replaced it in PvP, so maybe Rifle's going to get back into this. We're getting Mace buffs as well, base barrier and barrier scaling going up as well. So maybe trying to go for like a support NG build. Support NG I do not think is very good at all, to be honest. Realistically, it is not good, realistically. But could be a potential option for World versus World support NG. Right now, Shortbow is really good, though, for this, so I find that hard to believe in PvP and World versus World. Kind of the same thing as well in PvP, but this does allow you to take Shield if you go with Mace, because the issue with NG is it just doesn't live. Like, you just get obliterated with support NG in PvP, and you just need to be so tanky to survive the current meta, realistically, and that might be a little bit of a rough one. Again, a couple of other stuff. Oh, look, every single time we get a balance match, we've always got a buffed utility goggles. Surely it will see play eventually. Regenerating Mist cooldown is reduced from 21 to 18 seconds. Wow, crazy change. And I think the other kind of big one here is that Flamethrower has a stun break now, guys. Smoke Vent is a stun break on Flamethrower kit, and because that is obviously very, very strong, that is now going up to a 25-second cooldown in PvP and World versus World. Now, Flamethrower is good in World vs. World, by the way. It's played on a lot of DPS builds and Zergs on Hollowsmith and so on. So that's just like just a straight-up buff to those types of builds. Having that additional stun break allows you to just survive in those Zerg situations pretty nicely on your own. To use that as a stun break, pretty damn strong. Elixir X, cooldown goes down. Yeah, whatever, who cares? Elixir Amplify, this trait now grants power in addition to its previous effects. This is the, when your endurance is full, or not full rather, you get more damage, so kind of like a wonky one. But now, hey, you get some damage for free as well in that tools trait line all the time. Depending on the numbers, that could be pretty powerful as well. Like having a 10% mod after, you know, when you've dodged, and also more power is going to be pretty good as well. In that regard. So yeah, just some kind of basic changes here as well. And then Hollow, Crystal Configuration Eclipse. This trait now only applies barrier on Corona Burst first hit. Increase the barrier on hit from 991 to 2,000 in PvE, and from 7,400 to 1,804 in PvP and World vs. World. The barrier on hit is reduced for each hit beyond the first. So basically this means you're... Okay, let's interpret this. It's not saying you get less barrier if you hit more people, to be clear. You're getting more barrier, but the first target is the most important, then every subsequent hit is going to be less barrier. And this is just a way to improve Hollow sustain. Like, NG is actually in a bit of a rough spot right now in PvP. Hollow and Scrapper, like, are playable, especially in ranked, because they have really good damage. You can, like, blow people up, but you do really struggle with survivability, and this is a significant change. We're kind of, like, doubling the barrier output in PvP and World vs. World, which is pretty nifty there, if you ask me. So that, you know, Hollow can have a little bit more sticking power, right? Especially when you're in these fights, when you're going to be capable of, like, hitting multiple targets, giving yourself, like, a juicy barrier in, like, a team fight or a kind of a skirmish situation. And if you think about it, this makes sense. Like, one of the reasons why this ability got nerfed is because it used to give stability, right? It was a very high stability uptime for Engineer in competitive modes. That is no longer the case. So, you know, they're giving it some sustain instead of having that very high stability uptime there as well. But yep, there we go. And in PvE as well, just get a lot more sustain if you go ahead and take this trait. That's like just like free sustain, really. Just for like hitting multiple targets. So kind of nice just for that. It's like another thing that they do, right? They've been buffing sustain in PvE quite a lot on a lot of these classes. So you can like take a trait and just get a decent chunk of tankiness out of that. And bear in mind, in PvE, that's going to be a lot, right? If you hit loads of targets with that, like that's probably going to end up being quite a lot of sustain. Okay, let's continue. Guardian. In this update, we've made improvements to a number of underutilized Guardian skills and traits to make them more viable options, including additional healing on Symbol of Faith, an update to Honorable Staff that makes Empower also grant endurance to affected allies, and additional ammunition for Hold the Line. So, a couple of Axe buffs. I mean, Axe is not a particularly good weapon in PvP. Like, it used to be with Sage Brann, but yeah, that build doesn't really exist. And I don't think I really see it coming back, I think, at this stage. Like, you know... I think it would need... The meta would have to shift a lot, I think, to have a build like that kind of pop up again. I think, and we're not... I don't think we're there, to be honest, but I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll be incredible... Maybe it's meta and push, you know? Maybe that's what's going on. Symbol of Faith. This skill now heals on impact, reduce the casting time. This is actually Mace 2. Nice change, honestly. Like, Mace is definitely one of the most outdated weapons, not only on Guardian, but probably in the game. And Mace having this heal on impact is I mean, it's really nice, to be honest. Like, I don't really have much to complain. And a reduced casting time is also pretty nice, too. It is, again, very outdated. Back in the day, cast times were a lot longer in the core game, right? Much slower overall, and that's been trimmed down on a lot of other weapons, and it looks like Mace is kind of next in line. Like, depending on the numbers, this could be really, really good, obviously, and I suspect they'll probably tune it relatively aggressively in PvE. And now that Spear is out, by the way, because Spear can help you grant Fury on Heal Firebrand, and Heal Firebrand is actually rather good right now. And with Spear as well, you can use Spear for Fury, and now you can have your Mace shield as opposed to your Axe shield, so you have more protection, now a little bit more healing as well on this weapon, because you can spam this thing off cooldown pretty frequently. So, nice change, I would say. Nice little buff there to Firebrand, well, and also a lot of support Guardian builds there as well. Across the board. Shield of Wrath. This is Focus 5, I believe. Cooldown from 35 to 30 seconds. Wow, incredible. Look, that one's in there just to give us an extra line. Cleansing Flame. This skill now removes 2 conditions from the player when activated. This actually makes a lot of sense, because Cleansing Flame is actually Torch 5. This is a weird ability because it removes a lot of condies from allies, but not from you. So now it's kind of almost having its identity as a cleanse ability reinforced by making it also cleanse the player as well. With the nerf to Celestial in Guardian, I'm not totally sure this weapon is going to see a lot of play in World versus World. So I think this change is actually most impactful in PvE, where PvE builds just get a bit of extra free cleanse, self-cleanse, when you're playing a Guardian build with Torch, like a conditioned Guardian build there as well. So, yeah, there we go. Hold the line, ammo count from 1 to 2. I do like giving ammo to skills. This is the protection and regeneration one. I mean, it means that you can cleanse a lot of condies with, say, Trooper Relic and also Pure Voice. So you get an extra charge. The thing is, Guardian utility skills are very good. And they're very competitive. I'm not sure if this can make the cut, to be honest. In PvE. Maybe on like a core Guardian support build, maybe? You could drop... The thing is, what would you drop? You've got Signet of Mercy, stand your ground, then advance, right? Would you drop advance for this? It's maybe something you could experiment with. Maybe? Because you can maybe get your swiftness from staff on support guard. And maybe that's where they're going with this. So maybe some experimentation, like Prot is super nice in PvP. So having that Prot uptime is going to be super nice, and that is going to be you won't lose any cleanse, right? Because the thing that's really nice about Advance is that you have 2 charges of it, so you can fire it off 2 times to remove conditions with Trooper Relic and with your Pure Voice trait, if you're running that as well. So, you can, you don't hate that. Regen and Prot, I could see that being experimented with for sure. I do like the ammo change. The ammo change stuff is always good. It's a very powerful thing. Having, like, 1 charge available while another recharge is running is a subtly powerful effect. Never underestimate that. Never underestimate that. So yeah, could see some experimentation on support Guardian builds in PvP, Firebrand and Core Guard. Shield of Judgment. This skill now applies protection in addition to previous effects. Okay. Wait. Am I insane? Doesn't it already do that? This is Shield 4. Okay. Oh, Signet. Oh, yeah, I didn't read. I thought it said... I read it as Shield. Oh, yeah, Signet of Judgment. Okay, I can't read, guys. I can't read! So this is the damage reduction Signet, I think, and it applies weakness when you activate it, I think, in a little AoE. And now, it is also going to give you protection. I mean, okay. There you go. It's now even better than it already was. It exists. I think this could actually see some play in, like, roaming-style builds, actually. Because you're going to get Prot and Resolution. You can activate Brawler Relic with this. It's a decent ability. It's a very short cooldown Stun Break as well. So it's a good ability. And getting like prot and resolution is always going to be good. Signet of Courage. Yeah. Oh, wait, does it not give weakness? Oh, it gives burning. Wait, did it used to give weakness? Oh, no! Wait, what? Wait, why do I think that? It did give weakness in 2017. Wait, that's the last time I remember that ability. Oh, I'm getting old. Oh dear, I'm getting old, guys. We're in trouble here. We are in big trouble. But yeah, it gives burning, resolution, and prot now. Very short cooldown stun break. You know, this is a good ability to have. It really is, especially with that damage reduction being in the mix there as well. So, you know, this is like a decent skill for like kind of like roaming oriented builds is where you're going to see this one pop up. Signet of Courage is the elite signet. This skill now breaks stun for the user and nearby allies when activated. Super interesting. And, maybe I should do this as a little addendum at the end. I think I will. ArenaNet want core builds to be good. And there is a good reason for this. I think this is a very targeted change. They want to make builds in competitive modes, especially like PvP and World versus World, less reliant on elite specs. Why? Because, and I imagine their numbers reflect this, with the new expansion model, guys, we're not getting elite specializations. That means there's probably a decent chunk of players who only have Janthir Wilds. They've just bought the expansion, they're trying it out, and they're playing around. Maybe they're trying World versus, they're trying out different game modes. And especially in competitive modes, the meta is very often defined by elite specializations, which can feel a little bit wonky. And I think they're trying to make stuff like Core Guard a bit better in World versus World, having an AoE stun break on the elite skill here that you don't need a Firebrand with, because Firebrand is mega dominant in World versus World, because your elite skill is an AoE stun break with 3 charges, which is really, really powerful. Obviously, your allies get CC'd by the enemy players. You break them out so they can escape, etc., etc., etc. And, you know, we're going to see some core necro buffs here as well to compensate for the apocalypse on top of that. And I think this is some changes that have been consistently happening to try and make core builds kind of a playable experience, I guess, for players who don't necessarily actually have access to elite specializations. So anyway, we'll talk about that when we get there. Do I think this is better than the Firebrand Elite Mantra? I don't think so. It has a 60-second cooldown. I think it would need a cooldown reduction in order to make it competitive with that Firebrand Elite Mantra, because having 3 charges of a stun break is just so powerful. It really is. And they also give a bit of stability as well. This ability also doesn't give stability in World versus World, by the way, only in PvE. This does see a little bit of play, by the way. If you play like the crazy auto attack Hammer Guard in PvE, you can play this as well. And if you're playing like a DPS, you know, like a DPS spec, you can kind of package this in relatively inexpensively as well. If you want to play that on some kind of like a Guardian build in PvE. Protector's Restoration, reduce the internal cooldown from 30 seconds to 20 seconds in PvP only. This is this is like a what is this? Is a drag? It's like a this is the honor minor trait, isn't it? Yeah. What do you run right now in honor? You run the res trait, don't you? Because you want to get the res bubble and push people away while you res someone. And I guess they want that to make it a bit more competitive there. Yeah. Yeah, that's true about Renewed Focus, by the way. Renewed Focus is better, right? Because you can just reset your F3 and your Virtues and your Cleanses, right? So it's not good enough, really. I mean, actually, yeah, because the one in the Virtues stun break is 600 radius anyway on the F3. Yeah, with the F3 stability thing. So it's actually no good. I don't think that change is particularly impactful. It's just like a very underpowered trait in PvP, I guess. Because they could reduce the cooldown in PvE as well to make Heal Firebrand even better. It's time. Let's go. And Honorable Staff. This skill no longer grants additional concentration while wielding a staff, and now causes Empower to grant endurance to allies. I feel like Honorable Staff is in a really weird spot. It's competing with some pretty nifty traits. It has to compete with Pure of Heart, which is the Aegis heal, and in PvE, the Might on crit, which is actually a very powerful ability, like kind of filling in your might uptime quite nicely. This trait is kind of hard to take. It's quite expensive. Depending on how powerful this is, though, in World vs. World, this sounds super nice, honestly. Being able to refund dodges to your allies is a great effect with that large... It has like a very large radius, so being able to kind of re-sustain your allies in that way is really good. Obviously, in PvP as well, I could definitely see that happening. Expensive to take, though, again, because that Pure of Heart Aegis is super nice to have in comparative ways, like giving you that extra healing output. But certainly a powerful effect. We'll have to see the numbers here, because bear in mind, if you can refund a dodge, that is like healing them, right? Because if let's say that they get a dodge back, they're able to dodge 3,000 damage, then essentially you've kind of healed them for 3,000, right? In that sense. We could see that potentially getting packaged in. And bear in mind, if you're going to end up running Hold the Line in PvP over Advance, then you don't care about the Aegis as much, right? So that these changes kind of link together in that sense, which is interesting. And yeah, you could do Protector's Restoration for more protection as well on your heal skill. Again, I think the Revive trait is still quite powerful. Being able to secure allies by pushing people away is also pretty good, but it's an option, I guess. Rid of Persistence. Increase healing from 64 to 107 in PvP in World vs. World. Yeah, I think this trait... this trait got nerfed hard because it doesn't increase the radius anymore, because it was really oppressive, actually, back in the day, in PvP in particular. It's got some competition. Like, Pure of Heart is a really big tankiness and healing increase, and there's a lot of Condi Cleanse and boon application from the conversion. Pure of Voice converts, it converts one Condi into a boon every time you use a shout, which is a very powerful effect. Little bit tricky to take that, I think, but, I think it's good to make Grandmaster traits a little bit less bad, right, whenever you can. Let's continue. So, Hotness Fortification. This trait no longer grants damage reduction, now heals when you block an attack, in addition to removing a condition. This Dragon Hunter is in a bit of a weird spot right now in PvP. It's one of these weird builds that is very good if people don't know how to deal with you. You know what I mean? And it's a bit rough to play if people know how to deal with it and they're going to focus you down. So what does this change actually do? This trait currently reduces your damage when you don't have a condition on you, which, let's be honest, in PvP is pretty damn uncommon. If we're being honest here, you're going to get conditions pretty much all the time, so it wasn't active that often. So now instead, you're going to be you're healing yourself when you actually block. What's actually quite interesting about this is that, of course, you have the ability to block attacks very well with your F3, and that could potentially turn your F3 into a decent resustain tool by blocking a bunch of attacks while using your Shield of Courage to defend your allies or defend yourself there as well. So kind of a bit more sustain, I feel like, onto Dragon Hunter. As well with that one. And bear in mind, it still is going to remove a condition, right, as well. So you still have the Condi removal, and it's going to heal you as well. Need to see numbers on that to see how good it's going to be, obviously, in competitive, but yeah. Also going to be good in PvE too, by the way. If you've got your F3 up, blocking a bunch of attacks, heal yourself as well there as well for DH in PvE. And DH has already got some decent sustain, right? It can heal itself with its F2. It's got a really powerful heal skill with meditation, right? So pretty damn good in that regard. Whirlbender, Heal Crack. Increase the ammunition from 1 to 2 in PvE only. Does this actually do anything? I guess it's more CC, right, for Whirlbender in PvE. But I'm not sure if this really... Does this really see any play? I guess that's why they're buffing it, to be fair, right? Just like a little... they do a bunch of these changes. I think this is, like, part of the things that they like to do, is they like to get a couple of just, like, free ones. Just like, oh, let's just make this ability that nobody plays a little bit better, right? Just get it in there, right? That's how it is. Okay. But overall, I'd say some fairly solid changes to Guardian. Escape the nerfs this time here, guys. Maybe a couple of shakeups here and then. I think the really big thing here is that the builds are going to get changed a lot by the Celestial change, specifically in World vs. World. It's like, that is a big change. All right. Mesmer. Ether Barrage is a skill that can vary significantly in effectiveness depending on which randomly chosen skill it applies with each strike. We want the skill to be more consistent. Going forward, it will always inflict the same amount of torment and confusion every time the skill is used. We've also made some improvements to offhand sword and axe in competitive modes, and tuned out some of the other underperforming skills and traits. Yeah, you know, Mirage, it was the God Emperor in PvP, and then it got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and became incredibly bad. Obviously, in World versus World, Mirage is actually still really strong. But again, a lot of that is actually because of Selly, right? Like, it's the Celestial builds that do really well. Of course, you can do some really kind of blast, big damage, burst Mesmer-oriented builds with Power. And of course, Power Mirage, very nice in World versus World. Zergs currently, and kind of for that group play there. But all the roaming builds, they were, again, kind of relying on that Celestial gear. You'll be back off the Trailblazer in no time at all, at least for now. Trying to buff Mirage in PvP. A bit more damage on it. Axe of Symmetry. Cooldown goes down. That's a bit more, you know, a bit more damage there. Lingering Thoughts again. Axe of Symmetry is the 3 skill, right? So you get more sustain there too. You can evade a bit more. Lingering Thoughts, the 2 skill. So more Torment coming through there as well. Incredible in that regard. Phantasmal Swordsman. Cooldown goes to 18 seconds in PvP in World vs. World. Initial strike damage from 0.3 to 0.5 power scaling. Flurry damage coefficient per hit from 0.1 to 0.12. Mirror healing is going up. The heal skill. Disenchanter. 25 seconds in PvP only. Mass Invis. Cooldown goes down to 50 seconds in PvP. Furious Interruption. This is when you interrupt, you get quickness, I believe. Increase the quickness duration from 3 to 4 seconds in PvE and 2 to 4 seconds in PvP in World versus World. And an internal cooldown of 1 second. So basically a lot more usability there. Do any of these changes actually do much? I don't think so in PvP. They are relatively cautious, I want to say. There are actually some good Mesmer power builds with the new Spear that are actually in play. But again, they are utilizing, I believe, Shield offhand rather than Sword offhand, because you can need that sustain. Mesmer is pretty squishy in competitive right now in these roaming contexts, especially PvP. So you do need to have that tankiness. You want that durability coming through. So you have the Shield offhand and, of course, the Spear that has some built-in defenses. Not really seeing the Sword coming through there. And like Axe main hand, like funnily enough, I think I've seen Axe main hand see the most successful play on support chrono actually, because you can still use it for the evasion in the same way that you would use Sword 2, and you can kind of have a Sage amulet and have a bit of Condi damage package into your build as well. Not super enthused about these overall though, I would say, for PvP. The numbers are going down, but they're very cautious, right? Like these are changes just to, like, you know, see what happens, right? Buff some things and see what happens. You know, some big changes there, guys. And then the Mirage stuff here as well. This is a, you now always get 3 stacks of Torment and 2 stacks of Confusion per use. Increase the Torment and Confusion durations from 2 to 3 seconds. Okay. There you go. It's not RNG anymore. There you have it. I don't really have much of a commentary on that. I mean, I guess it's good to have consistent damage there as well with this stuff, and I don't know. I mean, look, Mirage in PvE is still a bit of a meme, and it's kind of struggling in other game modes as well. It's going to need some dedicated attention to kind of get it back into the mix, I think. It just doesn't really have what it takes to, I think, compete in the PvP meta right now, and it's a bit weird in PvE, let's be honest here. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Necromancer. Transfusion has been a long-time pain point in World vs. World, but it has also been an exceptionally powerful tool for Scourge in all game modes. Its ability to easily revive allies who are downed while out of position is something we've been keeping an eye on for a while, and we see it as being too powerful. We still like Transfusion's ability to help revive allies, but we're removing the teleportation component to make it less of a guarantee. We've also tuned up the damage on Axe and PvE. Dude, it's the fucking meme, it's back. The Axe auto buffs, dude. And made some improvements to the core Death Shroud in all game modes. Reaper and Harbinger both get some defensive updates that are primarily focused on slightly improving their survivability in PvP. Okay, Transfusion. No longer teleports downed allies to the user. You don't get increased cooldown of Garish Pillar in World vs. World. This is demolition. this is the heal Scourge thing, and it's finally fallen. Now, let's actually be real. So what's going on here? I think it's actually really important to actually discuss class identity. This was the identity of Scourge, right? And removing that does actually feel super bad, right? Like, that is 100% true. But this is kind of like the conversation that you always have to have. This ability was incredibly game-breaking, if we're being honest, right? It was very game-breaking in PvE, always has been, still is. It was very game-breaking in PvP when Scourge was even remotely good. Very game-breaking in World vs. World. Even now, even when they slapped like a 60-second cooldown on it, it was insanely strong as well. I think the question is there a way to actually make this, a bit better balanced? That's the question. It's still going to revive allies in a 600 radius, which is, it's kind of nice in PvE. But again, the really big thing was always moving allies out of bad situations. Does this kill heal Scourge? To be frank, yes. In PvE, I think the build is now quite bad, actually. I don't think it's going to do as good a job of keeping people alive as its competitors, in this case, Chronomancer and Druid. And it actually has much worse revive power now than Druid. Druid with Glyph of Stars is incredibly powerful revive. It's very, very quick as well. It revives much faster than Scourge does. And you can still potentially take Search and Rescue on a Druid as well. It's not the most common pick in the universe, to be honest, but it does exist. Is there a version of this that could continue to exist? Maybe. And I think that this is definitely going to be one of the changes that they're going to look at the most. You know, it could be kind of cool, actually, if Transfusion, I don't know if they have the tech to do this, if it, like, slowly pulled people in, as opposed to instantly pulling people in. Or maybe they could make it only pull one person, or only pull 2 people. They could split it game-wide, so maybe in World vs. World it will only pull 1 person. Maybe in PvE it could pull 2 or 3 people. But we'll have to see, right? We will have to see, yeah. They could obviously tune the cooldown as well in PvE, so it has a longer cooldown in PvE. Like, being able to pull people that frequently was kind of broken. And the thing is, they're really going to struggle to tune the cooldown in PvE, because the healing of Scourge is also attached to Transfusion. Scourge actually has a couple of design issues, in my opinion. Because so much of its power is packaged into a very low amount of buttons. This is an issue that other healers don't have, but Scourge doesn't really have a lot of power on its weapons. It's all packaged into, well, to be frank, mostly its F skills. Even its utility skills are actually relatively optional. You can swap them in and out. You don't, really need any of them. So I think that the way to address this is probably by adding power back into other areas, even potentially looking at revive stuff there as well. This is an absolutely brutal change, right? Like, this is, like, absolutely brutal. It's obviously still playable. It's not, like, completely awful, because, there are some situations where you don't really care about the revive. You're mostly there for utility. For example, on Ceres, I actually think Heal Scourge is probably surprisingly okay, because a big reason why you take the Heal Scourge is to basically package in the Scourge portal, and Barrier is also pretty nifty on that fight as well. It's also just like a very tanky healer, so it can sustain itself pretty well, which is very useful, particularly in the last 10%. So it's not unplayable, but I think this actually dethrones it. This dethrones Heal Scourge from being, I think, one of the strongest builds in the game to being pretty mediocre, more of a niche build that you would take when you kind of need some of that specific utility that actually exists there as well. But yeah, I think the actual big conversation here is actually not really about the balance here, because I think that having a build be so dominant like Heal Scourge is not really good for the game. I think the question that we should be talking about is actually, how do we preserve the identity of Scourge in some way? Because so much of that was in that revival potential. So much of that, to be frank, was in Transfusion. Maybe they can come up with something new that Scourge can do really, really well. You could kind of say Barrier, but I mean, look, other things can do Barrier now as well. Like particular stuff like Chrono with Rifle 5 is really good Barrier access. Etc., etc., etc. So, I don't know, I think this is probably going to be a change that's going to be iterated on. And bear in mind, guys, like, a change like this, no copium, to be clear, they want to try to probably take away like the game-breaking feature, and this gives them a lot more room to actually buff it in other ways. And that's like a key takeaway here as well. Like, Scourge couldn't heal as much as other healers. Scourge couldn't have as good boon axe as other healers because of how broken this mechanic was. So I think the real key is how do we preserve the identity of Scourge while also essentially allowing it to be almost on like a more even footing in terms of overall key features like boon application and healing output compared to other healers there, because it was certainly a bit of the odd one out. However, I think it is valid to actually say that you want to be really careful with kind of homogenizing all these healers to kind of doing the same thing but with like different color abilities. That's a concern that I definitely have with a change like this, and it is a concern that I've had with changes in the past, right? You think of stuff like Feast from Corruption getting like deleted from the game, right, and so on and so on and so on. So there's a couple of things that they've got to be a little bit careful of, but that is how it is. But yeah, Scourge is going to need some help now, guys. Scourge is going to need some help, man. I can't believe it, guys. We were dominating the game for years and years and years, and finally, we have been punished. But anyway, what's going on? We buffed Axe in PvE. Wow. Okay, X-Ray. This one is actually really interesting. Extirpate no longer applies extirpation, which is the you can't get boon effect, and applies weakness. This change confuses me, because I am not aware of this being broken in any game mode. I actually think they wanted to make Spear a little bit better, because we're reducing the cooldown on Isolate, and, you know, weakness is a very powerful effect. If we wanted to buff it, why not do both? Like, it applies extirpation and weakness? I guess that would be a very stacked ability. It'd be like doing damage, removing boons, and inflicting weakness, and applying extirpation, and giving you might as well. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. Yeah, I kind of like this effect. I guess it was deemed to be too powerful. I'm not sure where, though, to be honest. Maybe we'll see it come back in some form in a slightly nerfed state or something like that. But we'll see, I guess. Yeah, Isolate change is not super impactful because you reset it by going into Shroud anyway. Okay. There you go. And then a bunch of Core Necro changes here as well. Dude, Trig loves his Core Necro, man. He was playing Core Necro in the push beta. So, and he was also playing Signets too with the new Signet trait, I believe. So, Locust Signet, Plague Signet, cooldowns going down in PvP and World vs. Order, and Consume Conditions. That's actually this is a pretty powerful heal skill. It did get kind of superseded by other heal skills a lot of the time, particularly the Reaper Shout is really nice on Reaper. So, Consume Conditions getting buffed is really super cool for Core Necro, I think, actually, in particular. Again, these are very big Core Necro improvements. Dark Pursuit, this is when you teleport. You no longer get a cooldown increase, so that's actually pretty juicy, because that means you can just, like, keep using this ability more corrupt, more damage pressure, more mobility. Life Transfer, cooldown goes down to 20, and bleed duration up by 50%. Big damage for Core Necro in PvP. And, of course, Tainted Shackles, cooldown going down as well. And this is actually a pretty big one. Big tankiness improvement for Core Necro in PvP with Unholy Martyr. Life Force per condition. Removed from 3%. Improved from 3% to 7%. This is actually how it used to be. It got nerfed when a bunch of Necro builds were really oppressive, like Minion Mancer was really oppressive in PvP, so they wanted to take the sustain down a lot. But now whenever you go in Shroud, right, you're going to basically like suck up conditions from people and then eat them, and you're going to get Life Force. It gives you a lot of sustain, actually, too. So that's going to be kind of like a key thing on this Blood build, is kind of supporting your allies a little bit almost by removing condies from them, but then eating those conditions as well to actually regain your Life Force to get back into Shroud very quickly as well. And Overflowing Thirst, this is the, this is like the dagger? I think it's a dagger auto attack. I think. Oh no, this is the trait. Increase life force from 1 to 1.5%. Gain life force when you strike a foe with a dagger. I guess if you have like dagger main hand, you're gonna get a lot of life force because it's on every individual hit, right? So you can like feast on people there as well. Okay. That's a lot of life force, right? If you actually get a good proc on that. So big sustain. In that regard, or if you play Dagger Main Hand. Dagger Main Hand, though, I'm not totally sure if you're really playing that a lot in competitive, really. You're going to be going with, like, Staff and then, like, Scepter Torch, I think, a lot of the time, or, like, Scepter Dagger or something for even more transfers. So, yeah, Core Necro buffs. I think Core Necro not super in the meta right now. Like, Condi Reaper's still really, really juicy. I think, as the kind of condition Necromancer build, but I do think it's worth improving. You know, I think that Core Necro is actually kind of a fun build to play in PvP. Love to see some changes to that there as well. But a lot of these Necro changes, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. You know, it's something. It is something, guys. It exists. But yeah, that big one is that transfusion change. Really interested to see where this one ends up going. We shall see where we're going. And then for Reaper, Soul Eater. The healing from this player. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Whoa! That is that is really good. The healing from this trait can now heal the player while they're using Reaper Shroud. Big sustain buffs, actually, for Power Reapers in all game mode. This means when you're nearby to someone, if you hit them, you steal life from them. Wow. That is a good trait now. It heals you in Shroud. So in PvE, Reaper is like a tank god build. You've got the giga damage reduction from Shroud 3. You've got Shroud, by the way. And obviously, like, you know, you've got now this lifesteal, potentially, that's going to be juicing you. In a cleave situation, you are going to be, like, perma full health. That's crazy in PvE, by the way. Whoa! Really strong. And that, by the way, you take this trait already. This is a DPS trait as well, right? And so you're just going to get that for free packaged in. Oh, yeah! It's Reaper time, boys! Blighter's Boon, no one cares. Harbinger, Blight. Reduce the health percentage decrease from 1.5 to 1% in PP only. I mean, that's just like a flat-out buff to all Harb builds, right? You're going to have less health reduction just across the board. And you still have all of the sustain from your healing. There's actually a very powerful... There's actually a really powerful PvP build right now, which is the Blood Harbinger. It kind of fell off a little bit, funny enough, after the expansion drop, but before the expansion, it was kind of owning, actually, and I'm sure it would still be playable now as well. So you're going to have even more tankiness. It uses, like, blood magic and curses on a power build, if you can believe it. Really interesting setup. Has a huge amount of sustain, utilizing that blood bank trait. And now with less, you're going to have just more health on that build, just going to be straight up tankier. So there you have it. Love to see it. Necro changes. Yeah, it's gonna ruffle some feathers. Keep your eyes on that one, guys. We'll see what happens. Okay. Ranger. Ranger, yeah, there's not much here, by the way, guys, because, I mean, well, as they say here, Ranger is currently in a good spot on all game modes. They're not wrong. It is. So this update includes a few smaller changes to understand, to underused skills, and traits to make them more competitive options. Guard. Reduce the cooldown from 30 to 24 seconds. Increase the might duration from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. The big one here is actually just like the reduction in cooldown here. Like might, whatever, who cares? But the cooldown reduction on Guard, actually, this is a pretty good skill. Fun fact, actually, this does see play in very hard content. Specifically, in Ceres CM, really good, because it allows you to reduce damage to your allies in the Ceres 10% phase. Actually a very powerful ability. Here, in fact, and again, did see play there, and, you know, I think is a very powerful ability in general. Anything that gives you damage reduction that stacks with protection, stuff like the Jalis Elite, for example, on Revenant, Frost Aura as well on Tempest, and, well, any build that can apply Frost Aura. It's actually very strong, and this makes a good ability already better. Soul Beast, Moa Stance, reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to 25 seconds in PvP only. Spiritual Reprieve, the skill now cleanses 2 conditions in addition to its previous effect. And Second Skin, damage reduction from 20 to 25% in PvP only. So the really big one here, I think, is actually that they're trying to... There are a couple of Soul Beast builds in PvP that actually do use a lot of stances right now. And they're kind of like duelist builds. There's actually some damage-oriented builds as well that go in this direction. Spiritual Reprieve is quite powerful. You know, here's a fun fact about this, by the way, guys. There's actually a support Soul Beast build in PvP currently that exists that does actually utilize a lot of these abilities. It utilizes some of this stuff. And this now giving Colony Cleanse is going to be powerful. Spiritual Reprieve is like the Soul Beast skill that you get when you have like a support pet. It's like the one that gives... AoE healing and also does resistance as well at the same time. So support Soul Beast stocks going on up, guys, in PvP, which is kind of fun. I saw Boyce playing this. He did lose a lot of rating, though. So I wonder if that has something to do with that. We'll see. We'll see how that one turns out there as well. And Nature's Binding. This skill now inflicts defiance damage on defined enemies when used. Reduce the cooldown from 35 seconds to 25 seconds in PvE only. Yeah, again, underused ability, right? They just want it to be like a really powerful CC skill. You could package this in on, let's say, a quickness untamed, right? If it's a really high number, it's really good CC, you could absolutely package that in. And maybe it's like Giga CC or something like that. It's like Moa or something crazy. You know, I mean, if it's good, right? In that regard. But yeah, there you go. Not much to do with Ranger, really. You know, they said it right. Like, Ranger's doing super hot right now because the devs all main Ranger, guys. They all main Ranger. And that means if Ranger is not good, it will be buffed until it is. I should never say stuff like this because I know that there's a certain percentage of my viewer base that will take that seriously, and then I'm going to get in trouble, guys. You know, and that's not good. Okay, that's, let's move on. Revenant. Not a crazy amount of changes here with Rev as well. We focus on improving the viability of some underperforming Revenant builds in competitive modes with damage improvements to Herald and Main Hand Sword, defensive improvements to Legendary Renegade stance, and an increase to the outgoing healing bonuses in the Salvation trait line for potential support builds in PvP. Yeah, I mean, Power Herald, is Power Herald back with these changes? Notoriety, 2 Might Sacks whenever you use, basically whenever you use a Legend skill, you get Might, essentially. I'm not seeing it. They buffed Power Herald a little bit. You've got Comni Cleanse on the F2 now on your Facet of Nature. I mean, I think if you play this build, you will be eaten alive by the current meta, to be honest. You're essentially a very scuffed Willbender if you play Power Herald. Comni Herald's kind of a thing, though, with the new Spear, actually. So, you know, good news if you're into Herald, you can play that build. But Power Herald, I think that's cope, to be honest. But we'll see. Resolute Evasion, though. Increased resolution duration from 2 to 2.5 seconds. This trait now also grants a small strike damage reduction for 2.5 seconds after dodging. Interesting effect there, actually. So you just get a little bit of bonus tankiness if you're playing the Retribution trait line as well. If you can fit that into your build. I mean, there was a time where you played Retribution on Power Herald, actually, a very long time ago, super old school. I don't think you play this. I don't think you play this on the support build. Oh, no, I'm not French enough to tell you the answer to this, guys, because there is one team that plays support, Vindicator, actually, in PvP, and it's the Frenchies. They love that build, and they played it to great effect, by the way, not only in the monthly with a crazy cheese setup, but also, actually, in the 3v3 tournament. They did very well there, too. And yeah, like they absolutely, this is absolutely a thing. It's 100% like a real build. Yeah, 100% is a real build. You can definitely play this, and with some healing buffs here as well. Like, it's nudging it in the right direction. And, you know, it was very competitive. It was competitive with the Chronomancer in the 3v3 context. And, you know, the French do have an expertise with it. They've won monthlies with it 100% with these kind of, like, tanky, support-oriented Vindicator builds. A weakness that it has, it doesn't have a stun break on Ventari. That might need to be looked at some point, because that's a pretty big vulnerability, to be honest, to have on a support build. But we'll see. More healing is always good, and it also does heal a lot, by the way. It's actually one of the strongest output builds in PvP. Just, you know, and has a lot of Comni Cleanse as well, actually. A lot of sustain on this build, so it definitely could pop up. It absolutely could pop up. Okay, next. Herald, Shining Aspects, increase healing from 550 to 640. This is whenever you use, when you consume. So they're trying to give a bit more sustain to Herald as well. So whenever you consume a glint ability, you get some healing. Forceful Persistence, increase the damage bonus from 13 to 50% in PvP in World vs. World. Increase the facet damage bonus from 3 to 4% in PvP in World vs. World. Yeah, I mean, Herald is going to have damage, but the thing is, I just don't think it has the ability to sustain, right? It's going to get completely screwed over by Condis and then, like, fold over like a wet noodle. Who knows? Maybe I'm completely wrong, and Herald is going to dominate the meta right now, but I remain unconvinced by Power Herald in PvP. It's one of those builds that really fell off very hard, and then everything just power creeped past it, in my opinion, but yeah, anyway. Renegade. Break Razor's Bastion. Increase the base barrier when enhanced from 1,480 to 1,960. Soul Cleave Summit. Increase the healing when using a legendary renegade skill from 900 to 1,199. Increase the life siphon healing from 392 to 489 in PvP only. Look, I'm going to say it, guys. I am philosophically against buffing Renegade in PvP, and let me tell you why. When Renegade is good in Guild Wars 2 PvP, Guild Wars 2 PvP is not good. It's not fun. You don't. I don't want this to be good, guys. I really don't. Fortunately, I don't think they are super impactful, to be honest. So I think we are safe. I believe. You know, we're clean, at least for now. Yeah. I would like Power Herald back, though. Power Herald is one of the all-time great builds in Guild Wars 2 PvP. I hope they continue to iterate, continue to improve, and if other things get nerfed, for sure, like if other things get changed, and the meta is like more hospitable to Power Herald, I would actually be very happy about that. It's a fun build. I think in the same way that Renegade makes Guild Wars 2 PvP unfun, I actually really think that Herald makes Guild Wars 2 fun, right? It's like the opposite of Renegade. It's just a classic build. Really fun to play, and I think actually very fair to play against as well. That we're not in the eras of insta one-shotting people with a Hydromancy Sigil proc with Star 5 anymore. Herald is pretty damn fair at this stage. It's a healthy build, I think, to exist in the game. So I hope we continue to see this improved. Onwards! And it would be kind of cool to see support rev actually be a proper thing as well. And honestly, to be frank, it practically is. The Frenchies love it. Okay. Thief! Ooh. Oh, I didn't mention this in my intro. You guys probably thought there was nothing cool for Thief, but you are wrong! This update includes a couple of significant quality of life improvements for the Thief's staff and scepter weapons. First, Weakening Charge will no longer have a movement component. You just spin around, guys. So Weakening Charge is not a spin. You don't go forwards, right? And you are free to move while it's casting. I really like changes like this, in my opinion. If you want to improve play rates in Guild Wars 2, honestly, making the number go up doesn't cut it on its own. You need to make the builds a bit more playable and less frustrating to players to deal with. And this ability was definitely pretty annoying if you were trying to learn Thief, unless you're an expert. And, you know, we can talk about, should it have been buffed as well? Entirely possibly it should have been buffed. Like, Power Daredevil, I think it did have its, like, glorious buff, and then everything power crept past it, right? Pretty much. So, unlucky, guys. But I do like, I really, really do like quality of life and playability improvements. I think they're really key to improving these play rates so players can kind of play these builds and not get frustrated and pissed off by trying to play them. We've also changed Shadow Sap into a ground-targeted skill to give scepter-wielding thieves a way to support their team without needing to target allies. Big change. This is like the kind of the bread and butter of the support style abilities on Spectre, actually. This is like where you're getting a good chunk of your boon application from is Shadow Sap. With this one. So look what it does. When the missile lands, it fires a projectile. It will strike enemies and grant barrier, might, and protection to allies. It doesn't give a weakness on enemies though, because it's you having all of that on one skill. Now that would be a bit bloody wild now, wouldn't it? That is big, guys. That is a pretty damn juicy one there as well. This is a huge playability improvement to support Spectre. And, well, depending on the numbers, this could actually be pretty juicy, to be honest. Like, spammable AoE barrier? Huh, we've got the next Scourge coming up here, guys. Love to see that. Very, very cool. So that is one there as well. Our goal with these changes is to improve the fluidity of the weapons to make them more enjoyable to play. We've also updated Helmet Breaker to only be usable a single time before flipping back to Debilitating Arc, giving more access to defensive evade. This is part of a set of changes targeted at improving staff's usability in competitive modes. Yeah, very much so. I think on this change here, we can kind of get this out of the way. Helmet Breaker, they should probably make this do more Defiance damage in PvE. Because this was obviously like a really powerful bit of CC that you could just like send over and over again. It's like a follow-up ability to Staff 4, and then you get like a Daze ability that you can use. So it would potentially maybe be good to actually go ahead and make it like really, really powerful in PvE, so you get like a Giga CC off the back of that one as well. Yeah, and this is very big for all game modes, actually. This is big in World vs. World for sure. Much more playability in World vs. World, I think, and also in PvE. So pretty cool stuff, if you ask me. Ha! Yeah, so are we nerfing Axe Thief here? I believe we are. I think it's time, guys. Yeah, so Axe Thief, guys? Okay. Anyone who's played PvP knows. Okay? We know. We know. This build is weird, because you see these really small little axes, and then they just one-shot you, right? Like... It just obliterates you instantly. So, yeah, reduces our damage on this is pretty good, to be honest. It is a bit of a menace. It's a ranked demon, guys. Not a super OP build in competitive play or anything like that, but it is a demonic ranked build, especially for new players that haven't really encountered it very much before. So, to be honest, I'm pretty happy about this. With taking some of these builds down there, like all considered Assault and Harrowing Storm, like kind of like the axe dual skills, right, getting nerfed down a little bit there. I'm not gonna be super sad about that one if I'm being honest here. I think I can live with that one. I absolutely can. So yeah, Axe Thief nerfs, some short bow buffs in PvE. So if you're auto attacking on short bow, you're not doing absolutely Z DPS. That's good to know. One of those changes, right, where they're just like they're improving skills. So if a player really likes the short bow and Thief, it just makes them a little bit, you know, less low DPS, right? They're just going to be pumping on the short bow a bit more there as well. Shadow Refuge cooldown goes down to 40 seconds in PvP in World vs. World. Stealth duration also goes down there to compensate with that too. And the healing goes up as well a little bit. I mean, yeah, like if you're just like trolling on Thief, I mean, you know, you can... Okay, you know, that's something you can do. I think it doesn't actually see a crazy amount of play, honestly, Shadow Refuge. It's mostly you just rely on the stealth from kind of like, say, Deadeye Elite skill, for example, like rifle abilities, and of course, like the innate stealth that you have from combo finishes and so on. So it's whatever, in my opinion. And then Hidden Killer. This one's actually kind of a fun trait. It gives you 100% crit after you get out of stealth, basically. So that's 4 seconds instead of 2 seconds now. So you can get like a good chunk more attacks. And that just makes I think that makes it's a bit more appropriate, I feel like, actually, for a trait to give you that 100% crit. Maybe even potentially gives you some really interesting options. Maybe with... Interesting options with builds that go in and out of stealth a lot. Take some, like, tankier amulets, and you get all of your output when you're, like, revealed out of stealth. That's when your damage output comes through. Not sure if that's really something you'd really care about on Thief right now. Like, Thief in general is still pretty hard to lock down. Like, a lot of your survivability isn't really coming from eating attacks. It's entirely coming from, you know, evasiveness, mobility, and stealth. But maybe you could get something going with that at some point. We shall... see. Okay. Inspector. Well of Sorrow. The skill now pulses conditions in a specific order. It will pulse Torment, Bleeding, Torment, Poison, and then Torment. Yeah, this one was kind of weird because it got reworked a little bit, and now it's just going to be less weird. Because what it would do is it was applying condies that the target didn't have, and if it already had all the condies, it would just be kind of crappy and give Torment. So it was like super weird ability. To be honest. And now it's just been made like a bit more consistent, a little bit less unusual with how it kind of plays out there as well. So, you know, I wouldn't say anything super crazy to Thief. Playability improvements. I think the Axe Thief nerf is nice actually in PvP. Again, I think builds that are really hazardous to new players but aren't super good at high level do need to be addressed, and that's what they're trying to do there with that Axe Thief. And I really... big fan of this Spectre change here as well. That could be really cool in PvE and World vs. World, I think. Spectre, of course, already good in PvP. Because it's much easier to kind of click on a single target, right, in a PvP environment than it is to kind of, like, get the right person or get an ally in like a really large environment. Especially in PvE. In PvE, it's really clumsy. In World vs. World, it's actually not that bad. But in PvE, the way Spectre plays out is mega clumsy, in my opinion. And the game isn't really designed with that, right? The UI just doesn't really help you out whatsoever. It's doing you no favors, right? When it comes down to that. You love to see it. All right, let's continue. And we're at the end, I believe. And Warrior mains. Are you guys getting nerfed? Well, turns out you already got nerfed with the spear stuff that's already happened. So, good news. You are spared. And again, some cool stuff, actually. The big one here is actually Heat the Soul and Berserker for our PvE Berserkers. Now you get Might in addition to Fury and Quickness on Berserker. I love this change. Again, same as the one we had on Catalyst and the one on Scrapper as well. Love this. Very, very good in my opinion. This means that if you're playing a Quickness Berserker, you are very likely to actually do 25 Might and Fury and Quickness. Now we're fucking talking. Yes? That's a build. Same with the Heal Berserker as well. You're also going to have great Might output there. You're not going to be so reliant on for Great Justice to generate some of those boons, and also some of the traits that are packaged in there as well that kind of pulse out that Might as well. I actually really hope this gives you a super easy 25 Might. In my mind, all builds that give a boon in PvE should probably just give 25 Might for free, I think, purely because I think that just kind of makes sense of where the game is going right now. And look, let me break it down for you. We're not going back to a pre-Herald game. Like, I don't think ArenaNet are very likely to nerf Herald because Herald makes the game more fun, and I don't think they want to make balance changes that make the game less fun. Ooh, yeah, I feel like this is maybe not the patch to say that because people are going to go, what about the transfusion change? Okay, yeah, okay, but like, you know what I mean, in general, right? They want to make the game more fun for people, not less fun. So, yeah, I think that giving more boons, giving 25 Might to other classes is a good change. I really like this one. This one's really good, I think. Look, guys, Rifle Warrior buffs! Pog! You know, Rifle is in a super weird spot, actually. Rifle's in a really weird spot in PvE because Spear exists now. I view this as a weapon that I think we could see pushed in PvP and like World vs. World Broads. World vs. I was deciding mid-sentence if I wanted to say World vs. World Roaming or just World vs. World, and I went with both at the same time there. But yeah, PvP and World vs. World competitive modes rather than PvE. I mean, you can probably make it decent, you can make it good, but kind of Spear is here, and Spear is super powerful, and they almost like fill the same role to an extent, but Spear is kind of better, right? Maybe you could go like really heavy AoE, maybe, or something like that on the rifle, like really lean on like the explosive damage, but Spear kind of no, maybe it would have to be like single target, right? Because Spear has good AoE, right? Because you have that kind of that explosive effect when you throw the spear at people. Oh no, like it's in a weird spot. Like Rifle needs an identity for PvE. In PvP, it's also scuffed. Let's be honest. You know, that's the reality there, guys. So next, Tremor. This is Mace 5. This is going to recharge as Crushing Blow. This is, look, guys, we know this. Guys, this is the rule. The 5 skill recharges another skill. It's not the 2 skill, so we've broken the rule a little bit, but the 5 skill is recharging the 4 skill. Which, if you think about it, it's kind of juiced, right? You can hit a 4, Crushing Blow, then you can Tremor, and then boom, Crushing Blow again. So Mace offhand. Like, does this C play anywhere? And it's a good CC if you can land it. And can you get that full setup? I don't know, like, it's weird because Sword offhand is super good right now in PvP, currently. Maybe this, potentially it does some damage in PvE. I actually don't know. I'll admit this, guys. I don't know how to compute this change because Mace is a weapon that just does not really see play in offhand. Like, in main hand it does, like on Berserker, for example. With Relic of Akeem, it's really strong there in PvP. Fallen out the meta a little bit, but it was just a while ago. Because, well, Spear Spellbreaker is still dominating insanely hard, so no other warrior build can compete, guys. Spellbreaker probably needs some changes here, to be honest. Like, people are complaining about the burst precision. Sorry, not burst precision, like the cooldown reset on the... It's the minor trait in Discipline, isn't it? It double dips, doesn't it? I believe that's what happens. That probably should be fixed. You know, that might be an angle to address that. Ah, yeah, Versatile Power is what it's called. Yeah, I believe it kind of, for some reason, like, weirdly double dips with full counter or something, and that's an issue. Like, Spellbreaker is definitely a problem. I think that it needs to be looked at in general, and probably maybe the defense trait line as well, because it's kind of enabling a lot of these really tanky evade chaining playstyles that Spear only enhanced, right? pretty damn powerful there as well. And it only got worse with the Rivers relic as well, to be honest, like, because then you have Alacrity on top of that, and you have like some really degen gameplay. You have loads of endurance refunding. You have the Spear Evade reset on the 5th skill. You have full counter. You have Harrier's Toss being an evade that gets reset by full counter as well. You've got Defiant Stance. Like, there's a very problematic package, to be honest, that's happening there. I think we probably need to see a Relic of Rivers nerf in PvP. It's like a little bit less Alacrity uptime there as well on some of these builds. And just look at some of the evasion, I think, and maybe look at full counter a little bit. Because right now, Warrior is in a really weird spot. Like, Spellbreaker is broken, but whenever Spellbreaker is bullying the other Warrior builds really hard. Like, nobody even talks about Bladesworn anymore. And Berserker is not actually a bad build. Like, you can definitely play Berserker, like the condition build for sure, as a duelist. But it's basically scuffed Spellbreaker. And yeah, that's something. But anyway, yeah, you could do an ICD maybe, I guess, on Rivers or something like that, just reduce the duration, but I think that might be a change to go with. This is kind of a cool change here as well, actually, by the way. Wastrel's Ruin. This skill now always inflicts its bonuses against defiant enemies. Increase the maximum number of targets from 1 to 2. This is Dagger 4, if I'm not mistaken. And you get bonus damage if a skill, if a target is using, if they're not using a skill, right? I think, I believe. I'm just gonna check that. Yes, are increased against foes not using skills. That's 100% damage increase. That's kind of cool, actually. That's actually very hype. This is a PvE-oriented change to try and make it a bit better in PvE. Of course, Axe Offhand is kind of god tier. And I think the goal is probably not to actually make this do more damage than Axe 5. It would almost be like a utility pick here. Because bear in mind, this skill actually removes a lot of boons. It removes 3 boons in PvE. And another 3 boons if you actually get the bonus, which you're always going to get now. So that's actually a 6 boon removal in PvE, which is really powerful. And it can hit 2 targets now as well. And yeah, I guess in World vs. World, you're also removing 2 boons as well, and potentially 4 if you're actually able to land that correctly. So I think it's cool to have a bit of a utility pick. Will it dethrone Axe 5 for damage? I don't think so. I also think that's not really the intention either. And the Berserker rotation really kind of rotates around that Axe 4 and Axe 5 setup there as well. So I just kind of like this. It's kind of cool. To kind of get that into the mix and give it a little bit of love there as well. Cross game mode, why the hell not? Kick gives bonus defiance damage. Wow, guys. Wow. That is crazy. You love to see that. That's actually, memes aside, that's actually quite cool. Because one of the things that Warrior does have in PvE is actually very powerful Defiance bar damage. This is going to enhance that even further, potentially. Well, again, depending on the numbers, but this is an ability that has 2 charges as well, so you can get, like, double kicks off and demolish Defiance bars. Warrior already has really powerful options with Headbutt and Wild Blow, all that kind of good stuff. So another option for, like, the arsenal. You can package that into, let's say, a support Warrior build, and maybe even in some of the more offensive options as well there as well. Kind of cool. With that. Bladestorm, barrier hit from 289 to 445. I mean, again, we're kind of giving, Dagger Offhand more of an identity, right? Like, it's got to define itself against the Axe. So Bladestorm is Dagger 5. This is like the cone. You kind of, like, go frenzied, right? You're just going berserk, right, with that one. But now you're also going to get barrier per hit as well. And it's going to be a lot of barrier, too, by the way. That's, if you're getting a lot of hits there, it's like a frontal cone thing. You could be really getting juiced up there because it is like a channeled ability. So decent chunk of sustain there, kind of being built into this if you do want to go in that direction. So it looks like Dagger Offhand more of a utility defensive oriented option there as well. Actually really cool. We're utilizing basically the strength of the Guild Wars 2 combat system, right? Like we're having that choice. Like, do you want more damage with the axe? Do you want more utility with the Dagger Offhand? Cool. Yeah. And yeah, you could use like you could use this on a support build as well to make yourself really tanky and have that boon removal there as well, and like have that as a utility option for support builds. Dolyak Signet. Passive effect grants reduced incoming damage, so toughness. Yep, kind of classic update. Like, we've been seeing all of these abilities that give you toughness not do that anymore, because one, damage reduction is usually better a lot of the time, and also, of course, toughness kind of messes up stuff in PvE with tanking. Makes it more of an option that you can use. I think this... It does see some play sometimes. I think I've seen some people play this in World versus World. Not super good elsewhere, though. Like, Balance Stance is really powerful if you want that stability in competitive, because it gives you pulsing stability, and, of course, it has the additional defensive effect of not being... You can't be crit, which is really good, obviously, while you've got that stance up at the same time. So, yeah, good to see it improve, though. We'll love to see that. Signet of Stamina. Cooldown reduced to 20 seconds in PvE only. Look, you will use these Signets, guys. You will use the Signets, and you'll enjoy them too. So, I mean, yeah, okay, sure. To the limit. Increase the endurance gain from 50 to 100 in PvE, and from 65 to 100 in PvP. Okay, this actually scares me a little bit, guys, okay? So, this ability actually gives allies endurance too, and this ability was played on a French theory-crafted core warrior with spear that was played to limited success in the monthly AT, but it certainly was played. And now the fact you're going to be giving AoE endurance, that is quite the situation, to be honest, with this one. I think any ability like this is super scary. This is a relatively short cooldown skill that's going to give both dodges back to your allies in PvE and PvP. I could make... It's kind of a tricky one to fit in. Like, it's a pretty damn good skill if you can actually fit it into your build. But again, not everything wants to run this. But again, I could see this even competing with something like Defiant Stance. Giving 2 dodges back is really, really good. It's also a very powerful heal, and it does give you full adrenaline as well. So in PvE, it has some usability there as well with the endurance gain. Pretty decent. And yeah, it's a strong effect. I would not be surprised to see that actually pop up a little bit. 2 dodges on 1 skill. Again, with a relatively short cooldown. It's 24 seconds in all game modes, actually. Do not underestimate that. That is actually quite good. Doesn't have Condi Cleanse on it like some other heal skills. And, you know, it doesn't give you, like, full immunity like Defiant Stance. But that is a strong effect. I can definitely imagine that kind of popping up a little bit there. Burst Precision. Increase the bonus Frosty from 150 to 250. I think the core warriors the Frenchies played actually did play arms, if I'm not mistaken. I could be... I'm getting old, guys. Oh, I'm getting old. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, actually. My brain is just fried. I've been playing MMOs for 2 bloody weeks straight, guys. Seriously, I can barely think anymore. I'm looking at games, my eyeballs barely work. I can't process all the information, everything going on right now. Seriously, I've been playing MMOs for like 3 weeks. I'm drained. Wait, balance, defense tactics. Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, you're still going to want discipline, right? It's discipline, defense tactics. Okay, it's over. Never mind. Despair. But there you go. GG. Now, look, the arms trait line's going to be good eventually, guys. Okay, I promise. It's going to be good for power builds eventually, guys. Cope. But, you know, it's cool. You get guaranteed critical strikes, right, on your burst skill, which is like an inherently fun effect, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, Core ran this in World vs. World. Yeah, Core Warrior runs this in World vs. World. Rim's right, yeah. Because you do what you do care about the extra damage there and the guaranteed crits. Yeah, that's true. And this change is actually pretty impactful as well, by the way, guys. Martial Cadence. Increase the number of conditions removed from 1 to 2 in PvE and PvP. Do not underestimate this change, actually. This is powerful. This is powerful, actually. In the 3v3 automated tournament, rank 55 dragons actually ran tactics over defense. And the reason for that was the quickness application from Martial Cadence alongside the protection, the healing, and of course, the condition cleanse as well. Double Condi, double conditions removed, AoE when you get your soldier's focus, and when you weapon swap, I believe you get it back. If I'm not mistaken, actually. This is actually a really powerful This is a really powerful trait, yeah. In competitive modes, actually, really, really powerful in these modes there, because you have that quickness, you've got that condition cleanse as well, and of course, you also have some decent damage potential in the tactics trait line as well. Of course, that quickness still existing, right, within PvP. It's stability in PvE, but it's actually quickness still in PvP. So really powerful. That might end up popping up, right? Like, I can definitely see this kind of popping up in competitive PvP, as the tactics trait line is actually very good. Kind of a bit more of like a, I guess more of like a team fight oriented warrior build, right, with spear, rather than like a really tanky sustain build. More of like a one that wants to get in on the action and also have a bit of support for the team, giving them that quickness for damage output and also removing conditions. And Spellbreaker, final change. Here we go. Sun and Moon style. This trait now heals for a percentage of all strike damage instead of only critical hit damage. Well, that's nice, isn't it? It's just better now. I mean, obviously, this is kind of aimed at builds. I think this is kind of aimed, again, more at competitive, because obviously in PvE, you're basically slamming 100% crit all the time anyway, while you've got your Fury up. So I think they want to say, oh, you know, you could maybe take this and get a bit more sustain. This is a pretty competitive... It's fairly competitive, isn't it? I'm not sure if you're taking this, because it does have to compete with loss aversion and slow counter. And slow counter, obviously, really annoying for kind of applying a bunch of cancer to people in competitive modes. And loss aversion, really nice for that adrenaline generation. Removing boons, giving you that adrenaline as well. And you need the offhand dagger to even activate this as well. But I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what. In PvE, guys, if you run a power Spellbreaker with dagger offhand, you're going to be a monster, no? Like a self-sustain build? You're going to be a monster. Because you've got big damage on Wastrel's Ruin, and you remove 6 boons. 445 barrier per hit on Blade Storm. And now you're getting all of your lifesteal as well. Boom. And instead of just like, you know, just only on your crits. There you go. Sustain Beast, guys. Make it happen. Play with, yeah, you could play like Zakharos Relic as well. You could play the defense trait line, because that does a bunch of damage, right? You could be a monster with your Spellbreaker there. So there is that. And, you know, not every build has to be meta, right? Like, not everything has to be meta. Can still have some like really fun, like little cool builds you can cook up, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, quick underline here, by the way, guys. Warrior probably needs a couple more changes in PvP. I believe it is still absolute god tier. Absolute domination right now in PvP. It's currently terrorizing the push beta out there, and probably the... Oh, no. Wait. Don't we have the 2v2 tournament tomorrow, guys? Oh, no. It's gonna be... Is it gonna be double Spellbreaker? Oh, no. Oh, no. Surely someone can cook some stuff up, guys. Please. Save us from the double Spellbreaker. Surely. Oh, Rampage is a cooldown reduction as well. That's cool. Be the big angry man more often. Hell yeah. Love to see that. Yeah. That's it. That is the end of the balance patch. Ooh. Oh, it's a spicy one, guys. It absolutely is. I will say, you know... I think some interesting changes. I like that they're willing to shake up the game there. There's certainly more work to do. Like, Ranger Spear in PvE could probably use a little bit of help, I think. I want to see more changes to Warrior as well for PvP. Take a look at Spellbreaker. Heal Tempest needs a bit more help as well, guys. Come on, do it. Give us the heal and Alacrity trait. Combine them. Do it, Trig. You know you want to. He knows he wants to. He does want to do that, believe me. Oh, super cool sustain on Reaper. You're going to be an unkillable god. That is epic. Celestial obliterating the meta in World vs. World is over. And I really like the changes to like the offensive supports, like giving might in addition to quickness as well. Big fan there as well. Could maybe use some Fury Axes and Scrapper, but you actually do get it now with the Midnight King Relic, if that's the direction you want to go on, at least on support anyway. So there's ways around that. Right now. Oh, big fan of the Catalyst changes too there. Necro. Ooh. Necro might need a bit of a hand here, guys. Our reign of terror has finally ended there as well. But, you know, look, at the end of the day, guys, definitely give your feedback on these changes. Get in the comment section. Get on the forums. Get on Twitch chat, okay? And give some proper feedback, right? Like, no bullshit, no flaming. Let's just have a discussion about this stuff. Give feedback, let people know what you think, and, you know, let's have a nice, productive discussion about all of this. A pretty meaty patch, by the way, guys, I will say. PvP, probably a little bit underserved here, if I'm being real here. I don't think PvP is going to get shaken up, and I think the last couple of patches for PvP have not really delivered on addressing key issues. I think that is worth noting. There's currently a lot of PvP specs that are really struggling. I feel like Ellie is in a rough spot in PvP right now, and Engie in particular. Ranger, I think, is actually okay. It's mostly getting bullied by Warrior. If Warrior gets nerfed, I think you'll start to see, like, some Ranger stuff popping up a little bit more. But, well, you know, we could go over all of my gripes with the meta here, but look, we'll be here all day. You get the picture, right? I'd like to see some more stuff here. And I definitely want to see them try to focus on changing PvP a little bit more, because PvP is a bit stagnant, and it's a game mode that when PvP is stagnant, it hurts the game mode a lot. So I do think we need to see a bit more effort in addressing PvP specific issues. They're doing a pretty good job with World vs. World, I've got to say, and PvE, some solid changes here as well too, in my opinion. Oh, my beautiful transfusion, guys, it's over, it's over. But anyway, we'll see how it all pans out, gamers. That is going to do it for the balance review. The balance apocalypse review. CMC Unchained. TRIG Unchained. That's it for now, gamers. Hope you enjoyed watching this, okay? Let me know what you think down below. Leave your comments. Are you big mad? Are you enjoying the downfall of the Necromancer? Do you play PvP? Do you love Spellbreaker? Do you Hellsbreaker? You guys know the drill. Leave your comments. Subscribe to the stream and the YouTube channel. Follow, buy the game using Link. Watch all the stream VODs. Watch all of my streams. You guys know what to do. You guys know what to do here. You know the drill. Follow all my social media, okay? Get out there into the mix. Have a good time. And of course, thanks very much for watching, gamers. Hope you enjoyed it. Follow, subscribe, like. Do all the algorithm stuff. And I'll see you next time. Oh boy. That's a big one. Yeah. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, guys. Demolition is here. All right, wait. I'm knocking on Lara's door. Here we go. I've sent a request. It's time. I'm gonna log in a bit, guys. Yes. Buffed elves. Are delves too hard now for you, Spin, or what, bro? Guard, Necro, Warrior, and Revel all selling now gonna be gone. Oh yeah, we got big changes. We got big changes coming in. I need to enjoy my guard spear while I can. Despair. Ah, yes. We didn't deplete. Very nice. Do we have, do we get enough of these things, by the way, guys? Do we get, Did. Save us from Lara? I will save, well, I mean, in what context? There's a fungus transfer on WoW. There is actually. That is true. We need a few more. Okay, I'll tag up and we'll get the things. Let's get the shovels. Oh, it's actually the thing. Oh, the meta event's on. Let's go, guys. I'm just gonna get over there and get involved. I got a few, but the event is too powerful to get them all. I think I need to get in there now, actually, don't I? It's nearly over, isn't it? Wait, are they already in? Is it? Wait, what's going on here? $12 for the upgrade. Okay, I'll get 12 then. I mean, I've got 1 on me right now, so we've made good progress. Ah, Yui. Thanks for the raid. Congratulations on the sub 130. It's time for the, I think Enko has to pay you 20 legendaries now. Very exciting. Here we go. Is Kaitemus going to be even more insane in PvP with the buffs? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Eggs they don't give? Oh, what? Oh, man. What the hell? Scammed. Despair. Despair! You love to see it. Isn't Enko banned? No, I don't think so, is he? It's time. Mordrum Wolf Enfeebler. I'm banned. I mean, honestly, who isn't? I think we're all banned here. We're all banned. It's time. What are you playing Wolves? I don't know. Like, they killed my World versus World build. Despair. They actually killed my favorite build, guys. I don't believe it. It's over. Look, they should give you concentration just on that build so I can keep playing it. This is like total despair. Ritualist. Then you have no power. And the power damage is kind of relevant. And also no healing power. Which is less relevant, to be fair. Incredible. Here we go. I'm trying to use the Twitch knock feature, but it's not working. This is despair. It's deplete. Maybe I give up. Okay, I give up. I just call on Discord. Oh, I like this. I closed the call the moment that the moment that Lara actually picked up. I'm not muting the Discord sound, by the way. Enjoy that. I'm not muting it. Enjoy that. Welcome.
Hello.
You made it.
I'm confused. I'm trying to accept it, but I just get a loading screen.
Yeah, it was weird. Well, here's the thing. Like, the second that you joined, I instantly closed it because I gave up and thought it wasn't working.
Oh,
there
no!
You go. Yeah. That's the situation there.
There's still some issues with this feature.
Yeah.
It's so cool. We should get it to work because then it tells people and
Yes.
stuff like that. It's I
like it.
It's good.
It's high
Hold
tier.
on.
So Heal
We should
Scourge
try
is
it
done.
again.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I can't believe they did that.
Yeah.
Like, after all these years, they didn't nerf it at all. And now suddenly, they went like, you know what? I'm amazed.
Yeah.
It actually blows my mind.
It's an interesting
What do you
change.
think about it? I'm a bit sad, actually. Like, I kind of get it, but I'm also sad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like...
I think there's been a couple of changes like this. I think I can't recall like specific examples, but I think the previous one was like the gyros on Scrapper, right? With the way that they worked before.
That got reverted though, didn't it?
It did,
That got
yeah.
reverted,
It's kind of
I
one of
think.
those changes where like some flavor is being sacrificed in the name of balance, because you know, we got to talk about the facts, right? Transfusion is game breaking. That is true. That statement is accurate. But the other statement,
it is ridiculously strong.
the other statement that's also true is that it was also a really flavorful and fun ability to use. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly. It's like because like was it really breaking the game? It was kind of in some situations, I guess. But sometimes it's fun to break the game, you know. Sometimes breaking the game isn't necessarily immediately a bad thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm conflicted.
Yeah.
I'm conflicted on that, honestly.
It's an interesting one, you know. I think I really like to hear the devs' thoughts on that change specifically, actually, because I do have a bit of a suspicion that part of it is actually out of a desire to make the build a little bit more well-rounded as a whole. Because right now, like, Heal Scourge is in a really weird spot when it comes to balance, because ArenaNet can't really, let's say, give it more boons, for example, or give it more healing. Because if they did, the transfusion effect would essentially make that ability, would make the build so powerful, it would outclass every single healer everywhere, essentially.
Yeah.
And
It would just be the best healer ever, and it's pretty darn good already.
exactly, like, you know,
Like-
even though its boon application is, to be frank, very mediocre, right? There's a reason why you run it with Herald, is because you want to compensate that weakness, essentially. And now that it won't have that, it's definitely going to be a little bit like, okay, this is a build, I guess, that exists. But yeah, it is severely compromised now, and I think that I imagine their idea behind this is that they want to repackage a lot of its power in other areas as well, and now they've got like some scope to actually balance it. I do think there are
hope
some.
so, but like,
Oh,
yeah, but they haven't done that yet, right?
No.
That's not actually like. So now it's just kind of like, I feel like honestly, I feel like it will still be a pretty solid healer even after this. But yeah, it's definitely that was the reason you picked Heal Scourge, right? The reason you picked Heal Scourge was the transfer.
I mean, it's certainly not going to be unplayable. I actually think it will still be pretty good on Ceres, like purely because it's very efficient. You package in the Scourge portal into the build really well, and you know, it's a good thing to have a Mercy relic on as well, so you can just like revive and you know, get people back up to full health there as well. It's like, you know, it's going to be okay in that situation. Like, its revive power is going to be decent, but the pull is so iconic, right? And I think there is room for the pull to exist. I think a great example of this is actually Druid, funnily enough, which actually does have Search and Rescue.
Yeah, Search and Rescue.
yeah.
Just have the cooldown on it, right?
Yeah. So I think
Like
there's
instead of being able to do it every 10 seconds,
yeah,
you have it available a little bit less than that.
yeah, there'll be there's like some potential for it to exist, but in terms of like just overall like healing, I think it's gonna really fall off compared to the other healers. Like Chrono and Druid are so good right now.
Yeah.
And Druid also revives really well too. You know, essentially
If
Druid.
you see what they're doing with Spectre, I really like what they're doing with Spectre.
Yes,
Actually.
it is actually very high
Maybe it
tier.
will actually be good finally. Maybe. I'm not entirely convinced, but it will be better. It'll be less terrible.
Yes.
I'm very excited about that.
It definitely like some good. I think there were a couple of like really good playability improvements, like to the thief ones in general, like the weakening charge, whirling charge one's really
Yes.
cool. The Spectre one is really
Soft
cool,
changes.
and actually the Catalyst one
Catalyst,
is
yeah,
so
yeah.
good.
Quickness
That's such a
Cata,
good
oh my
change.
God.
Like, that should just be baseline, okay? Like Catalyst is just. I don't know. I know you like Catalyst. I know you do. It's okay to be
I am
wrong.
a Catalyst endurer.
It's
I'm
absolutely
actually
fine.
I'm very curious what's gonna happen now, because like you'll basically have like the DPS trait and you'll have like the usability trait.
Yeah.
So I wonder what what most non-quickness catas are gonna run. Like, are they gonna run the usability trait just like for the build to be 10 times easier to play? Who knows? We'll see, I guess.
Yeah. Could
I'm
well be.
excited though. They're buffing it a fair amount. Like just like I saw one buff and I was happy, and then there was another
Yes.
buff and I was even more happy.
They just kept going. They
Oh.
kept on coming. Yeah, it was absolutely big. It's
They
a
also, like,
it's a
put
pretty
whole
high impact
bunch
patch.
of- They put a whole bunch of mites on lots of quickness builds as well,
Yes.
right? Like on Kata, on Scrapper, on Berserker. That's actually quite nice in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm actually taking credit for that. I said they should do that, and then they did it. There we go.
Hell yeah.
I influenced the game, guys. I influence the devs. The devs
Clearly.
actually. Look, if you want to blame
Clearly.
someone for the balance patch, guys, it's me. Okay, they watch my stream and just implement exactly what I say. That's what they do.
I can't. It's so left. I'm honestly so surprised about the scourge thing. Like it's so left field almost, right? Like it feels so random for it to happen now after all this time.
I think honestly, like Wing 8 actually might be relevant to it. To be honest.
Oh, you think so?
Maybe. Like it was pretty relevant on Ceros, not giga relevant on Ceros, but certainly pretty relevant. I would say. With the
I'm a
the way
little
that
bit
played
scared
out.
of Bone Skinner now. Bone Skinner's gonna be scary.
I'm scared of more content.
What do you actually like? If you have to predict right now, do you think they're even gonna do it, or do you think that they'll like see the massive Reddit shitstorm and be like, hey, maybe we need to change it a little bit? Because again, they've listened to feedback pretty often when it comes to this stuff, but there's also times where they've sort of been like, well, we're still doing it, you know? I would be surprised if they tweak it a bit. I don't think they'll entirely revert it, but like,
If
I'm
there's
not really sure how you do that though.
if there's anything that changes, it's that change. I would say.
Yeah.
Like, and I think
that
it's relatively likely that they come up with a bit of a halfway house. Like they could maybe split it in PvE versus world, because the interesting thing is that I think this is fundamentally a change that was kind of a little bit aimed at world versus world. Like this ability is really strong in world versus world. That's where it's been like causing some serious issues. It's causing so many issues that people are seriously considering running transfusion on Reaper now in world versus world. Previously, because that effect is so strong to be able to revive people that way. It was causing some big issues there. So it's something that maybe could get split there, and there's maybe a couple of iterations they could do. Maybe it only ends up pulling one person, maybe it ends up pulling like, only 3 people. Or I think what kind of cool would be, what if it, instead of teleporting people to you, it like slowly dragged them towards you? I don't know if they could implement that, but that would be kind of fun, right? If it like slowly pulled people in, right? If it did that, would be kind of fun, I think. And I think the other thing is here as well is that a big problem that Scourge has right now, and maybe it needs a bit of a redesign to actually address this issue, is that why can't you just increase the cooldown of transfusion in PvE? Well, here's the issue. Transfusion is also like the only healing that Heal Scourge has as well. So you can't really just say, okay, we'll just give it like a 60-second cooldown in PvE like it has in World versus World right now. Because if you do that, then, well, good news. You can't really heal anymore in PvE right now, very much. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky one. Like, Scourge has some, like, pretty major design issues, I think, that would need to be addressed to kind of untangle the mess of how that build actually operates.
Yeah, and it feels like this is like, again, this could be, I guess, the first step in that, where like you kind of, you change the way transfusion works and then you add in other things and you sort of round it out, but this is just the first step, so it definitely feels a bit rough, I imagine, currently. Yeah. I'm also curious what you think about the whole Celestial thing in Wolfsfield. I'm not a Wolfsfield main, but that looks massive to me. They have split stats now between different game modes.
I think that technology is really exciting. I think it's really exciting technology because it means they could. I didn't mention this actually in my incredible analysis, obviously, but they could even do the inverse, right? Like they could actually buff stats in PvE if they're underperforming. They could even tweak them a little bit.
Yeah, that's true.
And like split them between game modes potentially a little bit. They probably wouldn't going to go too crazy on that. They wouldn't going to go mega crazy, I think. But that is like an option they could go for. But is it a massive change? Yes. I honestly, it's over for me. Look, for the record, I think the change is good, but it has killed my favorite build to play. I got it back for a couple of months. The Shattered Aegis, Permeating Wrath, Epic Synergy, Guardian Staff, Spear build. I had it. I was full of joy and happiness. And I've only got it for another month. And then it's gone. It's absolutely eradicated. Yeah, this will massively change the meta. To be fair, for the better. The World vs. World meta is pretty unhealthy right now, I think, because of how powerful kind of hybrid support builds are. That kind of both do applying boons, doing a bit of damage, clearing condies, and also being very tanky at the same time. Like, we're at the point where you kind of run like 3 to 4 supports per subgroup, which is weird, to be honest. It's not an ideal state of affairs, I think. But yeah, it will improve the meta a lot. And more importantly, it's going to really help out roaming. Like, World vs. World roaming is unbelievably cursed right now. It is infested with Celestial Harbingers.
Yeah. Okay. I played Celestial Harbinger, okay? Like, I'm actually a little bit sad that that's disappearing, but
It's
I get
back,
it, you know.
back to
It's
Trailblazer.
gonna hurt for a bit, but I'll get over it.
Yeah.
I do think it will be so much better for the game mode long term because like it's ridiculous how strong it is. Again, and I'm just like a Wolf v Wolves casual. This is just like my casual perspective, right?
Yes.
But I think it's gonna be a lot more interesting now that Celestial will be different again.
Yeah. And, you know, now that they have this technology, like, if stuff like Trailblazer doesn't end up being problematic, then that can be addressed too. Or even Minstrel, right? Like, if Minstrel gear is considered to be too overpowered. Because one of the really big issues in World vs. World, and to be frank, even the entire game, is the addition of the concentration stat. Because that is essentially what enabled the boon meta to exist as it does now, with, like, permanent boons everywhere. And this definitely affected World vs. World quite a lot. So potentially, if they wanted to, they could even look at tuning that to make sure that the boons aren't too out of control by looking at other stats there as well.
Interesting. I didn't even realize that. I thought that like the Celestial thing was like a big roaming thing, but I guess that's a big part of the boon ball in a way, then, isn't it?
It's a Selly fiesta right now in Zergs.
That is actually wild.
Yes.
Massive changes. I like how like at the start of the post they went like, yo, we're doing kind of like a smaller balance today. Some small changes. And I guess that's kind of true because for certain classes like barely anything changed, right? There's like class where they have like 4 changes. But the changes that they did do, there were some big ones here for sure.
Oh yeah, it's pretty high impact. I think the only game mode that doesn't get super high impact, I think, is PvP. Of course, you know, maybe we're all misreading the situation, but yeah, PvP is, you know, Warrior still pretty good. Spear, very nice weapon. It's dominating the game. We've got the 2v2.
Is it still?
Oh yeah.
I know it's called Nerf on
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday. Is it still that good?
Yeah, it's real good.
Oh.
I wouldn't be super surprised if there was a lot of double Spellbreaker in the 2v2 tournament tomorrow.
Interesting.
We'll see. And yeah, 46k DPS is the new normal in PvE too. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Love to see it.
That's actually wild.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of surprised that I didn't do a lot of like spear balance today. But I guess I feel like a lot of this balance patch was already like sort of in development as the spears were still being finalized a bit. This doesn't really feel like a spear balance patch, you know? This feels like a general balance patch and the spears are just like we just did some hot fixes and there's some tiny tweaks, but that's kind of it. There wasn't a lot of spear stuff in here.
I think it is essentially a month before the patch actually lands. So I think it's entirely possible, if not likely even, that there will be some additional changes added to these.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's any builds that are like mega busted, they'll probably get addressed a little bit. And maybe some tweaks, like responses to feedback, all that kind of stuff, are going to be there as well. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I think the tuning on the spears isn't too bad, though, actually, right? Because
I think the spears are in a pretty good spot in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think pretty much every spear, not every, like, again, my perspective is PvE, right? But it feels like every spear is pretty viable. I have a big issue with the Ellie spear being bugged. That is very awkward, I feel. I want to play, like, spear catalyst really badly, but the bug is causing me not to do that. I hope that they fix that pretty soon.
Yes.
But apart from that, I think, yeah, most spears are in a pretty good spot. Like, there's some ones that are, like, pretty solid side grades. They don't really replace a weapon necessarily, but then, like, in certain situations, they're kind of better.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of preference.
That's an important philosophy to have, I feel like, because there's always going to be, oh, this one does the most damage. I think the real key is having each weapon carve out its identity as like something that it can do. But if a utility picks something that's like, oh yeah, this one does big damage, but you can take this one for more defensive utility. Kind of saw that with the offhand dagger on Warrior, like some really big sustain buffs to that one. This patch, do you see the Reaper buff? The Reaper buff is insane, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. Okay. So they made... It's
like the healing while you're in Shroud.
Yeah.
Right?
I think they are going to make it relatively weak. It might be like 3% damage conversion in PvE maybe, or 2.5%. I still think it's actually really good though, because it means you're going to be able to regain your HP while you're in Shroud pretty effectively whenever you're getting your damage off from Reaper. Really strong, I think. I
haven't actually thought this through too much, but I guess like your health pool is just kind of existing in the background while you're... Interesting.
Yeah.
So you have some more health as you like exit the shrouds.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So I think very powerful in PvE because you're going to be able to resustain yourself really well, both inside and outside of Shroud. And you're super tanky in Shroud now too because you have the damage reduction, but you also have the third skill giving you 50% damage reduction too. So that's going to allow you to resustain really well. And if you're in a cleave situation, oh yeah! Okay, we're going back to full health immediately because you're just going to slam that Soul Spiral and some auto attacks and you're going to be getting crazy resustain. I think Power Reaper is going to be an incredibly excellent build after the patch. Well, more so than it already is.
Let's go.
Yes.
Actually, I don't think we've really talked that much about the spears, have we?
No.
I really like the Necro spear, actually.
The Necro Spear's fun. Feels really good.
Yeah, it's cool. I like how there's sort of this little combo that you can do with it, where you can like refresh your skill and then use it a second time and stuff. It's actually, I think they did a really good job with the Necro Spear because it feels like a proper side grade. Like, it feels like, hey, this is like the weapon you can pick, and it's a little bit tricky to do the combo, and it's like a little bit risky. But it's got lifesteal and it has like slightly more damage.
Yes.
But like a lot of the like build websites and stuff, I think they're still sticking to the old setup just because it's a lot easier. Even though it does slightly less damage. I like stuff like that where it's like, you know, you can pretty reasonably pick both depending on your personal preference.
Yeah, I think that's the goal as well, to have stuff like that. Just to enable different playstyles and make them just not bad, right, is the goal.
Exactly.
You know, yeah, it's a good philosophy to have, I think, with regards to that. But yeah, the spear is not really a crazy feature in this particular balance patch. It's very much like the other. So I think you're right. Like, this was a patch they were probably planning ahead of time, and they probably did a lot of the quote-unquote balance patches to the spears almost like after the beta, right? That's what I think they turned out. The only one that was, I guess, the two that were really overperforming were Rev and Warrior. Like Rev in PvE and then Warrior in PvP was like mega overtuned.
Feels
And
so
World
good
versus
as
World.
well. Like the Rev Spear, I thought they were gonna like, you know, hit it like super hard, but it's still doing like 47 or 48 or something. I think.
Okay.
Cool.
I think this is slightly alarming, but I really do think that's the new normal. I think
so.
that 46k. Now, to be clear, look, I know that this might sound like insane copium. I think it is actually quite possible that we won't go beyond that, and I'll explain why. I'm pretty sure that they're taking an approach. What they're doing now is how they're handling Virtuoso and Herald. Notice how they're adding 25 might. They're not removing 25 might from Herald. They're giving it to Scrapper. They're giving it to Warrior. They're giving it to Catalyst.
With everybody else to the same level.
They're not taking away Virtuoso's 42k DPS. They're giving it to other classes. Ellie's 46k. Rev is still going to be 47k. That kind of stuff. I think that's the way they're actually going to be approaching balance, because I also think they don't want to rebalance encounters. That's another thing to bear in mind from a developer perspective. If they nerf Virtuoso, in some sense, they have to nerf Ceres, right? They have to nerf Ceres as well.
Actually gonna affect Ceres.
And then they've got to go through all that. They've got to do all the QA. And look, guys, this is ArenaNet. It's the 2-week rule, okay? Once it's 2 weeks, it's not getting changed anymore. So, like, look,
hey, there was a lot of fixes in
look, I'm bringing dark streamer. Like, Lara's not going to tolerate dark streamers here, but actually, we're bringing it.
Oh my
and I've seen Dark Lara. I'm actually leaking that. I'm leaking that on Lara's stream as well. I've seen Dark Lara.
Real.
I've seen it. I have seen it. It's not a pretty sight.
Did you see that I have put a burning Choya in my homestead?
Yeah, I did see that. I retweeted the tweet, I think. Oh no, I think I retweeted Guild Wars 2's retweet of your tweet. So not directly, but indirectly.
Everybody knows about Dark Lara now.
Yeah.
The secret is out.
Oh yeah. You were. Wait, look. What was the secret though? You were actually cyberbullying me over my fashion choices in World vs. World the other day. You sent me to Oyster Jail or something.
I did not send you to Oyster Jail.
You did do that. You actually did do that though.
I don't no. I did say you had bad fashion though. I did say that. Honestly, your fashion was fine. It's just, you know, you were doing the whole thing with molds.
Here's the backtrack.
Like, yeah, backtrack achieve. Yeah. Let's go. Oh my gosh. It was a interesting week though.
How are the necro mains in your chat? How are the necro mains?
They're pretty upset. I'm actually like, you know, the "this is fine" meme. I'm like the dog right now in the "this is fine" meme. Like my chat is on fire. The necromains are very upset, and I'm like, yo, it will be okay. It'll be fine. It's fine. But I gotta admit that even I'm not entirely sure how fine it will be. We'll see.
We will see. Despair.
Nah.
Abandon
it'll be
all
okay.
hope. If you have a Scourge, guys, delete your
Oh
Scourge.
my, I just spent like 2 hours trying to convince them that it will be fine. And now you have ruined it in like 20 seconds. Abandon all hope. No, do not abandon all hope. It will be fine. Necro's dead. No! They're typing Necro's dead in my chat now. You have done this. You have caused this.
It is over. If you have a
It's
Necromancer,
over.
uninstall the game. It is over.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're also having a therapy session, that's true. We were talking about our feelings. We weren't even just talking about necromancy anymore.
Yeah.
It was good. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, the sleep-deprived streams are sometimes the best streams.
Oh, I'm
I
actually
think.
drained today. It's terrible. I've been playing too many MMOs. I hate to say this. I'm not as young as I used to be. It is. I can't do it anymore, guys. It's too much.
How old are you again? Like 26 or something?
28. I can't do
no,
it
you
anymore.
are old.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Whoa! Oh, it's Dark Lara again. Like.
That was sometimes the intrusive thoughts
Yeah.
take over.
Yeah.
No, I'm turning 30 in like in like 3 months,
Oh.
which is wild to me.
Wow. I mean, yeah. Now that's one foot in the
Yeah.
grave. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. My chat is saying, when is people playing Final Fantasy 14?
Well, okay, look, spoiler alert, that might actually happen. Okay, we've formed
Really?
a covenant. We've got the covenant. I'm going to teach Lara how to play WoW, and Lara will teach me how to play 14, and then Nico's going to make fun of us from his World 11th Ivory Tower.
I'll be like, people, it's time to do the story for 300 hours.
I think, look, I'm doing this
we
just
go
for the
right
content.
after that.
I'm going Final Fantasy. I'm going to skip the story. My stream title is going to be, I skipped the story, and it felt damn good. And I'm going to spend the entire stream just trolling anyone from the community who comes in and is mad at me. That's my only goal.
My god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know, I think the Covenant should not happen. I'm against this Covenant at this point.
And then we do the Omega
It's actually
Protocol.
so good, though. I actually like, so there's these ultimate raids, right? The Omega Protocol's like the hardest one. Like, I'm gonna start at the easy ultimate raids. The Omega Protocol, I'm not sure if I'm ever even gonna do that. That stuff is like...
Kind of like
all
a
the-
thousand
all the
white. It's a 1,000 pull angle, you know? That's what it
Yeah,
looks like.
exactly. Exactly. I'm not sure if I'll ever get there, to be quite honest. You know, maybe if we get some power creep in Final Fantasy. Maybe if they just add Hugh Scourge to Final Fantasy, I can do the Omega Protocol.
True. You know, I think the actually interesting conversation here is actually talking about like class identity.
Yeah.
So like, it's not. I think this is actually not even like a balance concern. This is like, and I think there's been a couple of this. This has been a bit of a trend in the game. I think is that we've been sacrificing a bit of class identity in favor of balance. I think a lot of the time, and that's an interesting conversation to have. It's like, how do you actually do that? Like, in a sense, I think there is something to be said here. Is that the only reason this is a problem is because they added something insanely broken to the game to begin with, right? Like, ultimately, Scourge is very, very fun, but Scourge is not very well designed, if we're being completely honest here. And it's kind of like, well, you know, could there be something else that Scourge could do, or Scourge could have its identity that would be equally as satisfying? But I think once the genie's out the bottle, it's really hard to replace it, I think. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I know
It's
that
actually-
a lot of
it's
people like
interesting
miss
since
the
it's-
old Chronomancer, for example. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
It's like literally kind of what's happening in 14 a little bit. Like 14 has been on this sort of crusade the past couple of expansions where they're basically like sort of putting all these jobs into the same molds, right? Every job has to be able to do sort of the same things as the other ones, and it means the game is really balanced, which is good. But there's a lot of people are not happy about the class identity stuff.
Yeah.
It's every class feeling a little bit like all the other classes.
You know, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think that's a tricky one because so I have not played WoW Retail ever, but I think WoW Retail is like the opposite, right? I think the RP is almost like holy in WoW Retail.
Yeah, I was going to bring up Retail WoW, actually, and I'd need to really marshal my thoughts to actually think why this is, and how they actually do this, like, and kind of have the analysis on why do they do this so well and how do they do this so well. But yeah, class identity in WoW Retail right now is very strong. Like, for example, I played a bunch of the different tanks. They all are very different, right? They play out in fundamentally different ways. And they all have really powerful things that they can do. This is true with a lot of classes. They all have like a really powerful kind of a hype moment, right? I think Preach actually spoke about this. I can't remember what he called it. Someone in chat is going to remind me what he referred to this as. But yeah, like every class in WoW kind of has its moment of glory, right? It's time to shine. Like, oh yeah, that's the thing that it can do really well. Like this is this really powerful ability. And you know, the interesting thing is that they actually let you get away with a lot. Like for example, you can absolutely use an invulnerability to skip a mechanic in WoW. They typically have like pretty long cooldowns on it, like minute cooldowns rather than seconds, of course. But you can do some kind of crazy stuff, like really powerful effects, but they balance it with cooldowns and by just kind of designing encounters around them as well, you know what I mean? So this is a bit of like an encounter design thing, getting blended in there as well with like how the game actually plays out. But yeah. It's a complex issue, but I do think that actually, you know, all memes aside, I do think Retail World of Warcraft actually handles this issue really well because the game does maintain a semblance of balance, but it also does have like a very heavy RP focus. It doesn't always work out, to be clear. There are some classes that are kind of in RP jail, you know, but yeah, it works out pretty okay most of the time.
Yeah, I think the awkward thing here is I think I think gw2 can do a pretty good job as having class identity while having balance at the same time. You know, just the way that a certain healer functions or the way that you do damage and like just playstyle, right? But in a way, almost like a big part of the Scourge class fantasy is this like pretty broken thing, right? Transfusion, the way it exists, it like I don't think you can argue that it's not broken. It is pretty broken. It's like entirely unique. It's one of the best abilities in the game, certainly. But then it feels really bad when that disappears, because then you're just like, that was what made Scourge, you know? But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they can come up with something, but it's gonna be difficult, I feel. A difficult issue to solve.
2 bonus memes. 1, I am a paid WoW shill, by the way, Cobalt player. That actually is true. Yeah,
what?
That is true. Okay, enjoy that. Enjoy that. But secondly, I have to share this post. There is someone on the forums who is saying that we need to increase DPS of individual players to 150k. There you go. That's all. Just wanted to share that.
A little bit on the high side, maybe.
Yeah.
But you know, if we keep going like this, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, you know, just a couple of expansions down the line, and we'll make it. You know, we'll get there.
It's actually kind of odd to me. I feel like every expansion kind of sets its new standards, right? Like when the expansion hits, that's really when most of the power creep occurs, I think. It's not even damage in the patch. I feel like it's mostly like at expansion launch.
I do really want to focus in on the fact that I think this is their attempt to solve the Herald and Virtuoso problem.
Right,
so
bring everybody else
I'm
up to the
not
same
saying
level.
this will guaranteed happen, but they have the potential to kind of lock it in place now and keep the high numbers at the 47k, you know, 46, 47k range, and have like the builds that are kind of more utility focused, more defensive, like ranged and so on, more down towards like the 40k area. They have the ability to do that, I think.
I think it's almost like... I think part of the reason that the spears, for the most part, were pretty well received is that they're good. Right? The fact that, like, you get them, they hit hard, it feels satisfying to use. Like, well, I'm doing big damage, right? it's almost like difficult because like when you introduce any new weapon, you want it to like feel like an improvement, right? And again, it's difficult to find that sort of niche where like it's a valid size grade. That's very difficult to do. I think they actually did succeed with some of the spears.
Oh yeah,
but I think that's almost just like part of the power creep, right? The fact that like, hey, we gotta have something that feels really good at launch.
Yeah.
And I think that is really important. Like, I think if all the spears would have launched and have been like very
Trash.
underpowered, that would have been received very badly, and everybody would be sad. Like, you want them to feel good at launch. You want them to feel good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very tricky. I'm glad I'm not like, a designer who has to solve this because it's not an easy one for
Well,
sure.
I mean, the thing is that look, what's going to happen? I mean, look, this is going to happen to you. This is literally going to be you when you release your game. There's going to be like an OP weapon, Timberwind, and you know what? I'm going to be there, like on the Steam page, just saying, "Wow, this is absolutely broken. Like, delete this weapon from the game immediately." And then you're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to go. Oh.
And then I delete it, and then you make an alt account, and then you go, "That was my favorite weapon. How dare you?"
How dare you? How could you do that? Yeah, that is gonna happen. I'm gonna give it like negative review. Yeah, there we go. Boom. I don't know how the review system works.
Oh no.
Low rating. It's gonna be a mixed.
Oh no. Ruins.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of curious. I haven't actually asked you this too much, but what do you think about push? What are your thoughts on push?
I think it will actually have a lot of potential to solve the problem they're trying to solve. I do think that they need to change the map because I actually was very surprised by this, but people get very confused. I think that's partially a UI issue, but also the map is very wide and open. I think it should probably funnel people to the objective a little bit more than it does right now.
Yeah, I was actually surprised by this. I was like, there's one objective, but there's still, and it happens to me too. Sometimes I'll get distracted.
Yeah.
And like, I'll still not play the objective, even though there's only one objective.
Exactly. Yeah, like what, Conquest,
Oh, wow.
3 nodes are too many, right? But it turns out that 1 node is too many as well. People get lost and don't really know what to do. And I do think, to be fair, part of that is UI, right? Like, there's no UI telling you what to do. There's no, like, introduction to the game mode or anything like that. And obviously, people are new. People don't understand it, right? Like, all that kind of stuff. So that's, like, part of it. But I also do think that the map design can be greatly enhanced with, like, how
Yeah,
how
I
that
don't
can
think
play
this map was even really designed for it, right? I think they literally just didn't they say on the stream that they just had this map and then they just kind of went like, oh, we can do this.
Yeah.
We can put this game mode on there.
I also think they should play around with the respawns. I think they should change it to a wave respawn timer. So basically, like, there's a set timer that respawns everyone,
yeah.
rather than individual respawns. Because one thing I noticed is that people run in and feed, right? They just go like, I've got to go
It's
get
the
this
trickle.
thing. Yeah, they trickle in,
Yeah.
and then you just get infinitely staggered, and you can like never really recover. So I think kind of the game forcing you to not do that would actually be pretty good, as well. I think it will actually do a good job though. Like it's almost like, I view it as like the PvP gym, right? You're like working out the entire game,
Yeah.
right? Like you're just constantly pressing buttons. It's like absolute 10 minutes of pure fighting. I think that's actually gonna be, it will serve its purpose. I will admit I do prefer Conquest because I like the strategic element of Conquest. I think that adds a lot of depth to the game and it makes it, there's a bit more depth to it. There's not a huge amount of depth to push, I think, right now in its current form. It's just send it down mid as hard as possible and bunker down with like 2 supports and just destroy the team fight. Which is, that's something, I guess. It's a bit of an arena-based PvP, but I think some of these issues can be resolved, like better UI, better telegraphing. And again, that is exactly its purpose. Its purpose is to get people comfortable with the combat system. Right?
Yeah.
And I think that it will do that pretty successfully. And at the end of the day, I had fun playing it. Like, I think it's a really fun, casual game mode for PvP, which is kind of what Guild Wars 2 needs right now, to be honest.
It feels like have you ever played League of Legends, actually?
Yes.
I don't even know if you played that. It's like ARAM, right? It's like the sort of the casual game mode. You go in, you just like get some action, and actually something I like is that when it snowballs, it's over really quickly. So like,
Yeah, you don't like
when it's,
bleed
like,
out.
one
You
team.
die a slow death in Conquest, right? But that
yeah, that doesn't happen here. You just lose immediately sometimes,
Yeah.
which don't get stuck. But yeah, I feel like it's helping me a lot. Like I'm having my PvP arc, but I think team fighting is like my weakest point, basically. not to say my strategy is amazing, but like the big team fight, I'm not very good at it. Like I run into AoEs and stuff. I think it's really good for just getting a lot of those hours in quickly, right? You just like I played like I had like a 6-hour session or something the other day, and it was just you're just fighting the whole time, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's really good.
I guess it's really good for that. I really like it a lot in terms of like what it's going for. Like I do think that one thing is that it does actually need a lot of players to live. In a weird way, I actually feel like it's more susceptible to skill mismatches than Conquest, actually. I think if the enemy team is like, you know, a little bit better than yours, you will actually kind of get dominated a lot of the time. Because if you can't win those fights and the enemy team is like just barely winning them every time, you're just going to get completely crushed. I think it's also very
you can't really out-strategize.
Yeah,
I think in Conquest you can kind of out-strategize, even if like your combat skills a little bit lower, you can still like outplay a team. But that seems a little harder for sure.
It is. So I do think it needs a population. If the population is high, that's not an issue. Yeah, obviously. Because then people are, you know, you've got evenly skilled matches, then it's no problem, right? We're all good, and we're having a good time. However, if it doesn't like attract a lot of players and the amount of players playing it is low, like similar to Conquest now, I actually think it will be a brutal game mode, actually, in terms of how stompy and one-sided matches will end up getting. A little bit like 3v3. This is an issue in 3v3, right? Like you'll often see, say, high-powered players, high-powered duo queue players, just straight up going 100-0. If you look at the guys, you know, 55 in Team USA, for example, they will like happily go like 100-0 in a 3v3 season, maybe losing a couple of games to basically like other people who are also on the same team as them, right? Throughout the entire tournament. Because the thing is that in a weird way, it's pure mechanical skill, basically. So if you're just the better team, you are going to dominate every single time.
Yeah.
Whereas in Conquest, you have that additional, as you were saying, right, that additional outplay potential where you can win by doing that. Oh, we're losing the team fight. Well, let's play sides, right? Oh, you know, we don't have any good 1v1ers, right? So we need to kind of play 2 nodes and try and bunker down a little bit more. Like you have that potential to adapt into a suboptimal composition or a suboptimal strategy or even skill mismatches, right? You have that ability to adapt. Whereas in push and arena style games, you do not.
I'm so curious what they'll like eventually sort of like, how they'll like make you queue into it. Like, are they gonna have like entirely separate queues for both? Or are they gonna have like unranked as push or ranked as conquest? Or are they gonna have like it's just gonna be in there for like the temporary like mini seasons or something? I'm really curious to see like how they'll, because again, PvP's population is pretty small, so like you don't really want to split it too much. If you just add like 2 more queues, like unranked push and ranked push, I think that would actually probably not work out.
This is where things get really spicy, I think, because there's been some concerns about this. I think Wooden Potatoes raised this concern, and I think he's correct. Going, you know, lukewarm on this is potentially not the play. I think fully committing to it is very risky, saying, oh yeah, we're going to replace Conquest. There's a reason why they're not doing that. That is insanely risky. Like, if that goes wrong, the player base will completely crumble and just fold, and it's over, right? If people don't like it, right? If it doesn't work out, then PvP is like actually dead, and it's beyond recovery, which would be not ideal. But I do think they need to be very decisive and really think about what they want to do with this game mode. If this game mode takes off and people love it, and people are blasting it, and they're not moving on to Conquest, that was kind of like their philosophy. They want it to be like an introduction to PvP. I think slapping it and like replacing unranked with this game mode could be a pretty interesting approach, maybe, to test that out. Because bear in mind, you actually have to play like 100 games of unranked before you can get to ranked, right? You have to get to ranked 20. It's kind of a lot. So throw people in there is almost like a bit of a tutorial almost. But, I am a bit of a Conquest fan. I really like it competitively. However, I do think that if push takes off and people love it and everyone's having a good time and it's, you know, people are playing it a lot more than Conquest, people are saying they're staying in push, not moving to ranked potentially, then I do not think it would be a bad idea to potentially think about replacing Conquest. Because, look, let's be honest here. the days of Guild Wars 2 being an esports game are over. And Conquest is fundamentally designed to be an esports PvP game mode. Like, from the ground up, right? We know this. We know that ArenaNet wanted to do esports, yeah? They wanted to do this. But this ain't 2012 anymore, yeah? Realistically, those days are over. The goal is going to be make a healthy PvP mode that is actually alive. And if switching to push does that, then to be frank, it's probably the better decision for the game. Now, there's a lot of ifs there. There's a lot of questions along the line. Like, again, maybe it doesn't take off. Maybe, maybe people actually do end up moving into Conquest and it actually helps revitalize Conquest. But what's happening right now is like a slow death spiral of Conquest. That's got to change one way or the other. And if this doesn't save it, if this doesn't save Conquest, then to be frank, I do think it is time to actually consider going to other options. And that's simply the better choice for the health of the game. At the end of the day, I think it's better to have a less interesting competitive game mode that's mega alive than a dead one that's super sick and awesome design, right? Because one's going to be more fun. Like, the aliveness of the game at the end of the day is going to carry that, right? PvP right now is not in a good spot. It just isn't, right? And something's got to change.
I think it's so interesting, like, hearing you say that, because at the same time, you're like a Conquest fan,
yeah,
right? Like, Conquest is your preferred game mode.
Yeah. It feels really weird for me to say that because,
yeah.
Full disclosure, if that happened, I admit this, I would probably lose interest in Guild Wars 2 PvP.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially from the competitive angle, like running tournaments and so on, it would interest me a lot less. Right, and again, I'm not here to, like, cry me a river about that, right? World's smallest violin. I'm just saying that that's kind of like where I'm coming from. But I can absolutely acknowledge that the health of the game, like, first and foremost, is a big priority, and it should be a big priority. And ultimately, PvP is, to be frank, not a particularly good experience right now, especially for new players. And I'm definitely in favor of changing that, even if it does make the game mode less interesting to me, because at the end of the day, make the game mode healthy so more people can have fun is probably a good thing.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't have quite as much of a, I guess, like, eloquent, deep opinion on this. You've definitely thought about this a lot more than I have.
Yeah.
What I will say, though,
is
that I think, yeah. No, but, I mean, you're like a PvP player, right? Like, I have queued in total, like, a couple hundred matches. Not even, like, I've played 200 matches in the past 12 years. I am not a PvP player.
And that's going to change.
But I will say, like,
now that Dark Lara is here, the PvP arc can begin.
I am the target audience for this, right? I am like the Guild Wars 2 player that hasn't really gotten into PvP very much. And I will say, I think push is really fun. Like, something that I like about it a lot is how fast the matches are. It doesn't feel as much as if I'm dedicating myself to a big match. Like, I just kind of get in there. I guess sometimes the matches can take pretty long, but I guess it's also because it's beta, but it feels like very, like, you just keep going, right? You just keep playing one more match. That is big time kind of getting me, where I just want to play more and more and more and play another one and play another one.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that there are changes that, for example, like the healing debuff thingy isn't in the game right now, so that's probably causing matches to stall out a little bit more than they otherwise would. Because there's some bugs with that.
If you stand on the point. Oh wow.
Yeah, so I think that. Well, I'm not sure if that got hotfixed into the game yet. I think. Yeah, but it basically when I was playing, and probably when you were playing as well, it wasn't in the game right now. I think they're going to be adding that pretty soon. Oh, it's in the game now apparently. So maybe it will be a little bit different. But there, there are some changes they can do to prevent, like, the matches stalling out, because, yeah, when it goes all the way to 10 minutes, it's it's a bit of an ordeal, right? It is a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's like 10 minutes of constant fighting. But I think, yeah, in general, the game being a little bit shorter than a Conquest match is definitely a good thing.
For sure. And again, the game modes will probably also feel a little bit better once they get all the, the UI and stuff. I had so many times where I was like, I'm not sure if the cart is going in our direction or in their direction. Also because the map is, like, so symmetrical, right? So sometimes I just get lost a little bit, I suppose.
Oh yeah, and that's because, I mean, it's it's dummy assets, right? They've got the grey boxes in there. Like,
I think it's so cool
weird.
that they're doing that, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's actually such a smart approach. Like, actually, like, test whether people like it.
Yeah.
I feel like in general people do seem to like it so far, but again, like, most people I talk to are also, like, PvE players trying out PvP a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about like the PvP mains or thinking about it that much just yet.
I mean, Syndra and Boyce like it. They're having a good time, and I'm going to be organizing a bit of a show match between French Worms and 55 this weekend, so we can see. So I think people are having fun at least, right? Look, I actually think the pro players are actually more open to this than I think most people might expect. For example, a very long time, we actually ended up not doing this, but the Frenchies, they wanted me to do like a Stronghold tournament. They were like, hell yeah, we're loving Stronghold right now. And they wanted that. Like, yeah, I think people are open to it, to be honest. Because
they've been playing like the same stuff for such a long time, haven't they? Like the same couple maps, the same game modes. Like,
yeah.
I reckon a lot of PvP players are just happy to have any like change of scenery.
Oh, for sure. I know it's exciting because PvP was essentially a game mode that's been abandoned, right? Like PvE is being pretty well maintained now. World versus World has got restructuring, and we're seeing progress in that regard. PvP is the only game mode that is still really hasn't got a lot of love outside of some basic reward updates for 5 years or whatever, right? So it's certainly big. And I completely agree with you about the testing thing. Actually, there's a reason why the WoW does a PTR, for example, right? And so they can kind of respond to feedback. There's actually a funny thing about this. Basically, their version of Fractals in the game, Mythic Plus, they introduced a bunch of new instabilities, essentially, which were just absolutely disgustingly putrid, pretty much, and kind of made the game mode very unfun, and therefore they fixed it before the expansion went live. So that worked out pretty well with the PTR there on this kind of testing stuff. So yeah, I think this approach is a really sensible approach from ArenaNet here. It's very cool.
Hell yeah. Exciting times, for sure.
Yes, we do.
There's certainly a lot of things happening. It's actually wild. I wasn't really expecting there to be a lot of things going on right now. It was like, we just had expansion launch like 3 weeks ago. But there's a lot to talk about currently.
Yeah. I think that ArenaNet are doing this pretty well, actually. With the event system, like we've got the Fractal Rush right now.
Yeah.
Next week it's like Path of Fire Rush, I believe. Then it's Living World Season 4 after that. I think you're doing a good job actually kind of maintaining things with like some stuff to do. I felt a little bit quiet like after the initial expansion launch because I just grinded through all the content immediately, and now the hearts aren't even. What's going on? The heart rewards suck. What the hell, ArenaNet? Fix the game. So that's going on there as well.
I think that's such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Like, because the heart system is such a cool system, but like, yeah, it just doesn't feel like it's really worth doing. They gotta do something about that. They gotta add something in for sure.
Yes. The hearts.
You know what I think they should have done?
What should they have done?
I think they should have like put the vote armor recipes behind these vendors.
Yeah, you could maybe you can get like a token, and you can do the hearts a certain number of days, and you can get the skins or something. That would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because that would do something, without potentially affecting the economy, right? Because you can just get the skin, and then it's like locked to your account, so you're kind of consuming resources, not like generating infinite gold or something. That could be interesting.
Exactly.
Yes.
And like, there's a lot of people who want those vote armor skins. I guess they're kind of trying to use it to like encourage people to get into World versus World and PvP though.
Yeah, because having said that, it is kind of cool to have some World vs. World exclusive rewards. I think that's fun. In the same way that it's good to have exclusive rewards in PvE as well, by the way. Like, one of the things that I do really like about MMOs in general is that when I see someone's character, I can almost see the story of that character by what they've got. That's something I really like about, especially stuff that can't be bought. It's why I love stuff like Aurora and Chuka and Chompawat, because when I see a player who's got that, I know, they've been on the journey. They've done the Druid Stone, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
I think that's actually a really fun thing about cosmetic rewards, and kind of rewards for specific content, because it allows you to see the journey of other people that they've gone through in the world, which I think is really fun, really cool.
You gotta say though, oh my gosh, the vote armor is so grindy. Like, how many reward checks do you have to do?
18 total or something like that. It's a lot.
They added like the vendor option.
It's pretty
now,
pricey though, isn't it?
Expensive.
Yeah, it's like
a lot
40
of
gold a
of
piece,
battle,
isn't it?
Right? Yeah. I guess it's nice for the World for World players though, because there's a lot of PvE players who are now buying those memories off of them effectively, right? So they're making bank right now.
Yep.
And I'm after like years of pretty terrible rewards, I'm pretty okay with the World for World mains having some nice rewards for a bit. Yeah, that's okay.
I think it,
but still,
yeah.
Just having like an exclusive like armor set or something, buying those hearts would be such a smart thing to do, I think.
Yes. We got a title. What more do you want?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Not as cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's,
that's something.
yeah, we definitely got some content going on. There is like Omega content. is
When are you
upon us.
making your homestead, people?
Look, I am not gonna do that. I'm gonna let you lot handle that.
Oh my gosh.
Look, I mean,
You're
look.
missing out.
I think me and Sneb are gonna be doing a competition. You can do that and maybe get community hero or something. Congratulations.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic.
I better
Lara's
step
gonna
up my
help judging,
game.
by the way, guys. There you go. Enjoy. Because I want to gatekeep
Okay,
Lara from ever getting
there's-
community hero. That's the only reason I'm doing that.
Wow. My homestead looks amazing. Okay. Do you have community hero? Do
No,
you have
because
that?
I run the tournaments.
No.
I don't play in them.
That's the thing. Like, if you're the one that's organizing this stuff, it's
Yeah, I
it's
deserve
hard
it.
to obtain.
They should just give it to
Yeah.
me. They should just give it to me. I am a community hero. That's right.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, we are doing an open world map tier list, but that's probably going to be next week.
We are
guys.
doing that. We
Stay
are. Yeah, I
tuned.
need to make the template.
Yeah.
It's easy though.
Yeah.
But like I have like a content plan
Oh.
right now. Actually,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
kind of curious how you do this because you put out so many freaking videos. Do you like have a plan for like the videos you're gonna upload next week? Because you upload like 3 videos each week or something.
Look,
Or does it just kind of happen?
let me just put it like this. Okay, when I see how you do content and how you make stuff, I feel incredibly embarrassed because I'm nothing like that. I just YOLO. I just meme. We just do the content, and it is what it is.
You get
okay?
like
That's what I do.
looked at the stats. You get like 3 times more YouTube views than I do every single day.
Wow.
Like-
I've got that going for me, I guess. But no, I
Let's
am nowhere
go.
near. You're way more organized than me. I should be better. You know, I'm not. This is not a flex. This is an anti-flex.
You did this whole soda review, which was like 40 minutes. Of
I did
just
like that one.
content.
That was a good video. I want to do that.
That
for,
was a good
I need to do
video.
that for Janthea Wilds and the War Within as well. Very nice. Content. Yeah.
I have a content plan though.
Mm.
Like I just put out a video today, and then next week is gonna be the tier list, and there's also gonna be a homestead highlights video.
Oh.
I don't actually know.
That's
The
big.
plan is already falling apart. I don't know which
Yeah.
one's gonna happen next week.
I have no idea what's
Maybe we'll
going on.
delay the tier list upload until the week off.
I'm just mentally
maybe.
drained at this point, right? Like I just need to I need to catch my breath a little bit and figure out what I'm doing with my kind of plans.
I do too.
Yeah. 100%.
I will say, I think that Twitch drops are like really good for like the game and like the community and
Mental
stuff.
oblivion
but,
for streamers. That's what
Oh
it is.
my god, like all the streamers is, I think it's not even just us. I think all the like dedicated Goats 2 streamers, everybody's a bit exhausted.
Yeah.
still.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's still recovering from the drops.
You know, back on the player housing thing though, what I am doing right now actually is making a guild hall with my World versus World guild, and the thing is,
Oh.
I am engaged in that, and I would. The reason why I'm engaged in that and not the homestead, because this ultimately is the type of player that I am. The guild hall has a function. It's like, ooh, I need to do this so we can get the guild buff in World versus World. I need to do this so we can claim this, so we can
But you
do
don't
guild
have to
missions.
decorate
right?
it though. You just have to upgrade it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, what I really like about it is that it has like functionality attached to it. It also means we can do stuff like guild events in the guild arena. It has like a function attached to it.
Right.
Because like I actually do think that the homestead system is really powerful. That's why I'm really happy they added it to the guild hall, right? Because I want to do stuff like, okay, we're gonna have like an arena and we throw players in. And there's like hazards in it, and they have to survive, right? Or we do like a free-for-all battle, and like last man standing wins, right? Like that's the kind of
did
stuff that.
oh my gosh!
yeah.
I've actually experimented with that stuff a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, we once did a battle royale in our guild hall, which was actually like kind of a blast.
Hell yeah.
Like, Souths and survival, not really Souths and survival, but like everybody was like spreading out, and there were like some things that had to be fixed. Like it turned out that camping was really good. All the players who were like excited to fight each other just got eliminated immediately. And like I need like a way to like force players to get close together. You know, like I was thinking like maybe you could have like a Blish Hut overlay that like has like a shrinking circle or something. I'm not something like that, but
my solution
yeah,
to this was going to be
cool.
maybe a little more brute force. What I was gonna do for stuff like this is that I would just have like a bunch of like an army of guild officers like in a ring around the edge of the arena, and like as that goes on, they move in and just start killing people. Okay, like.
Wow.
You have like a bunch of kill shot warriors or like gunflame warriors, and they just slowly move in.
cool.
And if they get too close to you, they just one shot you.
It's so cool though. The guilds all like because they enabled PvP there, right? You can like set it to all these PvP modes. Like it enables so many things. Like we tried like sky skill dogfights, and we were doing like ship battles and turtle battles and stuff. Like there's so much stuff you can do with it.
Yeah,
It's really cool.
love player-generated content. Like where I learned programming was Roblox, right? And Lego Mindstorms, which you could write code for Lego Mindstorms in kind of like a custom version of C, funnily enough, actually, right? Back in the day, like I love this stuff. It's epic. I love Little Big Planet, Roblox, okay? Like all the Lego computing stuff is absolutely amazing.
You gotta look at some viewer homesteads because like some people have made so many incredible things with the homesteads already.
Yeah.
Like I have I really like jumping puzzles, and Jennifer also had a couple of them, which I enjoyed. But like, I just have an infinite supply of jumping puzzles now that like viewers have made, and then I just go in there and I just like do them and stuff, and like some of them are pretty nice and easy, but like there are some really difficult ones it's so cool just having that sort of infinitely generated player content.
Yes.
I think there's so much potential of the system.
Yeah. I want them to go further. I want them to do stuff. I want them to almost add like very basic scripting functionality. I think would be insane for guild halls and homesteads. So you could like set NPCs on patrol paths or something. You could have like a bot. You could like make a guild arena that's got a guild lord, right? Kind of make like a custom GVG kind of setup in there. I think there's some stuff that could be really exciting. I didn't have to massively rework the system though. You'd have to be almost able to like publicly browse all of the available things, so you could actually share that content with people easily, which you kind of can't do right now.
Shame. That is actually such a shame currently. Also, like you can only have 5 people
going
in each
with
homestead,
parties,
right?
not squads. No.
Yeah.
No. Oh no. I think that decision might haunt them. I do not like that change whatsoever, or that direction they went there. That does not feel good. That you can't have like all the gang, all the crew in the homestead at the same time.
Yeah, like I saw somebody who made this like amazing looking like tavern on like the subreddit, and then I realized that only 5 people can ever be in there, which I think is so sad. Like I could just imagine a whole guild having like, you know, they go do guild missions. I guess that's kind of what guild halls are for in a way, right?
Yeah.
In a way,
they don't want to overlap, right?
Guild halls are kind of the more exciting system right now because you can just have more people in there.
I just honestly love the guild hall stuff. I'm planning on doing. I really hope I can pull this off. I don't want to say that I am going to do this because it might not happen. It's not confirmed, but I want to do like a full immersion beetle racing tournament because nobody in the game has Community Drift Master. It's in the game's code, right? It exists, but nobody has it. 0 people, because there's never been a tournament for beetles that had the title as a prize. So it's actually the only community title that has never been given out, and I want to go all out for
immersion.
it. Yeah, well, I
Immersion.
want to. Well, you know, like racing games, right? How all the tracks. I basically want to create an experience with an overlay and obviously the actual design of the guild halls themselves. I want to trick all of you that you're even watching Guild Wars 2. I want people to tune into the stream and believe that it's actually an in-game implementation of a racing game, pretty much.
Whoa.
Yeah. I want to go really hard on this and make it super immersive, so that, you know, you're fully transported into the world of the beetle race.
That sounds very cool, actually.
Yeah. Not sure I'm going to pull
my
that off
chat is
yet,
excited
but,
too.
you know, I'm working on it.
Whenever that happens, all my viewers are gonna watch your stream instead of mine. They're convinced now.
Oh, and you can come and commentate. Okay, how's your how's your color commentary? How fast can you talk?
I've never tried this actually. What was this actually like? The first time you ever commentated at tournaments, was it like were you like nervous? Were you like, can I do this? Like just like shoutcast kind of? I feel that's a skill that you learn.
Oh yeah,
Like
I was
when I
bloody
watch
rubbish.
you and Snap like commentate like the raid tournaments and stuff, I'm like, these two have done this a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I was completely bloody rubbish. If you go back to ERP1, it was awful. I was umming and ahhing and stumbling and this and that. You know, yeah, I mean, it was terrible, to be honest. But I did it at the end of the day.
Yeah,
and it was
that's how you
fun,
learn
and it
it,
was
right?
good, and my internet barely worked. I think back then I had... the highest quality I could stream was 2K bitrate. No joke. That was the best I could do. Because of how
That's
poor
like
my connection was back in the day. It was not
For
very
everybody
good.
who doesn't know these numbers, that's like a third of what
Yeah.
you usually have on a Twitch stream.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, you know, it was rubbish. But yeah, as with everything, it's a skill that you practice. Now I think I'm pretty decent. I'm not too shabby
Hell yeah.
at this kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a skill that's refined, and you kind of develop your style, right? And you know, you build chemistry with people, right? Like I really like you know, commentating with people because I know them really well. And you know, I've got that chemistry, so we work well together as a team. Like, you know, me and Roy, I think you know, are really good. I actually really enjoy casting with Helseth as well. Actually, really good stuff there too. Well, I mean, like, I don't want to single people out actually, except Sneb. Sneb's rubbish.
Wow. I think we're seeing dark teapot come out a little bit there. It's happening. Alright, anyway, good talk. I promised my viewers I was gonna do homesteading. And then I was going to, and then you called, so we still haven't done homesteading.
Yeah. Like, my only... Look, just cards on the table here. My only goal is to sabotage Lara's sleep schedule to the point where she's not able to stream, and therefore I am able to absorb all of the viewers from the Guild Wars 2 category. There it is.
I feel like this plan only works if you like fix your own sleep schedule at the same time.
Well, it's just... I think it's just a race to the bottom at this point, right? Like, you know, that's
I feel
how
like
this is going.
right now the plan is like what's it called? Like
It's mutually
somebody
assured
else is
destruction,
gonna soak-
right? I think that's what's kind of what's going on here.
there's gonna be somebody else soaking up all
Yeah.
the viewers soon instead.
Everyone fights for something.
Good talk though. This was good.
It was good. It was a good stuff there. A little bit of free content for everyone. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome, Twitch chat.
Mini
You've been
tea time
entertained.
episodes.
Mini tea time,
Let's
Lara
go.
time version 2. It's back. Maybe it will return again. Well, actually, all of you. Tier list, all maps in the entire game. Insane content next week. Wow.
I thought you were gonna like talk about the referral link, and I was like ready to exit the call.
No.
I was like,
No, you guys should use Lara's referral link. And remember,
yeah,
Tier 1 sub, guys. Partner Plus. Let's go.
true. Actually, true.
All right, then. I'll
Yo,
see you
see you
later.
next time.
Yeah. This is very
Bye-bye.
funny. Very funny, okay? Like, you know, if... I have to leave, otherwise Lara will never leave. She's too polite. That's actually a fact, by the way, guys. That's how it works.
I'm gonna leave now to prove you wrong.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Oh, she actually did. There we go. Well done. All right, there we go. Content.
Just find and drag that dope
Love to see that. We're in the mix. We're juiced. We're ready to go. Flawless, I did this one on YouTube. You can see the correct tiering. Oh, well, I mean, like, we'll see. We'll see. We will definitely take a look. I think I actually already watched it. A lot of the viewers in the Guild are embedded heavily. I mean, that is true, unfortunately. Embedding is I'm not a big fan of embedding, honestly. I do hope that Twitch eventually finds a solution to it. I think that embedded viewers probably just shouldn't count, right? I just think they shouldn't count. If we're being honest here. And then that just addresses the issue. Like, does it ever matter that embedded viewers wouldn't give view count? I honestly don't think so. Yeah, I really don't think that's, it wouldn't be an issue. Because let's be honest here, how many people actually watch in the embedded player? Like, how common is that? I feel like the actual use case for that is extremely uncommon. Like, usually if you're embedding Twitch, you're probably like trying to hook people in and then they then follow up on the actual main site. So I think that's just an easy win. Just make embedded viewers not count. Because, yeah, as of right now, or if esports, I guess it's alright for esports, yeah. But surely most people, like, follow through to the chat. Had it embed on the main stream. Probably still does. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Would that be... Do you think that would be, like, really relevant? Would it be really relevant? Do you think it would reduce the view count of, like, the international, for example, like, a lot? I mean, maybe you could have, like, an exemption or something. That there's, like, some way to get it exempted. But, like, as of right now, like, a lot of embedding is essentially, like, a very toxic practice, right? Like, people put these players on websites at the bottom, minimized, tiny, and muted. So all it's doing is just, like, watching the stream in the background. It's essentially, like, legal view botting. That's all it is. It's just not a good practice. And it's just simply toxic to smaller streamers, right? That's the problem. It's very oppressive to smaller streamers because it basically, it basically locks in people in the directory, and it's just very anti-competitive. It's simply a very anti-competitive practice, right? Which I'm just not a big fan of. Oh, yeah, we could have a chat, Sneb, in 10 minutes. Yeah, sure, bro. Let's do that. I'm just farming some shovels for the guild hall. Jester, by the way, I'm probably not going to play WoW today, man. I will be playing WoW tomorrow, though. But today, I'm going to stream a little bit more, then I'm going to head off. I need a bit of a recovery day. Not going to go crazy. Need to sleep a little bit. No, guys, I will happily do delves with you tomorrow. We can delve it up, we can slam, and we can do M0s. But I need to chill out today. I'm not doing anything today. You need, I need shovels, yeah, for the guild hall right now. Just farming some of these. I think we need a lot. You need a lot to upgrade the mine. So we're probably going to be back here doing a bit of a shovel thing. If you mute the stream, don't count as a viewer. How the embed viewer is being counted? I don't think that's even true, I think, Low Rave. I'm not sure that's true. Because embedding absolutely works on muted streams. It does. It absolutely works. I mean, look, Nike's done all the research on this stuff. He's the expert. And it was like Fextra Life's whole operation, right? That was what they were, that was the entire operation, guys. Was they were doing this, like, crazy embed. Bear in mind, guys, Fextra Life had, like, 15K viewers, all embed. All embedded. So there was obviously some kind of operation there. In fact, the thing is, like, Twitch doesn't like the embedding situation. It's just that they aren't going to go after, you know, they only went after, like, the most egregious example. Like, they specifically blacklisted Fextra Life from embedding. Because it was so bad. They were embedding, like, 15K view bots, basically. So they specifically got rid of that. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No. Yeah, Nike's right. Because, yeah, Fextra Life got sponsored to play Guild Wars, and of course the sponsors are going to look at view counts essentially for how much they're going to pay, you know, based off like approximate yield, like approximate conversion rate and so on. And as a result of that, yeah, Fextra Life will have essentially been paid much more than they're actually worth because they don't really have anyone actually watching their stream. Yeah, so that's actually a very toxic operation that they were running on Twitch. Magrest. When Silken caught the 7th boss, it was very difficult, the Brood Twister. Oh yeah, Brood Twister is not easy for sure. It's a hard boss. We just pushed it a little bit too hard. We were trying to do it with like a 30-man raid, split raid, with like some kind of helpers and people on alts. Didn't really work out for us. We're coming back with mains on Sunday just to slam it, get it done. And hopefully get through Silken Court as well. Get to Ansarak. Want to kill Ansarak this week, obviously. Get that week one ahead of the curve. I need to do a lot of... Tomorrow, oh, man, I really want a day off. I want a day to do strats and stuff. I need to... Fuck, I don't think I can do it. I need Sprudel to do it. I need other people to do the strat and assignments and stuff. I am not going to have time. But oh well, that's how it goes. How much the gear upgrades would help? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was pretty confident it was a skill issue. I still think it was a skill issue, to be honest. I maybe was a bit over ambitious. People were a bit rusty, maybe not super comfortable on ults. Maybe people were on rat ults or something. But I think the actual main issue is that our strat was very mediocre. We have a much better strat now for that one. I think it should be relatively straightforward to beat it. Condy Ranger specs aren't getting any love. Well, they aren't that bad. Sad say reality is you'd much rather play Power Sorbis with Connosobis and Druid on almost all bosses. I mean, it's like a case of like one thing at a time, right? Like, it's... I guess they will eventually get something. No, it wasn't it. Yeah, I mean... I don't know. I'm just inclined to always lean towards the direction of skill issue. Maybe people needed to log in more. Log the fuck in. Ah, Nika is here. Welcome. Boom. Magrust. Man, I can't believe people actually like this event, dude. This event is fucked up. I feel like it's one of the most cursed events ever. Most more of Powerbuds are Condi and PvE, all things being equal. For sure, yeah. Conditions. Most people are not conditions, guys. They do not tick. 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 A blood pressure. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. Oh shit, we're going in. You hate to see that. You really do. You can maybe send that one to Darren's if you wanted to, Nike. Depends on how much of a snitch you're feeling like. Kind of explain the context, because he's planning on talking about it. Yes. Yeah, dude, these things used to fuck you up, right? These things used to be hard. No joke. Like, when these came out, these were a threat. Obviously, a little bit less so now, but... Boom. Whoa. Pumpa. I don't have my axe on, so I'm ZDPS. The K is the coolest part of the Silverways. Yeah, they are pretty cool. Little mini bosses here. Oh, I see. You've been collaborating, so you're actually snitching. Interesting. Very nice. Boom. Got a Mordrum over here. Let's fight this Mordrum. There's one champion left. You know, the thing is, the timer on this was kind of relevant as well. You got to kill him pretty quick. But where's the last one? 32 shovels. Oh, shit. Yeah, that is very useful, actually. Yeah, if you got some of those, throw them in the bank. I'll probably do, like, a big guild farming operation at some point. We can get all the shovels we need. Because I think we do need 100. We need hundreds of them, don't we? For the entire thing. I think, oh, is it this one? There's no way we deplete, right? Ah, yeah, it's here. Here we go. I'm going in. Okay, here we go. Let's help these guys out. Mordrum Husk Copper. Man, this would have been cool in HOT, no? If they'd leaned into this type of aesthetic as well. I feel like this could have been really nice. I wonder why they went in a slightly different direction. This looks pretty cool. I guess they did with the blighting pod, didn't they? Yeah, this is like the blighting pod style aesthetic, isn't it? So I guess that's not entirely fair. The blighting pod. I think a lot of people don't know what happened in the blighting pod, guys. It's kind of one of those hidden lore moments. If you look, it's there. If you look, it's there. Need to invite that. Missed the relink before. Okay, I'll invite you. You've earned your place because you've got the shovels. Yeah, that's what Zozha was in, guys. Zozha was in the blighting pod. And we all know what happened. We all know what happened in the blighting pod, guys. Yeah, Logan too. Yeah, Logan too. Yeah. Social gains. Logan lost something. Jesus. Yeah. Where do these shovels actually drop, by the way, guys? It's just like random events? Interesting. I guess it is. Wait, I've actually forgotten. What was Mordremoth's motivation? What was his motivation for Zozhagar? Did he have, like, a notable motivation? What was his endgame with that plan? All great beings need a legacy. That was the plan. He needed a legacy. He wanted content. I mean, I guess he got it. Nice. Where's Sneb? Seb said he was going to call in 10 minutes, like half an hour ago. Actually, to be fair, it was 12 minutes ago. Snebbing. Prepare for snebbing, guys. Sneb is unchained. Man. Poor Heel Scourge, dude. Heel Scourge is actually just taken out back.
It's time. Move that siege weapon toward the gate.
It's over. It's over. And that means, dude, Blood Scourge in Worldverse in PvE as well. It's despair. It's actual despair. Whoa. Vine wall. Pack it in. Blood Scourge is dead. When Soto released, was it considered bad? I think it was actually considered rather good because the story was pretty good. Here we go. Destroyed. I'm going in. I'm getting laser beamed. Holy shit. Go, 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 go. Yeah, I don't think Heal Scourge is unplayable or anything. But I do think that it's pretty heavily nerfed. Makes the build a lot weaker, I think. In the speedrun context, obviously it's irrelevant, yeah. Because at the end of the day, you're not really going to be going downstate in a speedrun. That's just not going to happen. Soto beginning Janther, quite a good plan through the whole content. Yeah. The issue with Soto was very much more that the follow-up patches were pretty mediocre and the story kind of went pretty far downhill. Story went downhill a lot with the follow-up patches, right? Might be a bit more fun. Ah, yes. No Scourge. The Scourge is over. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. It depends if they buckle, you know? Not like the Doomdays after Part of the Fire. Yeah, I think there's a good amount of optimism now. Like the despair, the despair is over. I think I don't want to be too much of like a Doomer adjacent here, but one of the big things that's removed the Doom is that a lot of people are playing Guild Wars 2 as like a side game now. Ah, Sneb.
Hello. How
Hello.
is the mic?
Oh, it's pretty good.
Okay. I'll try not to peek it or anything. Yeah. Well, how's it going?
I mean, it's going pretty good. Just gaming, blasting. I'm tired after playing MMOs for like 3 weeks straight at this point. Like nearly a month straight of just pure MMOs. I'm dying.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I haven't really played much at all since August because I've been very busy.
Yeah.
But I've logged in a couple times and done a few things.
Yep.
I'm going to play tonight, which is fun. We're going to try to do Umbriel. I heard rumors that CM's health changed too, but I don't know if that's true. It's just hearsay at this point.
Roy actually specifically asked, and they did. ArenaNet said no, it hasn't been changed. Like only normal mode has been nerfed apparently, but that could be a bug. Could be a bug potentially.
Okay, yeah, I heard that, but I didn't think it was true. I wasn't sure. Yeah. Ah, yes. Good. Okay, so the balance happened. Transfusion is dead. It's totally over.
Yeah, it's despair. It's
Nothing will get cleared ever again. That's what I've heard.
I think that Bone Skinner will essentially become impossible on an A.
This is true. Like, I actually think you could do a scientific study where, you know, you go in, you tell a group of people, yeah, like you're gonna have to watch the hand go up, you're gonna have to move to the left, and then you just count how many people just fail that simple instruction.
I believe Icebrood Saga 4 is coming.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You could just play Tempest and use Rebound. You know, that is an option.
But that won't save you from the multi-hit.
Isn't there like some? Yeah, you're right. There's not really an invulnerability frame there or anything. Oh yeah, because yeah, your health just goes to 0. Yeah, that's not. It's probably not gonna work. Yeah.
It's an interesting situation, I think.
Yep. It's rough.
It's rough. It's the apocalypse.
Apparently, it's really hard to get a group to do Umbriel. So we'll see
Yeah.
if my efforts work tonight.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I mean, they nerfed it on normal, right? For this reason. Like, it was breaking people.
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Yeah, we need to get gold Umbriel CM for somebody. So
Who's the target?
Yeah, I believe Darren's attempted it. He failed twice in a row, Umbriel CM.
that's rough.
Yeah,
Some must fight so that all may be free.
I'll just kick people if they're bad.
yeah. Cleanse.
But it'd have to be at random because I don't even have an arc on my laptop. So, you know, it's going to be like, I just have a feeling it's you and I just blame it on kick them randomly.
Yeah, Umbriel. It's too hard. Oh yeah, I believe. Oh yeah, it was killed, but there was no gold. I think with Darren's. Although maybe this is a different day. Maybe he got gold today.
Oh, that's good.
Umbriel the Breaker.
Dude, I've got a story.
What's the story?
It involves like almost Double Dragon, but not quite.
Okay,
Are you ready
go
for
on.
this?
I mean, I'm ready.
So I've been waking up at 5 a.m. every day
Okay.
so that I can get on the bus and get to the school.
Yep.
It's about
Mm-hmm.
like a 45 minute bus ride, but in the mornings it's just like a little bit faster typically, so I like to do that. And I go outside and it's obviously still a little bit dark and it's raining. So it's even darker outside than normal. And it's raining pretty hard, and I get to the bus and I get on the bus and I travel like to the school, and it's quite a while. And for some reason, the second that my foot touches the pavement off the bus, my stomach just goes whoop, and I'm like, oh boy. And the problem is that I don't know the campus that well, so I don't know where all the bathrooms are. So I have to like cross the street to get to the school, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I might not make it. I might just like poop my pants right here. and if for some reason it takes a long time, or it certainly feels like an eternity, well, that waiting for the little walking man signal. So so the little walking man signal comes up, and I just like, half waddle, half run across the street. And I like go into a building that I've never been in before, and I'm just like frantically like looking around for a bathroom. And by some miracle, I like go around a corner where I thought it would be a dead end, and there's just like randomly a men's bathroom there. Ah, man, I was so lucky. I've never been more lucky. I thought it was totally over because there's no coming back from that. You poop your pants at school. Doesn't matter if it's like 6:45 in the morning. It's just totally over for you. Like, you might as well just resign. Oh yeah, it's good. Yep. So that happened. Also, my one that we had to like say fun facts about ourselves. So I said that I'd streamed on Twitch sometimes because I'm really not that interesting.
Okay.
And now everyone just keeps calling me the influencer
Oh, nice.
in that one class.
And you've done
It's
you've
weird.
done sponsors, right? So you are literally a paid
I guess
professional
technically.
influencer.
Yeah, my PhD supervisor, he keeps like bringing up video games to me and asking me about like my research ideas with video games. And it's really interesting because apparently he thinks they're like really good, and he really wants me to conduct this research. So I guess I might be researching like culture and video games at some point. Which is neat, I guess.
Culture in Double Dragon,
Yep.
which is a video game. So you could actually do that.
That is true. I could. Yep. It's pretty fast paced though. PhD program's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
I usually read for about 3 hours a day,
Holy shit.
and my classes are 3 hours a day. And I gotta say, philosophy of science, you know, that class takes a lot of focus. And I don't necessarily have that much focus. It's a little bit dry. But we have interesting discussions, I guess.
You're on the grind.
It's the grind.
So when are you slugging?
Mega grind.
Are you going to have time to slug?
Yeah, it'd probably be in November, right?
with the
I can do
race.
it on my break in November. I have a week-long break. Yeah, overall it's pretty good. I guess the one thing that's kind of weird is like I'm in the city and I don't really know anyone that well. And it's a little bit lonely, I guess, at times. Just kind of there, you know, and you don't really quite fit in at the school, right? Because you're not a prof, but you're not an undergrad student. It feels kind of weird. It's like you don't quite belong, right? Because I'm walking around, and there's all these like 18-year-olds walking next to me, right? And I'm like 30, so it does feel a little bit odd at times, but I'm getting used to it. It's good.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think now is the time to conduct a study on the forums of Guild Wars 2, though, because those are very
yeah.
interesting place.
Yeah, actually,
I saw the Warrior conversation. That was...
Okay, check this one out. I saw a guy who said they should increase the DPS to 150k so that anyone who's basically just auto-attacking will do 20k. Thoughts?
That would be a bigger number for sure.
Yeah. 150k DPS. That's what they want.
That is a number that exists.
It's quite a large number.
Yeah, wow. I'm kind of curious about what people are doing in the game right now. Like, are Janther wild maps still like pretty active?
Yeah, I think so. I think people are still like farming them. It's obviously quiet down a little bit after the initial expansion hype, but there's some stuff still going there.
Yeah.
Have you played Push?
No.
What are your thoughts on Push?
I have watched a lot, so I have very mixed opinions on Push in general, or just adding a new PvP mode at all. I feel like I might ramble a bit, so you just stop me whenever. I think that Push conceptually is very good. I think it's good to have a game mode that's rather simple. I think obviously there's some UI problems and things. And I'm curious how it will evolve. Like, it feels like it's just kind of one constant team fight. It feels like you could absolutely roll the other team if you're good. And in some respects, maybe that's a good thing, because then if you're like doomed to lose, at least it's over quickly, right? But it does feel... Yeah, they've got some work to do on it, of course. The thing that I struggle with is I think that the PvP community is so small that if they introduce this, I don't think that new players are going to play ranked. Like, if Conquest is ranked and Push is unranked, I don't really view there as an incentive to go play Conquest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't quite get that. And so it's my opinion that they have to make it ranked. They have to make Push ranked. Now, I don't think they necessarily have to make Push ranked all the time. My big suggestion would be, what if we just mix it up a bit, right? What if What if one season is push, one season is conquest? Oh, you could try that and just see what happens.
I think that's very likely what they'll do, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then
But I don't see it being successful otherwise.
I think that's the direction they'll go as a test, or at least heavy use of the off seasons, like make them all push to see how those go, and then they'll use that data to determine what they want to do next. Like, is it getting more people to play Conquest? Then they'll probably keep Conquest around. Is it not doing that? Then that's when they seriously need to think about, okay, well, maybe push is actually going to end up being the main game mode, right? So it's going to be like I think it's going to be get it in the game, get it in ranked, get it polished up to a state where people like it, throw it in there, and then look at the numbers, like see what happens, right? I think. But yeah, they don't want to. I think committing one way or the other right now would be, I mean, incredibly foolish. They're obviously not going to do that.
Yeah. So walk me through this. I'm trying to understand the new player behavior here, and I'm making some assumptions, and that's based on my own bias, of course. So I want to know if you're a new player, and you're like, oh, there's a new game mode. I've never tried PvP before. I'm gonna play PvP. And you try push. Okay, what is going to convince you to play Conquest? Like, I don't see the path to playing Conquest. Is it purely because it's ranked? Do they think that there are enough competitive people that play Guild Wars 2 that they're going to want to play ranked? Like, there's something missing there for me. Like, I felt, and this could just be a misunderstanding on my part, but my understanding was that the goal of push is to help, coincidentally, push people into playing more PvP and thus like maybe playing ranked.
I think people are over fixating on that. I think quite a bit. Like, that was their stated goal, as in that is something that they would like to happen. But they also did say that if push does take over and it's like completely dominant, then that would change how they would handle this. As well. So yeah, that's their goal. They don't, basically right now, they don't want to kill, they don't want to kill Conquest, right? They want Conquest to be the main mode.
Yeah.
Essentially, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I just find that, I won't mince words. I view it as just like trying to placate the PvP players that love Conquest.
Correct.
And that have played ranked for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And I respect that they're mindful of their feelings.
Yeah, they don't want to alienate their existing players, right? Like, too much.
Yeah, I respect that, but at the same time, I just don't think that's the best decision for the game mode. And yeah, I'm curious to see what will happen, because obviously I don't have any data. Like, I'm just trying to think what would happen, and I don't see it working. I don't.
But the thing is, I don't think that's why they're taking this approach, right? Because
which is the correct approach.
I think there's a lot of overfixation on them stating their goal as if it's set in stone. I think it's very much not set in stone, right? They don't want to kill Conquest, but if it doesn't succeed in like getting more people to play Conquest, which is definitely possible, then they are going to I think they would potentially remove Conquest, or at least have it rotating. But then the thing is, right, like, if every Conquest season is dead and every push season is super alive, at some point you're going to pull the trigger, right? And just say, yeah, it's GG.
Do you think it would be possible to just do ranked with both game modes having like a spinny wheel? You know?
Well, I mean, they might do that. Yeah, they might end up doing that.
Like, people could vote?
Well, I mean, that's literally how it works now, right? In ranked.
Well, yeah, but I just mean, like, there'd be another wheel, but one would be for
push or conquest.
The game type. You're right, yeah.
Well, they could just make maybe they could make push like always have like half the. They could make it like count for more. If you vote for push, it like is more as opposed to voting for each individual map, right? Would not as much, if that makes any sense, because like, obviously push is like an entire game mode.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm assuming there'd be more than one map for push, but there won't. Yeah, it's kind of incorrect thinking. Yeah. Yeah, overall, I think it's a really positive thing that they want to try a game mode. I will say, like, I feel that I'm kind of watching the same thing happen, right? Like when Stronghold came out, like I was big into Stronghold. I thought it was super fun, right, when it first came out. But then just nobody played it. You know, there's like this big hype, and then it kind of fizzled. And I think they're mindful of that. Obviously, like they're going to pay a lot of attention to that. But if you don't make it ranked, I just don't. I don't. Yeah. What? We'll see. I think they'll adapt well. I think push is a good idea. It will allow more stomping, though. I think. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Well, no. Okay. Only if the teams are mismatched, right? And I think it will get very stompy if there's no supports as well. Like, it's very comp dependent. And I think it's more vulnerable than Conquest to skill mismatch. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is why they're in this, like, very interesting domino effect, right? If this domino falls where suddenly there's enough population, then the thing is wild, like everything fits into place, it will be pretty successful, I think. But I think that if they can't get enough people to play, that it's just going to be like massive stomp fest.
Oh yeah,
because
sure.
the existing player base are so good, right?
I think this is a big reason why they aren't being too aggressive with moving push in, because if it doesn't work, it will be Stronghold V2. Yeah, like if people don't like it and it doesn't have like a good healthy player base in push, then at the end of the day it will actually be worse than Conquest for what they're trying to do, because I think it is more vulnerable to skill mismatches and comp mismatches as well. Yes. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Dude, holy shit. They made the fucking tank trinket fucking juicy, actually, in WoW. These tank trinkets are pretty juicy, guys. They're buffing them. Oh yeah. Woo yeah.
Baby?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Oh, I just realized that when this is actually I'm gonna have to play support.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play support tonight.
It's very good.
Yeah. I usually like to play Quick Herald, but I will have to play support because I don't have my regular mouse. My regular mouse has side buttons, which means that I have nothing bound to like two of my utility skills. So it could be a clicking situation.
So you skill click.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. You're a skill click.
I'm going to be forced to skill click 2 skills, I think.
Dude, I can't get the shovels for the guild also. I've been here for like 2 hours. I've got 8 shovels.
Just buy them.
The fuck is
What
this?
are you doing?
Well, I thought I could just farm them and it would be fun. It's not fun. Man,
The game is not fun.
I'm
You
sorry,
must
dude.
swipe
Silver Waste
everything.
is the most boring shit in the game. Like, how do people actually
What?
like this?
No, I disagree
It is
with
like
that.
actual dog shit map, dude. I give this map
Well,
0 out of
maybe
10.
now, but
It's actual rat piss, dude.
dude, when they first came out with it was really fun.
I'm sorry, it's not even rat piss. This is rat mess. This is literal rat mess.
Wow.
What? Okay, I'm doing an open world map tier list with Lara next week. What is the best map in the game?
Best map in the game?
Yeah.
Your Marches.
Oh, really? Why would you? I wasn't expecting that, actually. Why would you say that?
It's just my personal favorite. Like,
Yeah.
is it objectively
Because
by
of Drakkar?
some
Drakkar?
scale? Yeah, I like Drakkar. It also reminds me of one of my favorite periods in the game. Like when that map came out, I was really inspired by it. I thought it was really cool. I like how there's like whispers and stuff. I like the environment. I like how there's that little cave that you go through, and then there's like this dark wooded forest, and I like the little puzzles in it. I think it's cool that it has a world boss. I think the first half's meta is kind of weak, but and then I like the chests that are all over. Overall, I thought it was a really fun experience to play that map, and it just reminds me of like one of my favorite times in the game. So it's like super subjective. I'm not going off some kind of like objective scale for it or anything, but I enjoyed that map a lot.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think that Lowland Shore is way up there. I think Auric Basin is up there. Tangled Depths is probably up there as far as complexity. I've got a hot take. I don't think that a single map that has a desert is even B tier.
Are there any good desert maps?
No, the answer is no, there are not.
I don't think so, because all the Path of Fire ones are not good, to be honest, are they?
Yeah, they're a little bit...
Oh, ooh, wow. Oh, I was going to say Istan, but Istan's not really a full desert, is it? It kind of is, though, actually. It's a little bit desert.
Istan might be the best desert map.
I kind of like... Istan's pretty good. It's got Palawadon on it, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit deserty.
I'd probably put that like B, the B tier map.
Wait, I'd give it a higher tier than that. Like, it's pretty high tier. I'm sorry, guys.
No.
Jahai Bluffs is the most overrated fucking shit in the entire game, bro. This map is not good. I'm sorry. It's honestly Z tier at best. It's dog tier. Corner. This is probably one of the worst maps in the entire game by far. Dog Bluffs, correct. Dogs. How they look, or the metas. I'm rating them based on, like, well, all of those things. Like, how good is the content? Alright, I'm done. I'm out of here. I've got my shovels. Man, I actually need to go to bed.
You're free.
Dying. I'm actually dying.
You're free.
Yes. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Dragonfall is a terrible map. It is such an anticlimax. Like, how can you think that Dragonfall is good? Dragonfall is in no universe is a good map. It looks really pretty, and conceptually it's actually insanely epic, but the gameplay, the gameplay, dude, it is just not, that is not it, man. That is not it. I think... I would be really tempted to say the overall best map in the game is Dragon's Stand. Like, I'm not sure you can beat this. Best map in the game could be Dragon's Stand, overall. In terms of content, visuals, story, even some exploration after you beat it as well. I don't think you can beat this. Like, Tangled Depths, God tier. Dragon Stand, God tier. Verdant Brink, God tier. Auric Basin, God tier. HOT is just unstoppable. It's absolutely unstoppable, man. It is unbeatable. Yeah. Because the thing is that EOD, Dragon's End, Suwon is better than the Mouth of Mordramoth, right? Well, you know, kind of. With current power creep, yes. Back in the day, maybe not even, to be honest. Well, no, it's way more mechanically interesting. Let's be honest, actually, no. I'm not going to bullshit you. Yeah, so Suwon is, like, way more interesting than than the Mouth of Mordramoth in terms of, like, the actual boss itself. But the problem is the pre-event is way less interesting. It's, like, nowhere near as based as the Dragon Stand, like, Siege. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. What's your opinion on dried mangoes?
I don't really have an opinion. Haven't really eaten a lot of dried mangoes.
What? Oh, man, they're so good. They're like candy.
Yeah? Are you feasting?
Yeah.
You're feasting.
I am feasting. I am. I enjoy it too. They're very powerful.
I just want to quote from, look at this quote from ArenaNet developer Awesomeness, by the way. Dragon Stand defecates on most other maps.
Oh.
That's an actual quote from official ArenaNet employee. He thinks that Dragon Stand defecates on most content.
Wait, Dragon Stand?
Yeah, Dragon Stand, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's kind of, like a triple dragon situation, but they're not dragons; they're just bosses.
Yeah.
Triple lane.
You there? Any interest in a
That's an
once in a
official
lifetime
statement from ArenaNet.
opportunity?
Yeah.
Have you seen that they?
Somebody
What do you think about
do an
they-
artistic
they-
rendition of that?
Oh, ugh. Okay. Did you see that ArenaNet cleansed Celestial from World vs. World?
Oh, they did?
Oh, do you not see this?
Well, I mean, did it happen? It didn't happen already. They just said that they were going to do it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's cleansed.
I saw that. Yeah. Huh. I wonder what'll happen. Everyone plays Trailblazer now or something?
Well, I mean, yeah, all the cancer roaming builds will just be Trailblazer, right? But I mean, Sally is way more powerful than Trailblazer, so it's still going to be like a power down pretty much. But it changes the Zerg meta too, right? A lot of Sally builds in the Zerg meta, so pretty interesting, I think. It's going to be a lot less like degen condies just like being fired out, like less like immobilized with like very high duration and stuff. So I think pretty interesting. Expertise and concentration are definitely like very scary, scary to have. Is Ore not a desert? Now, Ore is not a desert. I think, okay, here's actually a controversial one. Let's see if Sneb is actually a man of taste. Where would you rate Ore maps? So Straits of Devastation, Malkor's Leap, and Kershaw.
See, I feel like my view on this is a bit tainted because of playing on release, but I thought the ore maps were sick, right? Like,
That's the
you go
correct
through this
answer.
like big,
Yep.
you go through this like big
Yep.
journey to get to ore, and then ore is just like this
Oh my
like
god.
this architecturally fascinating area, and you can go deep underwater, and I thought that it was very, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, despite them not necessarily having like, well, to today's standards, they don't really have like big metas and stuff, but they're still good maps,
Yeah. I think realistically, Ore has to go in extremely high tier. It is I think the environment is incredible. It's not even rose tinted, guys. Look, back in the day, the temple events were like the actual end game. Fighting like the corrupted priests here, especially in Straits of Devastation. Dude, this was the end game. Temple of Balthazar was real end game. Plink's event farm in Kershaw, that was real end game. That was Guild Wars 2. Like, yeah, these days, all this content's completely irrelevant at the end of the day. And it's been power crept into oblivion, so the content's a complete joke. But no, Ore is actually getting to very high tier. It's getting, I think it would have to be getting into like A tier minimum. Same with Siren's Landing. I actually really like this map. I'm doing the jumping puzzle. Let's go.
Yeah, they're very good. They're good maps. I enjoy them.
What's the worst map in the game?
The worst map?
Yeah.
Depends how we measure that.
Well, your opinion.
Well, yeah, but I mean, my opinion is different depending on what we're using, what metrics.
What was the first one that came into your head? Like, if I say to you, what's the worst map in the game? What's the instinct?
Well, the instinct to say the tunnel, like, immediately.
I think that's probably not a bad place to... That's probably not the bad place to start, I feel like.
Yeah, it's... yeah, there's like a few in there. Like, hold on, I gotta go in game and like look at the map for a second.
Okay, quick question though. Do you think that the tunnel, you considered the tunnel the worst map because of what it represented, rather than like what it actually
I think
is?
it's like, well, yeah, that's why I asked you what the metrics were for. How are we measuring what's good?
Because the tunnel, I think the tunnel is probably not, in terms of gameplay, there are definitely like worse or less interesting maps, but I feel like the tunnel represented pure, absolute despair in the game, right? It was just utter doom.
Yep. Oh man, I actually don't know if I can find a worse map. Yeah, like all of the core maps are fine, right? I don't think any of the core maps are bad because of the exploration. So you're kind of forced to think about like living world maps. Oh, I've got one. Yeah, people will not like this, especially Sand. The guild Sand will probably not like this. I think Dry Top is like an abysmal map.
Yeah, I'm not
like
not really into it.
I hate going there, but I do. I think the Silver Waste is better than Dry Top by quite a lot. Let's see. What's another map that I don't like? Okay, you will probably hate that I think this, but the Living World map that is, what's it called? The one that's in Ore, it is a Siren's Landing.
what?
I actually don't.
Oh my god.
I would say it's like an average map. That's the because aesthetically it's really nice,
The
but
gameplay's mediocre, except for the jumping
the
puzzle. I'll
gameplay
give you
kind of
that.
sucks, right?
I'll give you that, yeah.
Yeah,
I do like it visually though. And it's pretty cool.
yeah.
But no, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I look at like the Living World maps that are in the desert, and they're so they're just not memorable, like at all.
Mm.
Like I look at them and I go, I have no idea what happens there.
Well, I
Like
think,
zero
I mean, okay, to be clear, Path of Fire maps would be insane if there was any content on them whatsoever. They are
Yeah,
utterly barren of all content, right? Like, that's why they, they're not very memorable. It's because there's literally zero content on them.
yeah. This is difficult because I think you basically have to do several tier lists. You need to do a tier list for like how cool they are, basically. Then you need to do one for like content because ooh, hot take maybe, but Soto, when I play Skywatch, I like hate myself. I do not like that map. It's because Skywatch like represents everything that I just dislike. Right? I'm like forced to use this dragon that can like barely ascend the wall, and I'm like, why don't you just work out more and then you can fly higher? Because this is just yeah, that's annoying. And then there's this the meta is like I really hate the meta, and I think it's because it represents AFK farming to me, because the meta happens and everyone gets on your map, and then like over 50% of the people in your squad just do not participate until the final platform, and then most of the people will not get on a sky scale to do that last part of the meta. Oh, it's just like, it's total death. I hate it. I was not a fan. Well, I guess to be fair, I just wasn't a fan of any of the maps in Soto, so it's because they're really laggy as well. Like, I actually think Amnitas is like really cool, but it's just like so laggy that I like hate going there.
And
Yeah.
I think the problem with just the Soto maps are just not, the gameplay is not good on them whatsoever, right? It's just really not fun. Doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Draconis Mons. This is okay, one of the reasons why it's really hard to rate Season 3 maps, in my opinion, is because if we talk about them now, Season 3 maps are not very replayable. But here's the thing. Back in the day, they were, because that was how you got Ascended gear. Like, specifically Ascended trinkets, was from Living Story Season 3. Like, each map had their own one, too, and you wanted to do, like, all of them. Like, you would be farming, like, the dailies to get your Ascended gear from those. So they absolutely had a lot of replayability on launch, but they've just been obsoleted by, new systems in the game. And the content actually is quite interesting on those maps. Yeah, Lake Doric is a good example. There's actually some relatively interesting boss encounters, but you very rarely see them unless you're doing Vision. Or Aurora, rather. Oh, and Living Story Season 3 has Aurora, and that pretty much immediately makes all of them pretty high tier, because Aurora is just incredible, honestly. It's so good.
Yeah, you're gonna need to say how you're measuring this, because like, you can think about rewards, you can think about content, you could think about just world bosses.
Yeah, Draconis Mons, I think this might be a really hot take. I love Draconis Mons. A lot. I know people cry about the Druid Stone. I actually enjoyed it, straight up. I did not mind doing that whatsoever, because I actually really like the map. I think it looks great. It sounds great. I think the environment is interesting. Like, all the events are actually pretty good as well on it. Draconis Mons is high tier. Yes. Yeah, I'll agree with you. The tunnel was rough. The tunnel was rough. And people thought it was over, guys. Like, it's so far in the past now, it's hard to imagine. But guys, when the tunnel dropped, people thought it's fully over. There's no hope. Guild Wars 2 is done. And I can't exactly blame people.
I like how my computer just like restarted for some reason. I don't know. Weird.
Do you like the jump puzzle? I do not like the jump puzzle on Draconis, no. Chalice of... I think this one I'm doing right now, the Siren's Landing one, is probably the best jumping puzzle in the game. It has a good blend of not bullshit, but also interesting jumping and puzzling elements to it. Whereas, Chalice of Tears is actually amazing, but it's maybe a little bit too far in terms of kind of like leap of faith. It's probably my... It's maybe a little bit too far in that direction, but I think it's very doable. Like, you don't have to guess, really. You can figure it out, and I think it is an excellent jumping puzzle. The Draconis Mons one, though, is just dumb. Like, it's too random with, like, how it goes about. Like, it's very difficult to figure out what you're actually supposed to do. So, no, I don't really like it that much. I also am not a huge fan of adding the grappling thing to it as well, because it's very punishing. If you mess up the grapple, you basically have to, like, reset that entire segment, which is kind of unfun. There is a bit of telegraphing. There are basically skeletons that are pointing what direction you should go, but it's still a bit sus. Why are there no jumping puzzles? I think it's because it's very niche content. And probably quite a lot of effort to actually make in terms of like the level. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this structure. Look at all of the modeling, assets, and testing that went into this. It's rather a beautiful structure, guys. And look how high we are in the air, right? We've had to climb all the way. Boom. We ascend. Mini Mr. Ribbington is following me. It's huge. I love the fact that it lights up blue when you get here, by the way. This is really cool. Check this out, guys. When you make it, look what happens. When you get to the chest. Boom. Look at that. Fucking epic. Ah, yes. Seriously, though. This is why unfortunately, they didn't do them. Look at the effort that went into making this, guys. Look at how detailed and complex this structure is. And also how fucking huge it is. Look at this. I also think their main jumping puzzle guy kind of doesn't work at the company anymore. It's Josh Foreman, of course. Right. I'm going to piss off, Sneb. I am drained. I need
Go
to
to sleep.
Yep, I'm out of it. Good talk. Good to catch up. Glad that you're doing well and you're on it. You've got it locked in. You're pumping. You're learning. Philosopher Sneb.
Didn't poop my pants. It's
Didn't
good.
shit yourself as
It's
well.
very
Yeah,
good.
because I know you are right. There's no recovery. If that ever got revealed, there really is nothing you can do about that.
It's somebody would find about it and post it on the school subreddit. You know,
Yeah.
like there's nothing you can do. It actually poses a very interesting quandary, right? Like let's say that it is you're at the school.
Okay.
No one else is around, and
Yep.
you just poop your pants, right?
Okay.
Like, what do you do, right? Like, like you're in the bathroom, you like realize this has happened. Do you just like like abandon your underwear or what? Like, what do you do?
You know, I've never been in that situation, so I can't say I've really thought about it, to be honest.
Well, yeah, like this is like emergency planning. Like, what if this happens? Do you just like, because you like assuming you're like downtown, you're like 30 minutes from your home or something. Like, what's left to do? Like, is it just totally over?
Yes. Well, I mean, I mean, you have to salvage the situation somehow, right? Like, yeah, I think Kid is right. Having a change of clothes is the way to go. You need to be able to, you know, evacuate.
So what you're saying is that basically anywhere you go, you should have a change of clothes at all
Well,
times.
that work, right? You know, you can definitely maybe get away with that, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you don't. You can't just like walk around covered in feces. Like, that's not viable, right?
Dude, there's this. I follow my school subreddit, and every day, every day, people are begging. They're like, "Dear Comp Sci students, please shower." They post it every day. They're like, "We're begging you to shower, please." Because people have to like walk through that building to get to the other buildings or something, and they say that they walk in and it's like total annihilation of BO.
Interesting.
So they post every day like,
Yeah.
please, and somebody even posted like a step-by-step instruction on like how to be hygienic.
Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with people? That's crazy, actually. Oh, dude, oh man, this is such a great quest, Eddie. Look at the NPC afterwards, by the way. Oh man, this is a really touching but also very funny quest. Like, this poor orphan, her parents were basically killed by fishmen. So you go and help her, like, murder all of them and kill the leader. And yeah, she says, it's time. Kill their leader, salt his bones, take his head, and laugh as his tribe crumbles. Sharpscale's last moments are upon him, and he doesn't even realize it yet. Stupid fish face. And yeah, at the end, it's really sweet, guys, because you find her parents' possessions that were taken by the fishmen. And like for the rest, well, if you ever go and visit this NPC again and like while you're doing the quest, she actually puts this helmet on, like an adult. She's very small, right? She's, you know, little tiny orphan. And yeah, she's wearing like a giant helmet and like running on with like a giant sword. And also, there's a really funny meme at the start, by the way. She basically sends you on a quest to go rescue some of her possessions, some of her, like, you know, her teddy bear and stuff, from like where their house was destroyed by the fishmen. And you know, she appears there as to finish the quest, right? She's like hiding, she's waiting for you there. And when you ask her like, how did you get here so fast, she basically says, oh, I stowed out, you know, I stowed on your mount, stupid, right? Like, and she just like grabbed onto you and just like you just flew over here directly. It's a very fun quest. Like, the little side quests in Rito WoW are really good. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Soap is for casuals. I guess it's a strangely appropriate name, seeing as we're discussing how some of the students at Sneb's school are covered in stench.
Yeah, like, look, I'm gonna go to the subreddit right now and just take a look. You know, what are they saying? Oh, they're talking about an all-you-can-eat chicken nuggets deal. That's pretty good. I love school subreddits because they're just like full of culture, you know? Somebody just wrote, "What is your shower use?" I want to see how people feel about the open showers on campus. There isn't really. Oh, they're talking about like the showers in the gym that are just like not private at all.
How do you feel about the word tendies?
Like chicken tendies?
Yeah, would you use that term?
Tendies with a D, not tenties, right?
Yeah,
like these are
tendies.
very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I found the post. I think that chicken tenders are very, very good. Yeah. So 53 minutes ago, another post was made about the stench. It just says, "Smelly man was walking outside this building and a dude walked across in front of me. He was stinky. Girl beside me coughed. Immediately was reminded of the sub."
Is this actually an issue? Is this like a real thing?
It's a real issue. People apparently stink. See, I'm in the business school, so like nobody really stinks in the business school. Like I don't know. Like it's fine. But apparently the computer science building has a problem.
It's an issue. The nerds.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, I'm out of here, guys.
Man.
Guys, I'm done. I'm raiding Lara. Okay, I leached Lara for content. Now we have to pay the favor back, okay? I'm out of here. Lara's playing Guild Wars 2, playing Scrapper and Open World on the PvP arc. I'm drained. I'll probably stream tomorrow, guys. Not sure, though. I am absolutely dead after like grinding for the last month. I need a break, but show match on Sunday as well, guys. Show match on Sunday probably with 55 versus French Worms in push. That'll be fun. Will I be here tomorrow? Oh, no, maybe. I'll try to be. I will try. I'll try to get some good sleep in, and I'll see if I can show up. But anyway, don't count on it. Follow, subscribe, hand over your money, watch all the videos on YouTube. Stay tuned for more content, guys. Oh, dude, it's the 2v2 monthly. I've got to stream tomorrow. No, fuck. Yeah, I'll stream. Okay, god damn it. Okay, I'll just try and get some good rest and we'll be fine. All right, take it easy, gamers. Thanks for watching. Say hi to Lara for me. I'll see you next time, okay? Follow, subscribe, buy the game using my referral link. Engage in social media. Boom.